and welcome everyone to day number 9 of Norway Chess Open 2026. भाई अभी तक के लिए तो ये टूर्नामेंट हैज बीन एब्सोल्युटली क्रेजी, फुल ऑफ आई थिंक सरप्राइजेस. कल इंक्लूडिंग द रेस्ट डे से पहले वाला दिन वाज एन एब्सोल्यूट शॉकर. बट आज का दिन इज ऑल्सो वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर अस. इट्स अ पेनल्टीमेट राउंड ऑफ कोर्स, सिर्फ 2 ही राउंड्स बचे हैं, बट वी हैव गुकेश प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट प्रग. मतलब इसका यही है चैट कि विद इन 15 से 20 मिनट आफ्टर द मैच बिगिंस एक प्लेयर अपनी प्रेप आज रिग्रेट करने वाला है. दैट इज फॉर श्योर. बट वेलकम एवरीवन. हाउ इज एवरीवन डूइंग टुडे? अभी आई नो यूर गोना आस्क टिक्कू भाई कहाँ पर है, राकेश भाई कहाँ पर है. टुडे फॉर द मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द सेशन इट्स गोना बी जस्ट मी, बट वी हैव अ वेरी स्पेशल गेस्ट कमिंग इन. I would say in about 1.5 hours or so. So stay tuned for that. And of course, this is Gukesh versus Pragg, but we have Vincent versus Firouzja as well happening, which is, I think, a very important match for the standings of this event. Of course, Alireza is one of the leaders so far, only behind Wesley So. सिर्फ एक ही point का difference है उन दोनों में. So it's going to be a big day for Firouzja. If he takes down Vincent Keymer on the first in the classical section, bhai, it could really, cement his chances of winning this tournament. Because guess what, chat? Guess who the GOAT is playing? The GOAT is playing against the tournament leader, वो भी black से. And I would like to remind you very humbly that जो इनका जो पहले वाला इनकाउंटर था वहां पे वेस्ली एक्चुअली एंडेड अप विनिंग. यस. या. ओ, अपेरेंटली आवर प्रोड्यूसर जी समय जी इज लेटिंग अस नो दैट एक मोमेंट हुआ था कि कुछ तो बनाना गैम्बिट खेला गया था मैगी और वेस्ली सो के बीच में. दे वर नॉट श्योर किसका है, बट वेरी वेरी फनी देयर. बट कमिंग बैक टू द पॉइंट, वेस्ली सो ने मैग्नस को ब्लैक से हराया था. एंड सम ऑफ अस कैन आर्ग्यू देयर के वहां पे मैग्नस ने कुछ ऐसे टाइम प्रेशर में मिस्टेक नहीं किया था. इट वॉज परहैप्स द ओनली गेम जहाँ पे मैग्नस टाइम प्रेशर की वजह से नहीं आ रहा था. एंड so playing against him again with the white Norway chess without, like round to spare, which is an insane thing. And coming to the, oh, sorry, bye. Sorry, chat. I think I should be back now, but we have in the women's section, of course, we have Divya playing against Zhu Jiner. And of course, bhai, we all remember their previous encounter. We all remember what happened. Before this, Divya ke liye Zhu Jiner was that one opponent who she really, really wanted to beat. And last time she did beat her with the black pieces. And Divya, having lost her previous round Bibisara ke against, वो भी एकदम winning. We can't say it's a winning position, it's close to it. Chat, if you remember that Kasparov Shirov wala game, and it was, let's say, borderline, very very close to winning, but that. So for her to come back today with the white pieces and taking out Zhu Jiner would just put her back on the map. Yeah, right now, if I can see it correctly, I think Bibisara is leading with about 5 points. Wow, that's a lot of points. Bhai, I feel like Divya ke liye it's going to be very difficult because Divya ke had 10 point and Bibisara has basically 15 and a half points. So even if technically she wins 2 classical games back to back, it's very unlikely that she would be able to cross Bibisara here. But still, there is still that fight for the second place, which I think is very much alive because 10 point hai, and Anna Muzychuk is only half a point ahead. Still, you want to pick up all the classical wins that you can, and plus एक personal चीज भी होती है भाई. You want to beat the player, on an individual level. So let's see what happens. And chat, who do you think? Now you know all the matchups. एक एक वो पोल तो यार मुझे आता नहीं है डालना यहाँ पे, but I'm just gonna ask you, so I will just look it up on my screen. Between Gukesh or Pragg, and by the way, the world champion is just now arriving to the board. We're about to see handshakes. Let's go. Okay, maybe they already arrived before, yeah. But chat, between Gukesh and Pragg, who do you have? एक नाम spam कर दो, please. Is it Pragg or is it Gukesh? Gukesh for the win कह रहे हैं. And भाई ये याद रखना कि Pragg technically is in the running still, more or less, yeah, because he is only in third place. Wesley So के हैं 14 point, फिरूजा के हैं 13 point, and Pragg के हैं 12 point. But लास्ट टाइम Pragg गुकेश के अगेंस्ट हारा था व्हाइट से. गुकेश के टेक्निकली जीतने के चांसेस बहुत कम है, आई थिंक. सॉरी समय भाई, यू वर सेइंग समथिंग. पोल डाल दिया, अरे अरे समय भाई नहीं पोल डाल दिया भाई, क्रेजी. थैंक यू सो मच भाई. एंड सो द पोल इज अप चैट. डू हिट दैट बटन वहाँ पे, between Gukesh and Pragg, and of course do hit the like button as well. And भाई, तो coming back to the point, Gukesh could technically ruin Pragg's chances. All dreams could just be destroyed just today itself अगर गुकेश ने क्लासिकल में हरा दिया प्रग को. अगर ड्रॉ होता है तो स्टिल वी नो कि गुकेश को भी एक पॉइंट मिलेगा, प्रग को भी एक पॉइंट मिलेगा, एंड देन वी विल प्ले एन आर्मागेडन. उसके साथ आई थिंक प्रग स्टिल मेंटेन्स, एटलीस्ट थियोरेटिकली ही विल मेंटेन सम चांसेस टू विन द गेम, सॉरी टू विन द टूर्नामेंट. बट अगर गुकेश ने प्रैक्टिकली अगर क्लासिकल में हरा दिया तो देन इट्स अ कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट स्टोरी. एंड भाई चैट में लोग कह रहे हैं प्रग गुकेश भाई, आई थिंक ये मैच, आई थिंक वी कैन एग्री चैट, एवर सिंस द टाटा स्टील लास्ट ईयर वाले जो डेज हैं, तब से लेकर अब तक आई फील ये मैच इज ऑलवेज गोना बी इंपॉर्टेंट एज एन इंडियन फैन. आई मीन फॉर मी एटलीस्ट दिस इज ऑलवेज गोना बी इंपॉर्टेंट, एंड बिकॉज दिस इज अ राइवलरी आई थिंक वी विल सी फॉर मैनी मैनी ईयर्स टू कम. आई थिंक प्रग शुड विन इफ गुकेश विन. अरे भाई ऐसा नहीं होता भाई, द बेस्ट प्लेयर शुड विन ऑफ कोर्स. एंड बहुत बार हमने देखा प्लेयर्स प्ले द बेस्ट गेम, एंड एक गलती की वजह से इट कैन जस्ट टर्न थिंग्स अराउंड. So भाई the best player should win, of course, the one who has done the most work, the one who basically is able to out prep या फिर uh, find those crunch moments to play on. Oh, by the way, interesting point. E4 थी inaugural चाल, but कुकेश ने immediately वापस ले लिया. And generally speaking, अगर आप immediately, this is our theory chat, अगर आप immediately चाल वापस लेते हो ना, मतलब आप वो चाल नहीं खेलने वाले हो. That's what I feel. I feel this is why there is a very good. Oh, by the way, we have handshakes. Let's go. No E4. And yes, there it is. D4. पहली चाल on the board and QGD की territory की तरफ बढ़ते हुए. But of course, it depends on Pragg what he wants to go for. He can play knight f6. He can play d5. He can play probably e6 as well, which is kind of the same. क्योंकि Pragg, if I remember correctly, Pragg ने French खेली थी ना Magnus के against. I believe it was Pragg. Yeah, he did. So he could play knight f6, but no, he goes for knight f6 there. But technically, chat, why I said the move e6 is because this is what a lot of French players do. कि आप d4 के अगेंस्ट भी आप e6 खेलते हो ताकि e4 के बाद आपकी French आ जाती है. So it kind of makes sense. And you can see by the way he played e6 on the second move. अगर आप पहली move पे e6 खेलते उसके बाद आप knight f6 आते तो you kind of avoid some territories. Like for example knight f6 के बाद white can play bishop g5 जो d4 e6 के बाद नहीं खेल सकते आप क्योंकि queen से आप directly g5 मार सकते हो. तो just to avoid some things it's possible. But of course it hardly makes a difference since it's the first move. Let's carry on with the game. Knight c3, Nimzo Indian आया board पे, and now Gukesh chooses the most aggressive line possible against the Nimzo Indian chat. That is literally a fact in this situation. There is no other line that is sharper than the one that Gukesh has chosen, and it is called the Samish defense. Well, Samish attack हुआ ना क्योंकि white से, but a3, bishop takes c3 and bc3, and point इसका ये होता है कि white को मिल गया double bishops. So and white के हैं दो double pawns यहाँ पे. And in pawn ko black basically for the future he will try to target, like he will play c5 b6, put the bishop on a6 and try to take this pawn. And जब तक black इस pawn को मारने में busy है उस time पे हम यहाँ पे king side पे attack generate करेंगे. We'll play f3 e4, we'll try to play g4, we'll just try to launch an attack on the king side basically in that time. So imbalance already board पे आ चुका है. And I think this is nothing but this game is going to be nothing short of fireworks. That is for sure. By the way, प्रग सोच रहा है मतलब ये प्रग की प्रिपरेशन नहीं थी. Of course नहीं तो आप फटाफट खेलते हैं यहाँ पे. सहज भाई गुकेश नॉर्वे चेस में पॉइंट बटाने आया है तो अरे नहीं नहीं भाई ऐसी बात नहीं है, ऐसी बात बिल्कुल भी नहीं है. आई थिंक गुकेश इज प्लेइंग रियली वेल. इनफैक्ट गुकेश ने प्रग को ही हराया था भाई. सो लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट दैट. Oh, Pragg plays b6. So in line with the plans to go bishop a6 and to try and capture this pawn. And now Gukesh plays f3. Very logical move. And now, by the way, this is a direct transposition to the Samish variation. जिसके बाद आप खेलते हो e4, you will bring the bishop to d3, you will play knight e2, and it's super super nice. Actually, I've played this setup with the white pieces many times. Although मैं थोड़े different move order से आता था, like after bishop b4 I would play the move f3 first and then I would play a3, which is slightly different. I think a3 is more sort of aggressive in my opinion because इसमें आपके पास कुछ bishop c3 ना मारने की आपके पास option नहीं है. So you have to kind of choose the aggressive method here. किसी ने सीओ भी देखा ये भाई? मैंने सीओ भी पूरा तो नहीं देखा आज, बट लेकिन आई नो प्रखर फाउंड दैट क्रेजी रुक टेक्स h3 इन द एंड. आई थिंक आर्मा में मतलब डिसाइड हुआ था between him and Joel, but I saw that final move Rook takes H3, and by Prakhar OP for finding that move, finding that key resource towards the end, by, and he actually ended up winning the tournament because of that move. What a move it was, bhai. I'm not sure how many of you saw that, but bhai, do check it out. I think वो games आपको chess.com में मिल जाएंगे. Of course, there's still a live stream जो पहले मतलब चल रही थी. वहाँ पे you'll see the final moments. Rook H3 क्या brilliance से निकाली थी उसने, एकदम एकदम crunch moment पे भाई. टिक्कू सेकंड एग्जैक्टली भाई. टिक्कू को मैंने भाई डायरेक्टली मैंने उसको मैसेज भेजा था भाई. व्हाट लाइक दिस इज, आई मीन, यू नो, GG to the coach, of course, because I'm sure, I'm not sure how much work he would have done, but it's definitely a lot. So let's come back to the games. Knight A5 खेला गया है by Pragg, and let me check the stats here. So instead of Knight A5, Bishop A6 is the most popular move. This was employed by Wesley Levon and Ding as well against Magnus Carlsen actually. But Knight A5 थोड़ा अभी भी वेस्ली ने खेला हुआ है, लेवॉन ने भी खेला हुआ है इस मूव को, एंड वंतिका अग्रवाल हैज प्लेड दिस बिफोर, इवन विदित हैज प्लेड दिस बिफोर इन द पास्ट, सो नॉट वेरी अननोन टेरिटरी सो फार for Gukesh. I'm expecting a move relatively quickly. He plays bishop d3. So now it's Pragg's turn. Gonna be difficult. You missed it, मिनोनल भाई. भाई वो एक पूरा टूर्नामेंट तो खैर मुश्किल होगा बिकॉज मॉड कर रहे हो. बट लेकिन वो लास्ट की मूव एक बार जरूर चेक कर लेना, बिकॉज आई थिंक दैट वाज इनसेन. वो जो रुकेश थ्री था भाई, क्रेजी था वो. जोएल डिसूजा, नहीं नहीं भाई, आई डोंट थिंक ही वाज द वन हु गॉट द 500 रुपीज. आई थिंक वो थर्ड प्लेस के लिए था, तो फर्स्ट टॉप, आई डोंट नो टॉप टू का क्या प्राइस फंड था, बट लेकिन वो समय को मिला अपेरेंटली. सो इट्स काइंड ऑफ फनी, या बिकॉज आई एम गेसिंग वो प्राइज फंड भी उसने ही सेट किया होगा, एंड देन ही इज द वन हु एंडेड अप गेटिंग द 500 रुपीज, तो बिकॉज ही फिनिश थर्ड. आई थिंक जोएल गॉट अ बिट मोर देन दैट, आई थिंक अ लॉट मोर देन दैट. सो या इट वाज ओवरऑल, आई थिंक दोनों ही खुश होंगे भाई. एंड ऑफ कोर्स द फैक्ट दैट कि मैच आर्मागेडन तक गया shows that both of the players were fighting, with everything that they have. ओलंपियाड टीम शुड, नहीं नहीं भाई, ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया. डिज़ाइन भाई, ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया भाई. बट मे बी सून भाई. नो हिट एग्जैक्टली भाई, एग्जैक्टली. एग्जैक्टली. सो बिशप डी3 के बाद अब प्रग थोड़ा सोच रहे हैं. आई थिंक ही सॉर्ट ऑफ लुकिंग टुवर्ड्स द लेफ्ट साइड, एंड एक वो थ्योरी होती है ना, राइट साइड पे अगर आप देख रहे हो तो, सॉरी, लेफ्ट साइड पे आप देख रहे हो तो यू आर ट्राइंग टू रिमेंबर समथिंग. राइट साइड पे अगर आप देख रहे हो तो यू आर ट्राइंग टू थिंक अबाउट द पोजिशन. आई थिंक प्रग वॉज ट्राइंग टू रिमेंबर स्टिल what he has looked at, because it's very likely that he knows multiple ways to play here. Like for example, bishop a6 is a possibility here, but I think I'm guessing bishop a6 he doesn't like so much, क्योंकि white के पास डायरेक्टली e5 है और ये knight के पास कोई घर नहीं है. लाइक नाइट जेट तो बिना जाने तो मैं नाइट जेट नहीं जाऊंगा ना यहाँ पे. लाइक दैट जस्ट लुक्स टू स्केरी. बट टू बी ऑनेस्ट, लाइक ही डिड टेक्निकली अलाउ e5 हियर एज वेल. सो क्या हो रहा था e5 के बाद? नाइट h5? नो भाई, नाइट जेट ही जाना था इधर. सो इफ ही नोज दिस, देन आई एम गेसिंग इट्स नॉट रियली अ प्रॉब्लम. बट आई एम गेसिंग बिशप a6 के बाद देन क्वीन e2 becomes द नेक्स्ट पॉसिबल मूव टू डिफेंड द पॉन. यू कुड आर्ग्यू कि ओके, आप तो कह रहे थे कि वाइट को ऐसे अटैक के लिए खेलना है, तो वाई आर वी डिफेंडिंग? बट आई एम गेसिंग ब्लैक डिडंट कासल, ब्लैक ऑल्सो डिडंट fully complete their development with moves like c5 or d6. So black is also sort of targeting the pawn, तो and we are not in time just yet. हमें थोड़ा टाइम बनाना यहाँ पे बहुत ज़रूरी है. जोएल, नहीं नहीं, आई एम नॉट श्योर कितने थे भाई, बट या इट आई थिंक इट वुड बी अराउंड 10 lakhs, बट आई थिंक टिक्कू भाई कैन प्रोबेबली कंफर्म, बट आई एम नॉट फुली श्योर भाई. लेट्स सी. But yeah, bishop d3, bishop a6 के बाद queen e2 is the direction, and after this black can play short castle, and I would have to think twice before doing this, because e5 के बाद भाई I'm super scared here. If I remember correctly, एक I think विशी सर खेले थे ये मैग्नस के अगेंस्ट वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में, if I remember correct. I'm not sure what game, like whether he won or not, but I have this memory of him playing a very similar setup here, and he tried to go like h4 g4, and it was a crazy end game, like, sorry, crazy middle game, and he had like a lot of chances there, but I think he didn't win that one. But it reminds me somewhat of that game. सहज भाई, आपका क्यों भाई, क्या करोगे मेरे जिम डाडिल का आप? Prag position is better according to the bar, yes, but I think position is very. अगर मैं इसको cloud पे छोड़ूँ ना, तो I think this will become just a bunch of zeros. I don't think it's better right now, क्योंकि it's we know for sure it is Gukesh's prep, like for sure. So, by as Pragg thinks, I think maybe this is the first time we can take a look at some of the other games as well. Let's check out what the GOAT is doing against the tournament leader, Wesley So. He played Sicilian again. हेलो भाई, जो लास्ट दो गेम जो मैग्नस सिसिलियन के खेला था वो दोनों हारा था एक्चुअली. He lost against Jordan and then he lost against Prague. And by the way, it was Naidov again in this scenario. By Magnus sort of sticking to the variation there. Whether it's recent work, whether if he feels more comfortable with it, could be possible. Because generally, when Magnus plays e4, c5, I think we expect knight c6, like Sveshnikov more, या फिर वो Rosolimo वाली जो territory होती है, because that really suited Magnus in the World Championships. So Naidov, I think is, of course, he has played it in the past many times, but never thought of Naidov as like a Magnus line before. But he has been playing it quite often lately, which is interesting. Anyway, so Bishop e3, this is known as English attack chat, and Black plays e5. उसके बाद आता है Knight f3. This is the first time white is sidestepping. Usually आप knight b3 जाते हो, then उसके बाद f3, queen d2. That's proper English attack on the board. But knight f3 is considered to be a more positional move, as in यहाँ पे दोनों साइड, दोनों पीसेस सेम, दोनों किंग सेम साइड पे कासल करेंगे. जब ऐसे f3 करके आप knight b3 जाते हो तो white usually castles on the long side. That leads to a more dynamic game. And this is of course more positional. Black plays queen c7 to stop white from going bishop c4 and control this square on d5. White plays a4, blocking black, to play b5. If you and see it, black की last move, white की last move दोनों prophylactic थी. For example, queen c7 stops bishop c4, a4 stops b5. That's because the position is going to be slow here. So bishop e7, bishop e2, and now Magnus thinking whether to castle or whether to play b6. I think they're both fine. I think they both should be fine. But okay, he goes castle, and now short castle I'm guessing as well. This should be quick from Wesley because I'm guessing knight f3 के साथ it should be Wesley's preparation. Yep, there it is. सहज भाई, are you really भाई कभी कभी मुझे भी डाउट होता है भाई, but yeah भाई, that is true. But Sahaj bhai and Gukesh Pragg, I have always thought knight a5, bishop a6, c5, rook c8 targets the c4 pawn, and it definitely does. Why isn't that applicable here? I meant to say black should be better. No bhai, because white has a lot of compensation in return for it. Firstly, you have double bishops. Secondly, you have complete control of the center. And remember that whoever controls the center decides which side to attack. क्योंकि जिसके पास भी सेंटर होता है वो फ्लैंक पे कहीं पे भी अटैक कर सकता है. तो दैट मीन्स I'm just going to go back to that board since we're talking about it. You can see Gukesh has complete control here in the center. Then you have double bishops. And इसके साथ साथ black most likely short side पे ही castle करेगा. And then e5, h4, knight h3, or bringing the knight via e2 to f4. And बहुत सारे यहाँ पे attacking prospects रहते हैं black, white के. So all of that for one pawn, I will take that. I will definitely take that. And I will definitely not say that means it's better for black. Can you please explain pros and cons of, you mean in the position? Yeah, I mean the position, as I explained, it's material versus basically initiative. Pragg will get material and Gukesh will have the initiative. Now, it doesn't mean one side is better and one side is worse. Just it means there is an imbalance. And जो भी बंदा उस imbalance को better handle करेगा board पे will end up let's say getting the favorable result. And favorable result, by the way, doesn't necessarily mean a win. Gukesh is saving energy for 9. अरे भाई उससे पहले तो भाई ओलंपियाड है भाई, वर्ल्ड कप नहीं भाई, ओलंपियाड है. उसके बाद he's also playing the world championship, and yeah, that's a lot of tournaments for the world champion. Let's go. Sahaj, don't you think every classical should have Armageddon? No bhai, because I think वो फिर आप पूरा ड्रॉ एलिमिनेट कर रहे हो ना चेस से. बट ड्रॉ आई थिंक इज़ अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट ऑफ चेस एज वेल, लाइक हिस्टोरिकली स्पीकिंग. फॉर एग्जाम्पल वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप्स में अगर आपको किसी को, यू कुड टेक्निकली मेक लाइक ऑल ड्रॉज एंड यू कुड स्टिल कीप योर टाइटल. तो एक वो अहमियत तो है ड्रॉ की. सो आई वुडंट चेंज दैट, बट इट्स वेरी रिफ्रेशिंग टू सी दिस फॉर्मेट. एंड ऑल्सो जो कैमरे पे मैं देख रहा हूँ वो भी आई एम गेसिंग दैट वाज द गोट, looking at the game of Gukesh and Pragg. That means he's also made his move. And by the way, let's take a look there because he has played bishop to e6. So no b6 and bishop b7, knight d7 wale plans. He goes bishop e6 instead, and I believe that's somewhat of a new territory for me because I used to play this many years back from the black side, and b6 was I think one of the moves that you would consider here a lot. But bishop e6 के भी अपने फायदे होते हैं. Black wants to go knight d7, rook c8, perhaps even focus on the d5 break. Sometimes you can play bishop c4 if white kicks you with knight g5. Sometimes you can also go for that rook takes c3 wala sacrifice, which actually we have seen in this tournament before. I'm not sure if anybody will remember, but एक rook takes c3 बड़ा crazy सा sack हमने देखा था. चैट वो कौन सा गेम था जहाँ पे हमने सिसिलियन में rook takes c3 sack देखा था? Is it live? Yes, भाई 100% live. All of this is live. No delay. And so while the players are thinking, let's take a quick look at Divya versus Zhu Jiner as well. See how she's doing, because after the loss against Bibisara, of course, एक वो win चाहिए होता है भाई, to get back into the game, get back into the groove. And she has been having, I think, a phenomenal tournament so far. Knight f3, d5, e3. Okay, this is, I think, something that we have seen many times. Usually you don't play d4 that early on. White goes c4, e6, and b3. सिंपल बिशप b2, नाइट c3, क्वीन c2. बेसिकली आप d4 होल्ड कर रहे हो फॉर एज लॉन्ग एज पॉसिबल. एंड जनरली इसको होल्ड करने का पॉइंट होता है कि लेट्स से आपने d4 खेल दिया, देन आपका ये बिशप ब्लॉक हो जाता है. ये बिशप का जो डायगनल है ये ब्लॉक हो जाएगा. सेकेंडली ब्लैक के पास एक c5 का एक ब्रेक रहता है पोजिशन में, विच it's not necessarily bad, but it can simplify matters, and it's just a different way of playing chess. So that's basically the whole point of not pushing the d pawn here. We have seen it before many times though. Bishop e7, bishop b2. Castle आता है. She develops bishop e2 as well. b6, knight c3. Bishop b7, queen c2, and she plays c5. And takes has happened on the board. भाई एक टाइम के लिए तो लगा था मुझे कि दिव्या is gonna go rook g1 and g4 and just attack. Because generally speaking, if your opponent is not careful, like for example इस situation में अगर आप खेलते हो knight bd7, like just putting it out there, ऐसी पोजीशंस में G4 इज अ वेरी डेंजरस मूव. अगर आपने घर पे देखी है तो लाइक आई एम नॉट श्योर इफ इट्स नॉट दैट बैड. यार ओनली 0.7. अगर मैं इसको छोड़ूंगा थोड़ा, आई नो इट्स गोइंग टू बी 0.4 0.5 विच विल बी प्लेबल टेरिटरी फॉर मी. सो मूव्स लाइक दैट कैन बी एक्सट्रीमली डेंजरस, एंड जू जिनर डज नॉट फॉल फॉर इट. शी प्लेस c5, एंड इसके बाद आपको d4 खेलना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो ब्लैक d4 खेल देगा. एंड वंस अगेन, flank attack does not work when your opponent controls the center. It only works when you control the center. सहज भाई, ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग डाउनवर्ड हॉरिजॉन्टल बार बहुत कंफ्यूजिंग है. अच्छे से पता नहीं चलता कौन कितने एडवांटेज में है. रिक्वेस्ट टू इधर मेक इट वो जो लेफ्ट और साइड, जो लेफ्ट और राइट जा रहा है, यू मीन, या फिर कौन सा? वैसे ही तो होता है भाई. इफ द प्लेयर विद द वाइट पीसेस इज बेटर, देन उनका बार थोड़ा आगे जाएगा. एंड आई थिंक ऑन द फ्रंट, ऑन द मेन बोर्ड, आई थिंक इट्स वर्टिकल. या या भाई, ऑनेस्टली to improve chess, eval bars वैसे भी नहीं देखने चाहिए यार. This is mostly for people who want to have like fun and stuff, but to improve, trust me, you shouldn't see it. You shouldn't see it. In fact, for the last, let's say, 3 days or so, आज तो I'm doing it because today Tikku is not here. So someone has to keep an eye on the engine in that sense. But I've been trying to also, like, you are more confident in what you calculate. You just feel better, like in general. आप बहुत clearly देख पाते हो चीज़ें. So yeah, that's the update here. By the way, some updates on the Pragg board as well. He has just played the move c5, bishop a6. By the way, 10 minutes सोचने के बाद queen e2 to defend the pawn. We predicted this, and now Pragg plays c5. So far, by the way, best moves by both of them. बट मुझे ये नहीं समझ आ रहा कि भाई इस मोमेंट पे रिग्रेट कौन कर रहा है अपनी प्रिपरेशन. कोई तो कर रहा होगा यार, बिकॉज इट्स अ वेरी शार्प गेम. Like, it doesn't feel like Pragg is out of prep yet. I feel like Pragg was thinking कि भाई कौन से setup में मुझे जाना चाहिए. I feel like he wouldn't be uncomfortable here. And also, but the obvious answer is कि Gukesh has to be more comfortable, because look at his time, look at the fact that he's controlling all the center. अगर आपको यहाँ पे let's say कुछ preparation नहीं है आपकी, if you had to choose a color, I think 99% of the people will choose white, because भाई आपके पास सब कुछ है just because of one pawn. How to study with engine, says I don't do that. I think that's not very healthy, and it should only be done after you reach a certain level, because when you know how to use it properly. उससे पहले, I think it can really restrict your growth, because you will not want to find good moves if you already know what the good move is. And वो जो, I think जस्ट द फैक्ट एक बटन दबाने से आपको बेस्ट मूव पता लग जाती है ना, दैट थॉट इटसेल्फ इज very very difficult to when you're trying to grow as a chess player. Basically like for my own personal example, until I was 15 or so, 16 or so, बहुत rarely मैं engine use करता था, बहुत rarely. That is because of course engines were not that strong either back then, but it you basically my coach could use it, when we were working, but they would make a point by nahi karna. In fact, I actually went for a coaching camp with Grandmaster Ivan Sokolov once. I think I was 17 or 18. Actually, I was 18, like around 18 at that time. And उस कैंप के पहले दिन, like पहले घंटे के अंदर, so like my coach actually told me no engines. Like for the next 10 days or so we worked. Not a single day did he was like जो भी तुझे बोलना है वो बोर्ड पे देख के बोलो, नहीं तो आप मत बोलो. And I think after that I really improved as a player. So yeah, after c5, still thinking. I think we have looked at all the Indian players. We haven't looked at Humpy ji, who's playing against Ju Wenjun, the women's world champion. Bhai, what a matchup this is as well. Let's take a quick look how Humpy ji is doing. वहां पर भी एक्चुअली निम्जो इंडियन हुआ चैट. आज निम्जो इंडियन का दिन है. वाइट प्लेज e3. दिस इज द मोर क्लासिकल ट्रेडिशनल, आई वुड से जो सबसे पुरानी चाल निम्जो इंडियन के अगेंस्ट है वो e3 है यहाँ पे. आई फील एटलीस्ट. ब्लैक को शॉर्ट कासल, बिशप d3, d5, एंड नाउ लुक एट व्हाट हम्पी जी प्लेस. आप नाइट एफ थ्री खेल के क्लासिकल वे में जा सकते थे, बट नो, हम्पी जी गोस ए3, टेक्निकली ट्रांसपोजिंग इनटू वो सैमिश वाली टेरिटरी, बट थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस बिकॉज ब्लैक ने ऑलरेडी डी5 खेल दिया है. अगर पॉन डी7 पे होता तो ये एकदम गुकेश और प्रग वाला गेम होता. बट जू एंजुन टेक्स इट. शी टेक्स बैक. Pawn takes c4, bishop takes c4, black plays the move c5, and we go knight e2, queen c7, attacking the bishop on c4. White goes queen d3, and now she breaks the center with e5. And 10 minutes सोचने के बाद, by the way. And now Humpy ji, after a 2-minute think, goes pawn takes e5. And chat, यहाँ पे for some reason queen e5 is not the top move. It is apparently rook d8, and maybe that's why Ju Wenjun is thinking. जिसके बाद पोजीशन थोड़ी क्रेजी हो सकती है. Because after rook d8, look at this. White can play bishop takes f7 check. And if you go queen takes f7, then of course the rook hangs. So you have to go king f7. Now queen c4 check. If black plays bishop e6, then queen f4 would trap the knight. And then आप दो पॉन अप हो. अभी एक पॉन आपने e5 पे मारा था, दूसरा आपने f7 पे मारा था. So black still needs to cover or take back 2 pawns in order for the material to be equal. So you cannot go bishop e6. You have to play knight d5 and then e4, queen e5, and it's just the game continues. It goes into some endgame जो थोड़ी सी equal है, but still a crazy idea. What team is सहज भाई rooting for? भाई ऐसा वो बहुत difficult है भाई आंसर. मैं इतना फुटबॉल देखता नहीं हूँ, but I think Portugal probably this time, yeah, because last time मैं अर्जेंटीना को सपोर्ट कर रहा था. इस टाइम this time probably Portugal, I would say. Where is Sahil? Sahil bhai COB में busy थे, तो Sahil bhai will definitely be here from tomorrow. But we will have a very special guest, coming very very soon in the chat, in the commentary box. So stay tuned for that. Let's actually check back with Gukesh versus Pragg and see what is the update there. So c5 के बाद Gukesh still thinking. So can we safely say that Gukesh is out of his prep? Because if we are saying that Gukesh is out of his prep, that's a bit strange to me, because c5 was technically the best move in this position. तो engine के through आप देखोगे तो सही है. Unless Gukesh was expecting Pragg to go short castle and then play c5. I'm trying to just, understand what is the thought process, because it's a bit strange that Gukesh is thinking here. Because generally इस moment पे जब आपके opponent सारे top moves खेलते हैं, then you obviously want to um, play as quickly as possible, right? That's what I'm thinking as well. अरे नहीं भाई, आप में से कोई guess नहीं कर पाएगा भाई. It's a very special guess, chat, but will be difficult to guess. Sehaj bhai, I think India should play Gukesh at board one, and any other board will reduce his confidence, especially where he is going to play World Championship this year. Bhai, true. That's a very good point, and I think most likely he would. But we don't know, bhai. We don't know how the players, because you also have to think about Arjun. You have to also think about Pragg in that sense. Last time, Arjun was slightly higher rated. एंड इस टाइम भी लाइक ही हैज फॉर द पास्ट 1 ईयर अर्जुन की रेटिंग कंसिस्टेंटली ज़्यादा रही है. आई फील गुकेश, तो एक वो भी एक फैक्टर रहता है यहाँ पे. तो आई थिंक इट डिपेंड्स ऑन हाउ द प्लेयर्स फील. And yeah, I think hopefully I think the decision will be made that's like acceptable, and all the players are happy with the decision. But why Gukesh versus Ding देखना, oh sorry, Gukesh versus Sendarov देखना है मुझे. गुकेश वर्सेस डिंग तो देख लिया मैंने, बट गुकेश वर्सेस सिंडारोव देखना है मुझे, लाइक ओलंपियाड में, उसमें मजा आएगा. By the way, knight h3 was played by the world champion, and I think a very, very aggressive move there. And chat, question for you: Can I play short castle here, just based off of instinct? Yes or no? और किसी ने थोड़ा reason भी बताइए, without telling me chess moves. Does anyone know why a move like e5 would be bad here? Oh well, short castle would be bad here, but I technically gave you the answer. Exactly. I second that sentiment, TJ concept G, because after short castle, we have the move e5. Black will go knight to e8, and suddenly we have the Greek तोहफा जो प्लीज हिंदी में आप गूगल मत करिएगा बिकॉज इट्स अ वेरी वेरी बैड आंसर. ब्लैक गोज किंग टेक्स h7, knight g5 check, king goes to g8, and you go queen e4, attacking on h7. If black plays f5 to block this, then we go queen h4, and this would be a checkmate, and black would have to play queen takes g5 to stay in the game. But of course, you're a queen down, and that should just be a resignable position. So this is what Gukesh is threatening. He's telling Pragg कि भाई castle मत करना. Whatever happens, don't castle in this position because you are not just worse, you are actually dead lost. सहज भाई, हु आर यू रूटिंग फॉर टुडे भाई? यहाँ पर तो बहुत मुश्किल है भाई. यहाँ पर तो ऑफ कोर्स वी आर रूटिंग फॉर चेस, एंड आई लव द चॉइस दैट गुकेश एक्चुअली हैड विद a3, बिकॉज आई प्लेड दिस ओपनिंग माई सेल्फ एंड इट्स वेरी वेरी शार्प. एंड जब भी ये दोनों प्लेयर्स खेलते हैं, आई फील गेम हमेशा शार्प रहता है. सो आई राइट नाउ वी डोंट नो के कंसिस्टेंटली who is outperforming whom because they're so close to each other. So it's always fun, bhai. I'm rooting for chess here. गेस्ट कॉमेडिएटर्स WGM भाई, ये तो आपने टिक्कू की बात कर दी. Exactly. Which venue for World Championship you like? I'm not sure, भाई. I think India. I wouldn't say India या फिर उज्बेकिस्तान. कोई न्यूट्रल जगह पे जैसे सिंगापुर वगैरह था, वहाँ बढ़िया होगा. I think India is also great, but लेकिन गुकेश के ऑलरेडी बहुत प्रेशर में रहेगा गुकेश for the World Championship because of how the past couple of years have been, and India is only gonna make that pressure more. तो I think वो remove करना, वो pressure वाला part is very important, I think, for the World Champion. So I wouldn't say to do it in India. What's your rating, Sahej bhai? Bhai, almost 2500, almost. भाई ये कौन है? आप दुर्गा जी, आप कौन हो? आप किसी का तो ऑल्ट अकाउंट हो. आप किसके ऑल्ट अकाउंट हो, आप ये बताओ मुझे, क्योंकि आपका ऑल्ट अकाउंट हो गया रिवील अब. बट क्रेजी भाई. हेलो सहज भाई. Lovely analysis of the castling line. Exactly, bhai. And it's scary, I would say, for Gukesh. But of course, it's scary for Pragg. I mean, but I think Pragg will not play short castle here because he has tried to not do that. And of course, he can calculate this in like 2 seconds. I'm thinking something like rook c8. कि थोड़ा और डिले करते हैं, और मे बी जस्ट टेक ऑन d4 एंड देन प्ले rook c8. कि इस पॉन पे ही तो फोकस करना था, तो लेट्स जस्ट डू दैट. एंड लेट्स सी हाउ द गेम कंटिन्यूज. मे बी e5, knight g8, and no, whatever I do in this position, I seem to not like it that much for Pragg, yeah, because I really think there is too much initiative for White here, and one mistake for Pragg could mean that he's in a dead loss position technically. So बहुत बहुत carefully खेलना पड़ेगा, at least the next 5 to 10 moves. Very very careful you have to be. Says you still play. I do, but not as much as I would like to. Playing chess, I mean. Sahaj, build your greatest chess team in history. Olympiad team in history. Oh, that's a very difficult question, भाई. That's a very very difficult question. ये तो भाई historically बोल दिया आपने भाई. Historic current में तो it's easier. Historically तो भाई मेरे को पूरा research करना पड़ेगा because that team will be unbeatable. But of course it has to have Magnus Kasparov Fischer. It has to have that. Then I think I would put Vichy sir, and then I would put probably it's gonna be between Karpov or Kramnik. उसमें टॉस करना पड़ेगा, बट दैट्स अ गुड टॉस टू हैव भाई, दोनों में ही जीत रहे हो आप Says why how often does the GM's analysis diverge from the engines like this position where engine says it's equal but you don't like this for black? It doesn't. I don't think our analysis. See, our analysis and our understanding are two different things. We understand the analysis, but we still disagree because samne wala is also a human. And as a human, I think it's very hard to play this from the black side. So that where I'm saying I don't like this for black, that's me saying personally, if I was playing this from the black pieces, I don't think this is a great position to be in because you have not castled, your pieces don't look very well coordinated, your queen is still there, space is just completely gone, white has complete control of the center, and all for just one pawn. And if I can be like 100% honest here, like this opening right here is the one of the main reasons why I don't play Nimzo Indian with the black pieces. Like if you go back and look at my classical games, my Nimzo Indian was my main weapon. I would play Nimzo Indian and Queens Indian. But because of this A3 variation, I just disliked it so much for black that the fact कि आपको इतना aggressively defend करना पड़ता है, I switched to like more solid options like QGD हो गया या फिर Ragozin हो गया and so on. This was one of my main reasons. But that doesn't mean that the line is bad. But you have to a variation which one person doesn't like. It doesn't mean that the other does not. What about d6 here, Sahaj? D6, I think is I don't like this so much because it's not really a move that threatens anything. I feel like Rook C8 is gaining a tempo. I think that's pretty good. If you said pawn takes and then d6, yes, I would agree with you. But d6 के बाद, I'll tell you what I don't like. I don't like the fact that white can play d5. एंड ये सपने जो पॉन इस पॉन को मारने के हैं, ये सपने रह जाएंगे उसके बाद, क्योंकि एक थर्ड पीस भी तो चाहिए ना आपको. लाइक आई हैव टू पीसेस डिफेंडिंग द पॉन ऑन c4 एंड ब्लैक इज अटैकिंग विद टू पीसेस एज वेल. You need a third piece to attack, which is going to be the rook. So let's say you play rook c8 and white goes d5, then this pawn could be blocked. Yes, this pawn is weak. Definitely it's a weakness and हमें यहाँ पे नजर रखनी पड़ेगी forever. But I feel because the attack is happening so aggressively on the king side, it can be dangerous. Like black also needs to act fast, I feel. Oh, he takes on d4. Very human decision. Sahaj bhai, what about knight b3 for Pragg and then taking the rook? Now, I think that would be kind of जो imbalance position में है, आप उसको balance कर रहे हो. As in, ब्लैक के व्हाइट के पास डबल बिशप्स है, आप अब उन डबल बिशप का इम्बैलेंस हटा रहे हो पोजीशन से, बट एट द सेम टाइम आप अपना अटैकर भी हटा रहे हो. एंड आई थिंक दिस इज वन ऑफ द टेक्स्ट बुक मिस्टेक्स वी सी फ्रॉम लेट्स से नॉट लाइक इनएक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर्स, जहाँ पर कोई भी इम्बैलेंस होता है, एक के पास मटेरियल हो और एक के पास अटैक हो. जो बंदे के पास मटेरियल होगा ना, वो हमेशा ये सोचता रहेगा कि भाई हाउ शुड आई ट्राई टू लेवल द पोजिशन, क्योंकि मेरा मटेरियल है कम. Like how can I try to even the odds there? And that's one of the biggest mistakes. Whenever there is an imbalance, you should try to play with your strengths as much as possible, क्योंकि बाद में जाके if you do win that battle, your opponent will offer you the material anyways. Like for example, this is a very simple example. Imagine, I'm sure a lot of you will remember वो जो rook takes c3 जो sacrifice की जो मैं बात कर रहा था Sicilian में. You remember that position, right? वो rook c3. Anyway, you remember the concept कि exchange sack हुआ था but कुछ immediately मिल नहीं रहा था. आप सोचो कि एक्सचेंज सैक करने के बाद आपको कुछ इमीडिएटली मिल नहीं रहा है, बट आपके दिमाग में अभी भी बैठा हुआ है कि आई एम डाउन एन एक्सचेंज. And if your thought process is, how do I get my exchange back? Then you are sacrificing for the wrong reasons. Because you sacrifice back then क्योंकि आपके opponent का king से unsafe हो रहा था, their pawn structure was breaking. So if you stick to that reasoning, then it's much more easily playable. बिकॉज इफ यू डू प्रूव कि आपका पॉन स्ट्रक्चर वीक है या फिर आपका किंग वीक है, देन आपका अपोनेंट ऑटोमेटिकली वो देगा भाई आपको एक्सचेंज वापस कि भाई छोड़ो मुझे. सो दिस इज वेयर it's very very important. I know it's easy to say these things, but it's very very difficult to imply. And by the way, chat, something crazy is about to happen in this game because there is an insane move for Pragg and an even more insane response for Gukesh there. So the insane move is knight to b3. And now white can just give up the rook on b1 or on a1, and you can just play the move e5. What? Knight takes a1, e takes f6, queen f6, and okay, you're technically getting this back. But is that enough? Okay, maybe it's not that crazy, yeah. But still, e5 is just a ridiculous move to play, I think, over the board by Sukha Rook. Wow, that looks very, very difficult. And if black goes knight g8 anyways, then white has to play rook b1. Oh, sorry, I think board नहीं था क्या पहले? समय भाई? Okay. So after rook b1, I'm asking board नहीं था क्या पहले? Okay, okay, got it. So you saw this e5 knight a1 wala idea, and if black plays knight g8, we have rook b1, knight takes d4. So technically you're a pawn down, but still the position is roughly balanced. White goes queen f2. Black plays knight to c6. Of course, your knight is under attack. Maybe you can defend it via bishop b2 or queen g3. I like queen g3 more because it's also not just defending, it's also attacking something, which is the pawn on g7. Black plays knight g7, again offering the pawn, again giving back the, let's say, the initiative in that sense. And white says, no, you can just go short castle. And this is a very difficult position to evaluate, I would say, from either side. Maybe more so for Pragg, because he has to face the attack. Once again, short castle would be a huge blunder here because bishop takes h7, knight g5, and queen h4 would just be GG's. That would just be GG. So you're gonna have to be very careful. And ये आ सकता है board पे if Pragg plays the move knight b3. अब समझ आ रहा है why Gukesh was thinking for such a long time when he played the move when he played the move knight h3. I'm guessing he has already calculated all of this. Jayaj bhai, how many blindfold games can you play at the same time right now? By right now, though, it's probably not a good idea because we're doing commentating. But in general, I think a few. I haven't really tried to think कि कितने सारे कर सकता हूँ. But I used to be able to play, let's say, 3 against like family members. I've done it before when I was younger. ये सब प्रेप में होगा ना? नहीं नहीं भाई, प्रेप नहीं लग रही मुझे. प्रग के लिए तो डेफिनेटली प्रेप नहीं है. 1 घंटा 35 मिनट भाई, नो चांस. नो चांस दिस इज प्रेप. लाइक आप इतनी शार्प पोजीशन में डेफिनेटली नहीं घुसोगे. कंसिडरिंग कंसिडरिंग एवरीथिंग है क्या? नो चांस आई थिंक. I want to understand one thing. These GMs calculate every combination of the pieces, positions at 3, 4 level or just one level, like the thing you said for bishop sacrifice. There's no level, I think. It's just how, depth, basically. How deeply can you calculate, essentially, and you can make sense of it. How many games have been played like this? Quite, I think, exact position. Actually, exact position भी आई हुई है भाई पहले. This was played by many, actually, around 15 games or so I can see in the database. And it was played by Norderbeck against Wei in 2025 previously. And some other players as well. There is Lazavic as well who has played this. There's Sam Shankland has played this before with the white pieces. So line में थोड़ा दम है. And of course, lots of strong players have tried it in the past. Gukesh would be the highest rated player though, who has played this in classical for sure. But iske around, as in, if you could change one thing about the position, let's say you could add, I'm just randomly saying bishop b2 and rook c8, then also you will find a lot of games. If you played castle and rook c8, you will, or black playing castle, white plays something else. Like एक चीज इधर उधर करके, I'm sure you will find many games in this position through transposition. Says he's analyzing Pragg and really, what are you? Wow, I will check it, bhai. अरे हाँ, that is true. Pai Sessi is technically analyzing Gukesh versus Pragg today. That's interesting. Generally, when Magnus is playing, it's Magnus's game that gets, analyzed by Sessi. At least from what I know. But wow, we see a 0-0-0 eval. भाई एकदम super computer के साथ भी. So chat, this proves it, yeah? Pragg is not better here. एक high depth में सब कुछ equal हो जाता है. Gukesh may beat Pragg twice and Pragg already defeated Magnus twice means Guki defeated. अरे नहीं नहीं भाई, इसका ये ऐसे आप, ये तो आरसीबी लेवल वाली कैलकुलेशन हो गई. नो नो भाई, ऐसे नहीं चलता. इफ यू बीट द प्लेयर, यू बीट द प्लेयर, दैट्स इट. But bhai, that would be insane because Pragg did defeat Magnus Carlsen twice in classical. I think for the first time in Magnus's life this has happened. In the same event, if the world champion is able to beat Pragg, it would be huge. The transition from chaotic, अरे 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 भाई, So been following both tournaments since their start. Very excited for upcoming Olympiad and WCC. Arey, thank you so much, bhai. Pratham bhai, thank you so much, bhai. Love to see it. And of course, we have another guest also coming very very soon. So मजा तो आएगा चैट आज. भाई आरसीबी लेवल की कैलकुलेशन हुई ना ये तो. लाइक मैंने उसको हराया, उसने उसको हराया, तो मतलब मैंने उस ऐसे थोड़ी ना होता है भाई. ऐसे तो मतलब लाइक यू टेक्निकली इफ यू प्लेड अ गेम ऑफ चेस यू टेक्निकली डिफीटेड मैग्नस कार्लसन. लाइक किसी ना किसी तरीके से तो होगा ही है. तो भाई उसको ऐसे रखो. जो जो वन ऑन वन स्कोर होता है वही 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 मैटर करता है, फील नथिंग एल्स. So yeah, that's the situation. Bhai, एक quick look on the bird's eye view, Samay bhai, if that's possible, just to check all the games and get an insight of what is going on, where we are. So on the top left corner, we see Vincent versus Alireza, जहाँ पर pawn c4 और f4 दोनों पे आ चुका है. And looks kind of equalish, but I would say a little bit more comfortable for Firouzja. Just I know he has double pawns, but it's about to get traded off. I like that square on d4 that Firouzja has. That's on the top left corner of the screen chat. Wesley versus Magnus, we were taking a very deep look on this earlier, and looks like Wesley has taken that bishop on e6 with knight g5, and Magnus didn't play bishop c4. I think that probably because the knight was on c6 already. And with his last move, bishop c4, उसने pawn जो e6 का है center वाला, वहाँ पे he's putting pressure. Oh, by the way, Pragg has big news actually. Pragg has played rook c8. That was the best move in the position, attacking that pawn on c4. So I think this is a golden moment to understand if this is still Gukesh's prep or not. If he thinks for more than 5 minutes, probably not prep. आते हैं Divya versus Zhu Jiner पे because she has played d4. So no king side attack वाले plans anymore. But we are gonna get some maybe an IQP या फिर we're gonna get hanging pawns. अगर white c5 पे मारता है तो hanging pawns, black d4 पे मारता है तो that would be IQP. And then we have Bibisara versus Anna Muzychuk. Bibisara, of course, leading the tournament by I think 5 points or so. So almost जीत ही चुकी हैं भाई वो यहाँ पे. But still looks comfortable for her. I think a smarter thing would be here, just whites have force karo draw, go to the Armageddon, and the tournament is basically over. You've won it in classical. And look at this, Humpy G versus Ju Wenjun. That variation that we were discussing, chat, is on the board where she has just played e4 and after queen takes e5. This is literally that position we were talking about. So she did play bishop f7 there, and she's technically she has 2 pawns for a piece, but वो knight d5 का मरने वाला है. And I think after all trades are done, it's just going to be an equal game. And I will predict Humpy ka game will finish very quickly because that looks like not a lot of chess is left there. Because if I take the pawn with my queen, you take my knight, I take back with my queen, and it's going to be an endgame. Opposite colored bishops already hai. I feel that's going to be a draw. Yeah, I think soon. So yeah, that's basically the update on the bird's eye view. Let's go back to maybe Gukesh versus Pragg because I see a blue arrow. Why am I seeing a blue arrow? That's something I did not expect because that means moves like short castle are not good here. That means short castle jaisi chalein are giving black some initiative. So already some pressure on Gukesh here to play the most accurate moves. Sehaj bhai, please come back. Bhai, I'm here. Sahej bhai, how do GMs remember huge amount of games compared to normal players? Because bhai, most GMs are playing chess for 20 years. It's something that they breathe. You are getting trained in basically every single day for many hours sometimes, and कुछ महीने ऐसे भी होते हैं where you are just breathing chess essentially. So it sticks with you. Can you show how players evaluate positions without engine when there is no clear? Okay, actually that's a good exercise. I'm happy to do that. So the question is, can you show how players evaluate positions without engine when there is no clear material imbalance? Okay, so what I'm about to show you, chat, was taught to me by one of my coaches. His name is Vladimir Chuchalov, and he's the coach of Fabiano Caruana, and he was also the coach of Anish Kyrgios and many other top players as well. He's considered one of the best coaches in the world. He's also a grandmaster. Very strong. Belgium में रहते हैं वो. And very difficult to, by the way, get training from him. Just putting it out there. But he taught me this method. It's called the strategic balance. And the idea is simple कि जैसे मैंने अभी evaluation bar बंद कर दिया है. The point is that the first moment जहाँ पर आपकी preparation खत्म होती है, that's where you do it the first time. So let's say, of course, I'm gonna assume that I'm playing as this is the first moment जहाँ पे मेरी preparation खत्म होती है, right? तो पहले एलिमेंट्स होते हैं तीन, विच इज किंग सेफ्टी, मटेरियल, पॉन स्ट्रक्चर्स. सो किंग सेफ्टी, किसका किंग ज़्यादा सेफ है? मटेरियल, किसके पास ज़्यादा मटेरियल है? ऑफ कोर्स दैट ऑल्सो मैटर्स. एंड पॉन स्ट्रक्चर. एंड पॉन स्ट्रक्चर की जब मैं बात करता हूँ तो उसमें हम ये नहीं पूछ रहे हैं कि कौन सा पॉन वीक है, कौन सा पॉन स्ट्रांग है. सिर्फ ये पूछा जा रहा है कि कौन से पॉन, कितने पॉन्स टूटे हुए हैं, एज इन कितने आपके आइलैंड्स हैं. आप यहाँ पे ब्लैक के दो हैं, वाइट के भी दो हैं, राइट? सो किंग सेफ्टी, मटेरियल, पॉन स्ट्रक्चर, एंड ये तीन जो एलिमेंट्स हैं ये हमेशा ऑर्डर में आने चाहिए, बिकॉज किंग सेफ्टी इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट, मटेरियल इज द सेकंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट, एंड पॉन स्ट्रक्चर इज द थर्ड, एटलीस्ट अकॉर्डिंग टू द बैलेंस. देन उसके बाद एक छोटे छोटे एलिमेंट्स होते हैं, जैसे स्पेस हो गया, पीस एक्टिविटी हो गई. एंड वो मैं उस वो दैट गेट्स वेरी वेरी डिटेल, सो आई एम नॉट गोना गो इनटू दैट. जस्ट रिमेंबर दीज थ्री थिंग्स फॉर नाउ. एंड पॉइंट इसका ये नहीं है कि टू अंडरस्टैंड कौन बेटर है, पॉइंट है कि किसका बेटर बैलेंस है. नाउ फॉर एग्जाम्पल, वी कैन एस्टिमेट दैट ब्लैक का किंग मे बी ज़्यादा अनसेफ है, क्योंकि वाइट कासल कर सकता है बट ब्लैक कासल नहीं कर सकता. तो दैट इज अ +1 फॉर वाइट. ठीक है. अब मटेरियल वाइज यू कैन सी वाइट का एक पॉइंट मरने वाला है, दैट मीन्स ब्लैक का एक प्लस पॉइंट होने वाला है, वाइट का एक माइनस पॉइंट होने वाला है. तो इसके थ्रू यू कैन गेट एन अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ हाउ यू विल इवेल्युएट, हाउ यू विल अंडरस्टैंड द पोजिशन. एंड इसके साथ आपके दो ऑप्शंस होते हैं. पहली ऑप्शन, आप अगर मटेरियल आपके फेवर में, सॉरी बैलेंस अगर आपके फेवर में है तो आप पोजिशनली खेलो. अगर बैलेंस आपके फेवर में नहीं है तो आप डायनामिकली खेलो. दैट्स इट. बिकॉज यहाँ पे पॉन मर रहा है, बैलेंस इज नॉट इन नेसेसरली इन गुकेश's favor, and king's safety is something that doesn't last very long. That's why Gukesh must attack. That's what the bar is telling us right now. So this is basically a rough idea of how you can try to evaluate any position, essentially any position, and generally try to do this uh, when the first time वो position आती है जहाँ पे आपकी opening preparation नहीं है. That will really help you understand uh, and evaluate the position better. But yeah, coming back to the games, E5, as you mentioned, so you can see because balance wise, Gukesh is not okay. राइट वो कह रहा है कि आपका किंग सेफ्टी है तो भाई अभी अटैक करो, क्योंकि किंग सेफ्टी हमेशा शॉर्ट टर्म रहता है. तो दैट्स वाई E5, दिस इज द फर्स्ट मूव यू शुड लुक एट बेस्ड ऑन द एंटायर इवेल्युएशन. ये मेथड हर हर जगह काम करता है. आई थिंक इट्स द मोस्ट लाइक रिलायबल मेथड दैट आई फाउंड, that pretty much work. And of course, different coaches have like different ideas. And by the way, we do have a confessional incoming. We'll pick up this chat, of course, afterwards. Let's hear what the GOAT has to say.
I'm finding this position very uncomfortable. Like, we're 10 moves in, I think, about that. And both players have castled. And there's no imminent attack. There's no imminent crisis in the center or anything like that. It's just a kind of normal positional game. It's just blowing my mind. I haven't seen one of those all tournament, essentially. I don't know what to do.
And that was the GOAT with some words. I think thoda I'm not sure. He doesn't look as happy with, I think, the overall performance, but I think वो एकदम chilled mood में भी लग रहा है मुझे. But let's see how the game continues. I'm genuinely surprised by the fact that he's playing night off again, considering last two games were not very good, and tournament also has not gone amazing in that sense. So generally players try to play a bit more solid, but भाई वो goat है, वो जो करेगा that will become the norm in like a couple of so I'm also learning here, but yeah, here to always good to hear from the GOAT. Asking for a third time, sorry bhai, what are your views on what it'll take for Praggnanandhaa to win this match, simply because at least that one Indian could be amongst the toppers if Pragg can calculate better than Gukesh in this position. Like I don't basically, if he can manage the position, क्योंकि यहाँ पर वही जीतेगा जो कैलकुलेट बेटर कर सकता है बेसिकली. अगर अगली 10 साल के अंदर जो प्लेयर बेटर होगा वो बंदा जीत जाएगा मोस्ट लाइकली. अगर गुकेश फिर भी बेटर है मतलब ही विल बी वेरी क्लोज टू विनिंग. और अगर प्रग ने इक्वलाइज कर लिया या फिर ही somehow finds a way to consolidate this pawn on C4 without giving much, then Pragg could win this. सहज भाई चेस में नहीं नहीं भाई ऐसा, आई मीन ऑफिशियल इवेंट्स में होता होगा, आई एम नॉट श्योर, बट नॉट इन एन ओपन इवेंट और समथिंग लाइक दिस, नॉट दैट आई एम अवेयर ऑफ भाई, बट आई थिंक होता है ऑफिशियल इवेंट्स में होता है भाई. You recently saw Pragg's spot. I actually saw that as well, but I should have connected those dots because Pragg did end up, winning COB. So it would be very good relevance there. But yeah, भाई मजा. सबने देखा COB. क्या बात है भाई, मैंने भी देखा एक्चुअली. आई वाज वाचिंग बेसिकली द फर्स्ट टू गेम्स जहाँ पे प्रखर जीता, फिर उसके बाद आई थॉट कि मैच तो अब खत्म हो गया है, तो आई जस्ट लेफ्ट इट. फिर उसके बाद देखा कि जोएल एक्चुअली मेड दैट गोटेड कम बैक विद 2-2, एंड देन आर्मागेडन चल रहा था भाई. इट वाज एब्सोल्युटली क्रेजी. Do grandmasters calculate worst moves too? No, you just calculate the best moves, and of course there is this thing called process of elimination. Like शुरुआत में, of course, I the question was how to evaluate the position, right? Evaluate के बाद आता है calculate. उसके बाद आप कैंडिडेट मूव्स निकालते हो, ठीक है. E5 एक अग्रेसिव चाल है, कासल में ठीक है मेरा किंग सेफ हो रहा है, नाइट G5 थोड़ी अग्रेसिव चाल है, बिशप G5 थोड़ी अग्रेसिव चाल है. देन यू विल स्टार्ट थिंकिंग अबाउट दीज मूव, यू विल मेक अ मेंटल नोट कि ठीक है यहाँ पे बिशप G5 में ये हो रहा है, E5 में ये हो रहा है, कासल में ये हो रहा है. देन उसके बाद आप हर पोजीशन कंपेयर करते हो एक के साथ, इसमें एंड में ये आ रही थी, इसमें एंड में ये आ रही थी, एंड देन यू इवैल्यूएट अगेन एट द एंड एंड देन यू मेक अ डिसीजन. ऑफ कोर्स दिस इज व्हाई sometimes you see, for example, Hikaru thinking for 67 minutes. Like that's what is going through. They are always calculating. Sometimes the position can be so difficult, so complicated that even that much time is not enough. Guys, like how often players do in their first move, they think a lot for simple move is not. भाई हमारे लिए सिंपल है ना वो, बिकॉज अगेन आपने बार देख लिया, बार देखने के बाद सब सिंपल लगता है भाई. फिर उसके बाद ना आई थिंक एवरी वन tries to justify what they see in the bar. Like for example, after seeing the move e5, it's so easy to justify, right? Oh, e5 is a great move. It kicks the knight back to its original square. Why else would you not play it? But let's assume I didn't see the bar. Now, why am I not thinking to play e5 after bishop g5? Because that pins your knight and I can win a piece. But ये thought किसी के दिमाग में नहीं आया because हमने e5 already देखा. But ये thought गुकेश के दिमाग में आएगा ना, because he's not seeing the bar. So my question now is, why not bishop g5 with the idea of e5? Because on the board, if this is there, these are the only two moves I'm thinking about, because ये दोनों direct है. Bishop g5 के बाद e5 या फिर e5 directly. When a position is too complicated. Yeah. Okay. We're just trying something, chat. Just give us like a few seconds. Yeah, sure, bhai. Sure. No worries. Chad, I think next confessional ke time, I think something we're gonna try, but I think we'll see. Let's get back to the position. So yeah, these are the two moves. So of course, I asked you now, right? But now you're thinking about it. I'm hoping that some of you are thinking about this, point that why not bishop g5 and then e5, because it looks so logical. Now I'm winning a piece. Actually, हो क्या रहा है bishop g5 में? Black has to play apparently knight b3. And if you guys remember that e5 was working in one of the previous positions, right? वो move अब क्यों नहीं काम कर रही है? तो e5, knight takes a1, pawn takes f6, gf6, white has to go bishop h4 apparently. Bishop h6 is also kind of interesting. ये knight a1 पे है, पूरा एकदम खाली, and black has to play d5 and black is almost winning. Now, finding all of this and evaluating it in the end as winning for black is a very difficult thing to do for most chess players. Like it's a very very difficult thing to do, because उन इन चालों के बीच में 100 चालें और हैं जो आपको वो भी कैलकुलेट करनी है. सो दैट्स परहैप्स द रीजन व्हाई बिशप g5 knight b3 is a move, but I'm still not convinced because I can play rook d1, and if you take my pawn on d4, I can just move my queen. But chat, you have the move e5, and I'm not able to play e5 anymore. So there is a tactical reason for why bishop g5 does not work. I can hear something on the audio. Yeah, I can hear. I'm not sure if the chat can hear this. Okay. Great. That's amazing. Why it worked? Oh, amazing, भाई, amazing. That's actually great news. भाई वो जो अपडेट था चैट वो मेरे लिए था, so sorry about that, but yeah, we'll come back to the games. all the RCB fans should quit watching. अरे भाई 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 भाई, अरे भाई भाई भाई, आप तो गुस्सा हो गए भाई. चिल भाई, चिल करिए भाई. Bishop g5 and then e5 is wrong because h3, e5, h takes g4, ef6, queen, h3. Yeah, so you see, after bishop g5, let's assume there is no knight b3, right? Let's assume there is, let's say d, okay, d6 में तो e5 नहीं आएगा. Let's say castle. White खेलता है e5, h6, bishop h4. If you played the move g5, I have knight takes g5. This I saw. Pawn takes g5, bishop g5, and your knight is still trapped. Your king is basically dead. And it doesn't change if you don't castle. Like king e8 पे रुके चिट पे से कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है. So there are variations which are working for white as well in that sense. And calculating all of this, because guess what, chat? After e5, knight g8, white Gukesh has to play bishop g5 anyways. So it's all about पहले क्या खेलना है, second में आपको क्या खेलना है. Essentially, it's all about move order. Both of these moves have already happened in Gukesh's mind. सहज भाई, ये कैसे सवाल आ रहे हैं जॉर्डन जी? कैसे कैसे सवाल आ रहे हैं भाई? ऐसे सवाल क्यों है भाई? I listen sometimes watching the game. Yeah. Yes, I can relate to that, Michael, sometimes after the previous one, but let's continue. Sehaj bhai, book recommendations for 2000 elo rated player. I think try to do combinations. I would say read books. I do read chess books still, but I think they are more for historical facts and not really for chess growth as much, because I think it kind of hinders it in some ways as well. I think because of all the online stuff, all the digital stuff that you can do. Yeah, I mean, you can do puzzles, you can do tactics, you can look at video lessons, which I think are more instructive in that, at least for a kid. Because कौन मतलब which young kid wants to read a chess book for like 300 pages long? It's very very difficult to do that. सहज भाई, हाउ टू काउंटर लेजी कैलकुलेशन. भाई आई थिंक उसके लिए कंसिस्टेंसी बिल्ड करना बहुत बहुत ज़रूरी है. Like as in you have to calculate every single day. You have to try to do puzzles every single day. That will build a habit, and then calculation will no longer be like optional, which it shouldn't be, by the way. Oh ho ho, chat. We have a very juicy from Pragg himself. Let's hear what he has to say.
Okay, another day and another opening which my second told me will come, and I didn't check it properly. I did open this file yesterday and then I quickly went through, but I don't remember anything right now. I feel like this is the game between Nordirbeck and Wei from one of the Vikanzis, but I can't fully recollect, and there are like a lot of different interesting options, and I hope he's out of book. He's thinking so. If he's out of book, then that's a good thing. Position is complicated, so we'll see.
तो मतलब वैभव ओपी is what Pragg is telling us. And second time apparently हुआ कि Pragg के second ने बोला भाई यही opening आने वाली है बोर्ड पे आज. And apparently Pragg ने उसको 100% attention नहीं दिया उस opening को. That's what Pragg is telling us. So वैभव ओपी भाई, he's doing his job. He's doing some good work there. But looks like Pragg is still kind of managing on his own, because look at that, knight g8 is played already. What? So e5 खेला था Gukesh ने. He of course finds the best move, and knight g8 instantly responded by Pragg, and Pragg फिर से board से उठ गए भाई. And now the pawn on c4 is really under attack. And chat again, if you are wondering what to do now, वो जो मैंने आपको balance का जो तरीका बताया था, you shouldn't do it again now. It's not like you should do it with every move, because then you are gonna run into time pressure. सिर्फ तब करना है वो जब whenever the face of the position changes. So for example, you are transitioning. जब कोई दो तीन पीस ट्रेड होते हैं, जब कुछ एक पॉन आगे बढ़ता है या दो तीन पॉन आगे बढ़ते हैं, जब स्ट्रक्चर चेंज होता है, ideally 10-15 moves के अंदर, then you should try to do it again. But I think the approach is still the same. White should not waste any time. Try to attack. Bishop g5 is a very strong move. I think short castle is another very interesting move. But I'm a little afraid of knight b3. Not because you can take this on a1 or not. I just don't like that you can take this bishop, because I feel like that's my main attacker. like in the position. And of course, we can argue that the bishop on d3 is also a great attacker, but at the same time, black does have his central pawns fixed on the light squares. And I see the square on d6. I see the potential the square of f6 could have in the position. And there will be positions where after knight e7 short castle, moves like bishop h6, just khali, aise hi sack karna would be possible. So I really want to keep this bishop for as long as I can. Or only sacrifice it when I can remove a defender from my opponent's situation. But let's see. आरसीबी यस गो लेट्स गो भाई लेट्स गो भाई वो तो जीती भी है अच्छा इसीलिए इसीलिए लोग इतना खुश थे हम अब तो फर्क भी नहीं पड़ता होगा क्योंकि दो इट्स लाइक 2 times in a row they won. Difference between GM and a computer, everything भाई everything. A computer can calculate way strong. The computer is much stronger in every single possible way, but we can understand things that other humans can, which I think a machine kind of struggles with. Jahid bhai, so show Ju Wenjun. Absolutely, bhai. Let's take a look at Humpy G versus Ju Wenjun because she has offered that queen trade that we were talking about. So basically, I'm just going to run through the moves very quickly. We were on rook d8, and she does take on f7. This was a brilliancy. King f7, queen check, bishop, knight goes to d5. White plays e4 and black plays the move b5. And after this, only move for Humpy G to play queen a2. And chat, question for you. Why is queen a2 the only move? Why not queen b3? Yeah, someone asked, like, some time ago, whether GMs think about bad moves. Here, I will think about why this is. I don't know whether Queen B3 or A2 is good, but I will eliminate one of them based on calculation, let's say. Exactly, the pawn on C4. That's a very important nuance in the position. So that's why Queen A2, taking it away completely. Up C4 is not a tempo anymore. And black plays Queen takes E5, pawn takes D5 aata hai, and Queen takes D5, and Humpy G now debating whether she should go into the endgame or not. Sir, explain about Zugzwang. Zugzwang is I think it's a situation in chess where making no move is the best move. And if there is anyone who likes to watch movies, there is a movie I would recommend. It's called Mr. Nobody. I'm not sure how many of you would have seen this movie before, but he does explain the concept of Zugzwang like to a non-chess player. Like there is a moment in the film towards the last 10 minutes of the film where he explains what a Zugzwang really is. And to people who don't understand chess at a technical level, I would recommend that you watch that movie and you will understand the what is a Zugzwang in a non-chess way. Sahej bhai, I started playing 24 days ago and I'm 400 elo. I don't know what to do. Study about openings or moves or just play and learn or something else. I think just try to have fun, bhai. Try to do tactics, try to play a lot. And I think it's most importantly, it's very important to develop a good relationship with the game. Like you enjoy the fact that you play, and you can only do it by playing more and more, especially in the beginning. So queen takes d5. I think Humpy is going to think for a little bit, and then we will have, I think, some moves. Let's switch back to Gukesh versus Pragg. But before we do that, I feel like we have our special guest with us already. She is India's 23rd women grandmaster, uh, Priyanka Nutaki. Hi, Priyanka. Welcome to the
Hi,
stream.
Sahaj. Thank you for having me.
Arey, amazing, amazing, amazing. Chat, be nice. We finally have a real woman grandmaster, because Tikku Bhai, who's generally commentating with me, he was boasting to us, Priyanka, that he has a WGM norm just 3 days ago.
Really?
Yes, he was. This is a true thing. So now we have an actual woman grandmaster on the board. So thank you. It's very, very nice. Have you been following the tournament so far, Priyanka?
Yes, I was following. And I find this Humpy Ju Wenjun's game very, very interesting right now.
The game between Humpy Ji and Ju Wenjun?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Absolutely. We were just actually taking a look at that brilliancy with bishop takes f7 check. That was crazy. But
yes.
after all the simplification has happened, who do you think has a better chance in this position? Or do you think this is headed towards, let's say, equality?
I like black's position a bit more than white. I think it's very comfortable to be black here. What do you think? Because of the pawn structure.
Right.
But it
So
should
white.
be heading towards a
Mhm.
draw, probably.
Right. Yeah, I think you might be right there. So, uh, Prega, I think you did play Humpy G as well, if I'm not mistaken, right? You did play her in the
Yeah.
World Cup, if I'm not mistaken. Bye bye. She's someone who has played World Cup. That's insane. What do you think in a position like this and in the Armas? Who do you think has a better chance if you had to pick a player? Sorry to put you on the spot. You can say no if you don't want to pick a player. But who do you think has a better chance in Arma?
I think Humpy does. I mean, she's great at speed chess, yeah. I'm a
Hmm.
little biased here, but I think Humpy will have a better chance.
No bias, but the person from my city is the one who's gonna win. As per
Yeah.
that's crazy. By the way, Queen takes d5, Rook d5 has happened, and yeah, Hampiji is still thinking. I think we have not taken a look at Divya versus Zhu Jiner in quite some time, and would love to get your thoughts here, Priyanka. This is the current position.
hmm
Zhu has just played the move Queen c7. We have hanging pawns on the board. And a very juicy sacrifice, knight takes d5, is possible. What do you make of this? What do you think is who do you think is more comfortable here?
Definitely white because of the pawn structure again, but knight d5 is insane. What is happening after knight d5, knight d5, rook d5, bishop d5, rook d5? And how do you
Mhm.
evaluate? Okay, a6 is a little weak and you have double bishops.
Mhm.
But I think on the board it's difficult to evaluate, right? How do you evaluate as better? You might think that, okay, you have compensation, but would you actually feel that it's better?
No, no, no. I'm only saying that because I'm looking at the bar and it's corrupting my judgment. But honestly, like I would think that after Queen c7, I would calculate the move knight takes d5, and I would say, okay, I already like my position. Do I need to
Exactly.
sack an exchange to like it afterwards? I mean, what, I can like my position without sacrificing a rook. Yeah, I think that's a very good point there that you're making.
Yes, probably moves like h3 just keep the position the same, yeah? To keep up the tension and slowly improve the position would be a better approach, I think.
Yeah, I think fully agreed with you. And chat is saying they want to see a match between me and you. Okay, chat, you already saw me lose to Divya like 5 days ago. So like I think it's good that we don't do that match. Yeah. Let's have her play against Sahil. That would be amazing. Like the battle, that would be that would be amazing. So Priyanka, do you think you have if you played against Sahil and you are playing blindfolded, okay, OTB match, classical. Do you think you'll beat him?
Um, I don't know. I haven't tried that before, but maybe, yeah.
Oh, oh, I see. I feel like there is a good chance. There is a very good chance.
Yeah, I don't want to be rude, but I might have a chance.
Arre. She doesn't want to be. That's quite nice of you. But in reality, yeah,
Maybe.
yeah. Oh, that's very funny, actually. That's very funny. So yeah, Queen C7, and you said H3 is a possible move in this position for
Yeah, usually,
Divya.
I mean, it's a typical idea. Yeah, you slowly improve your position in these structures. You go h3, probably queen f5 could be a move,
Ah, Queen F5.
but
And
not
if I,
immediately because I think it allows g6. Yeah.
mm-hmm.
So if
So
h3, h6,
maybe,
then maybe queen f5.
so maybe directly Queen F5. So if
But
you
I
play
was
this, I
not
have
quite
this.
liking g6. Is that a move? g6 and then
Queen
maybe
F5,
after
G6.
g6 you could even come back because you
Back to
provoked a
B1,
weakness
yeah?
on that diagonal. Hmm.
And basically, what you're saying is that by playing the move G6, you kind of created some weaknesses on the king side, and this could be a good positional, let's say, move for white in this sense.
Yes, that could be one
Hmm.
idea.
That's actually very interesting. Queen F5. But question is, do I have to I mean, I am annoyed by your queen on F5, but do I have to? Because you have made it clear you don't want to play knight takes D5. So I'm
Yeah.
thinking, let's say if I just say pass, like knight F8, for example, that feels like a logical move. Like, can I play knight F8? I'm a bit scared actually. Let's play knight F8.
Mm, a lot of moves in the air. I like white's position, but I'm kind of struggling to find the right idea.
Right. I feel there's so many ideas here for white, and that could be a bit confusing. Actually, if we look at Divya's time, like there is, I mean, I'm not sure if we mentioned this before, but almost a 43-minute difference. That's a
Yes,
lot.
that's a lot.
That's,
I'm surprised she's spending a lot of time in this position.
yeah, exactly. Same actually. And her last two moves, so for example, until this point, she played rook d2, which apparently was a slight inaccuracy. Zhu had the move d4 here. She played a6 and rook d1, queen c. So it looks like it worked out well for her. But maybe it's the same concept, yeah? Because you
Yeah,
have so many
d4.
ideas, it's difficult.
Yeah, rook d2, d4 is a difficult move to spot. Did you see that variation? Rook d4, bishop c5, and white has the
Hmm.
only rook c4 as the best move, and then bishop a6. It's crazy.
So rook d4, you said bishop c5, rook c4. Oh, bishop a6.
And knight
I was
a4, bishop
hoping that
c4,
there would be
bishop
some.
c4.
Oh, yeah. I was hoping for some knight g4, but the rook is very smartly guarding against those threats. And again, you have to sack the rook, apparently.
Yes.
Yep. So I think that's what's happening on Divya versus Zhu's game. Priyanka, any other game you think is very interesting here that you would like
I
to
thought
analyze
Pragg and
and
Gukesh's game was quite interesting as well, yeah? The knight b3. I was surprised. Why do you think knight b3 was not played over the board?
you mean in this position instead
After
of knight g8?
cd4, cd4.
We were looking at this move because there was this crazy variation here after knight b3 because you're attacking the rook on a1, attacking this, and of course, and on
Hmm.
some you have some eye on the bishop as well. But white plays e5, and now I just wasn't sure if the move knight takes a1 is worth it because you can play knight g8 as well. In hindsight, I would go probably knight takes a1 first because I really didn't like knight g8. But knight a1, ef6, queen f6, and queen b2. Now, I'm not sure if Pragg evaluates this as like okay for him because I would think, okay, you're a piece. I mean, materially, it looks a bit
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, that's right. Rook c8, probably you'll have to go for the compensation.
Exactly. Rook c8.
Hmm.
Actually, no, rook c8, there's bishop g5. So maybe,
Maybe
okay,
can I go
first
knight
finish first
b3
here.
in that position after queen b2
Knight b3, queen b3,
and
and
then
queen
queen
d4.
h4?
No,
Ah,
queen h4
yes,
first. You also want to make my knight worse, basically. So
yes.
yeah, kind of makes sense. But Queen d4 directly also is very good. But I think again, like from that position, maybe it's difficult to play knight b3 because I think you're aiming for the pawn and suddenly you're like technically you're a piece down and it's difficult, I think. And I'm still not sure if this is some half prep of Pragg or not. Like that he half
Yeah, we
remembers.
heard his confession. He's not
Yeah,
quite
yeah, he
sure.
said. Yeah, Vaibhav is just too good. Yeah, so he's just predicting,
That's crazy.
one after another.
Yes.
But yeah, so yeah, that's the situation. Knight G8. What is interesting to you? I feel Bishop G5 is kind of a nice idea.
It looks like the most natural move, yeah. Just go bishop
Okay,
g5, probably
okay,
queen
I will
c7.
go Queen C7. I think that's makes a lot of sense. I wanna go short castle here, but I'm kind of afraid of that you will take this pawn, and I don't have enough compensation. Maybe Knight
Yes.
F2, just to
After
have
queen
Knight E4.
c7, knight f2, and then knight e4. Hmm. So now I can still not take knight b3 and d4 or what? Because that looks very interesting to me. So knight b3 will probably. What do you do for knight b3?
Honestly, I was thinking just Knight E4, just to be flashy. But now
But
that the
I would
position is on
probably
the
take
board,
knight d4. Oh, it is?
I don't know if knight d. I mean, I didn't even look at knight d4 to be honest. I was just kind of happy. I was excited at the prospect of giving the rook for free. But knight d4, we have queen e3, I guess. It's just I
But
know the
knight
moment I play
f5.
knight e4, I'm gonna know the truth, and I don't want to know the truth. I like the fact that I don't know the truth. So
But
knight
maybe
e4,
not queen e3, but maybe queen f2 because queen e3, knight f5, and then I get a
you have
tempo.
an extra tempo. So knight e4. Wow, you are right. Actually, queen f2. Queen takes e5. So two pawns now you have given, but still white's knight, the
And what,
bishop,
do you
dark
just go
squares look.
castle or what? Looks very, very. risky for both sides.
If you had to choose a color here, like what would you choose? Based on the
I would
time,
choose
based on
white.
you would choose white, and no hesitation, I'm
No.
assuming.
I'd
I was
rather
telling
be
the
a
chat
pawn
earlier.
down than pawn up.
Exactly. I was telling the chat earlier that this opening is the reason I stopped playing Nimzo Indian. Like legit. This is the reason. Because I
Yeah,
hated this. You cannot avoid this attack on the king side, and it's
true.
so messy.
Agreed. This possession, I feel, is more comfortable as white if you're an attacking player. It's like a free possession, yeah, free hand. You can play any move and then get a reasonably
Because
attacking
the
possession.
pawn just
So,
doesn't feel like it's too much. I feel like pawn is just like it feels okay, it's fine. Like you can just
yes,
you will survive no matter what. At least you get to attack.
yes,
Oh, and
that's
I
right.
think while Gukesh thinks, I think he's been thinking for almost 20 minutes. That's a long thing from the world champion. Let's take a
Hmm.
quick look between Wesley and the GOAT of chess. What
Magnus,
do you make
okay.
of this? By Magnus has played Sicilian Naidov
Hmm.
now 3 times in the last 2 events. Actually, no, 4 times. He made a draw as well against Wesley. No, not Wesley. It was someone else. I forgot the name. But out of those, let's say 3 games, he lost 2 of them. Once against Pragg and once against Jordan. And today he plays Naidorf again, and he is slightly worse, at least from what I can
Yes,
see in the bar. Uh,
I'm sure
Priyanka,
he
I
won't be
have
happy
zero
with the
experience in
position.
Naidorf. Like I have never played Naidorf. I haven't played Naidorf since like 2015. I'm not even. What do you think is looking good for you? Is this advantage good enough for White to call it an advantage, or do you think it's still a bit complicated?
Honestly, I'm not an Knight of player either, but this looks
Mhm.
extremely comfortable for white. The double bishops and the pawn on e6 is kind of in the air and looks pretty comfortable. I don't think Magnus will be happy with this position. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Bishop a2 was late.
Yeah, going away and maybe preempting some knight e5, knight
Yeah,
b4
some
sort of
jumps.
threats.
Right. Probably king h8 now, just to unpin the king.
Hmm.
But how does white improve this position? It does look better, but how do you put pressure?
So I had this thought that maybe I can put my queen on h3 somehow, like queen f3, queen
Yes, that's
h3.
what I was thinking. But queen f3 could be quite risky.
But then you get the d4. Oh, amazing. So chat, as we are on Magnus's board, the GOAT of chess has some words to say. Let's see what he has to say.
So right after I was in here last time, and talking about how the position was like positional, normal, and so on, I made a pretty committal decision, and it was based on like, come on, how bad can it be? And my update so far is that I don't really see it. Like it seems like I have a reasonable game. And it seems to me that long term my prospects are pretty okay. I would love to probably reroute my bishop, like bishop d8 to a5 or even c7, bring my rooks into the center. And the thing about the double pawns is that, well, I've given up a bishop for a knight, but I've also plugged the hole on d5, and without that square, his knight on c3 has very few prospects, and once it leaves the square on c3, then he has to reckon with d5 all the time. So I think the long term, or at least middle term prospects are pretty reasonable for me. And I'm guessing he's looking at kind of more direct attempts to go f4, for instance, now, but it doesn't seem that bad. So I feel like I'm doing all right.
And that was the GOAT of chess with some words about the position. And Priyanka, I think you were on point there. Yeah, maybe Magnus is not super comfortable with the position. He did mention the fact that the bishop on e6, that trade that happened, giving his opponent the double bishops, is a bit uncomfortable as long as he doesn't get to play the move d5. and which has not happened in this position. So it means that Magnus should be a little uncomfortable here, to say the very least.
Definitely. But I think he should be fine. I'm not quite sure if we can say black is worse because there's no clear plan for white to improve the position either. It is a little tricky because black will get either knight e5 or knight b4.
Okay,
And
okay.
just wait.
Oh wow, we have a result, the first result incoming, and I think the most logical one because we did predict it earlier on because Bibisara has completely, ran away with the tournament. And I think with this draw, she has secured, I think, first place in the event without the final round. So one round to spare, she has already won the tournament. Most likely, don't see anyone catching up to her unless oh no, she was playing against Anna. So it's only Divya. No, actually, Bibisara has won. Wow, so congratulations to Bibisara for winning the tournament. That's crazy. Yeah, yeah. Actually, she was playing against Anna Muzychuk, who has already finished her match. So even if she wins the classical, it's only going to be 3 points. And Divya, with two classical wins, is only going to reach 16 points. So
16.
that means Bibisara has already won the tournament. One round to serve. That is insane. This Sindarov winning candidates, Bibisara winning, this event. It's just insane. And Priyanka, I'm not sure if you're aware, but Sindarov is also present at this event.
Yes, I was aware. I mean, he's probably second
Crazy.
him, yeah. That's
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah. He
crazy.
said, actually, she played an opening. I think it was yesterday or it was day before yesterday, which Sindarov played against Esipenko in candidates first round. She played the same opening. So I was like, haha, that's some connection there. There must be some help. Like that's a bit of a coincidence there. But oh, by the way, we do have an update on the Gukesh versus Pragg board. He has apparently made a mistake with knight to f2. Why is it a mistake?
But is it so evident why there is a mistake? What is the
I
point?
see. I mean, I see the move, but I don't think it's very easy to play over the board because it involves playing something which I am, principally very against, which is, pushing the f pawn twice. Like in this position,
Ah,
f5 is the only move. I'm very against this move in
okay.
general because knight e4. I'm guessing your idea is knight e4 and knight d6,
94.
but
Probably d5 and f5 should be two moves. Or maybe
I like
97,
d5.
94, knight f5.
And if I played the move g4, then knight takes d4 and knight d6 check, and that's going to be too much. Maybe knight d7, I have bishop g5, Priyanka.
97, bishop g5.
And now I don't know if I want to take this knight.
No, but definitely you're just preventing knight f5. But what if I just
Yeah.
go h6 or something? And if you take,
So
then
knight
I can just
e7,
castle.
bishop g5, and you said the move h6, right? So the bar
Yes,
is
the
telling me
point.
here bishop takes e7 is the best, but I honestly would not play it if I didn't know it. I will go bishop h4. Ah, I
I
see the
was thinking
difference.
g5, but
Oof,
I'm not quite
g5.
sure.
Okay, now I have to do it. I mean it's impossible for me to not even consider. It's impossible. 94. Let's go now. It's impossible to not play this.
No,
Pawn
no.
takes and knight check and king f8, and apparently you're losing, but I think practically I'm not so sure if this would be losing.
Because you don't have another piece to attack. If you could get your
But I
queen to
can
f4,
castle. I don't know. I
then
was
you
thinking maybe
just.
f4 and queen h5 also is a just an outside threat. But yeah, it seems
But I
very,
could
very
all.
far-fetched. No?
Yes. I can try. Yeah, actually, for f4, I can just move my knight and get my queen to e7, probably, no? Or is knight g6? Maybe knight
Knight
g6.
g6 also works. Knight c4 also works. I think you're absolutely right because rook h7 is
Yeah,
there. Because if I
yeah.
were to take
After
with the
bishop
bishop,
c4, right.
exactly, that's not working. That's a very nice find. So knight c4, bishop c4, bishop c4. You're
Queen
technically
h5, there's
offering
rook
the bishop.
h7.
Exactly. Yeah, that looks difficult. So, but or at least on my side, I'm not seeing knight e7 as the best. I think that also does work. It provides some, I think. edge to Pragg, but the best move is apparently f5, and I'm not so sure how easy this is.
But I think Pragg will play f5 or d5 for sure.
D5 or
But I have a
f5.
feeling he'll go for f5. So f5, ef6, he just has to calculate some lines with knight f6. d5 is never a problem, I think. You can just ignore and castle.
Maybe D5, yeah, just castle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
What exactly is the problem, yeah? Bishop g5 also, you can just play anything now that there is no longer knight e4 threat.
exactly. And this actually shows a very important point that if you have this pawn on e5, you have such a stronger attack in the position if black was to castle on the short side. But without the pawn, it's not that much, let's say, power. And if the knight was on h3, I'm guessing with moves like f5, you could play bishop g5 and you could at least ask some real questions to the queen. The knight could go to f4, h5, and you could carry on with the attack. But now this pawn just blocks the knight's path to activity, and that's the main issue. And you're also losing the pawn on c4.
Exactly. Looks very difficult for white here.
I'm actually thinking, is this feels like a very like dangerous edge to me. For actually, I was trying to look at Ceci to see what's the truth, and it actually switched to Magnus game now because initially it was showing the game of Gukesh and Pragg, yeah, which is crazy.
Hmm. Yes.
So yeah, knight
Okay.
f2. We have f5 as a move. We have d5 as a move. What seems more natural for you and
f5,
on the
see?
board?
Play it.
You called it. You are calling basically everything today. Wow. And that means
Maybe it's time
Gukesh
I play.
is. I'm now thinking with the blindfold wala thing. I'm thinking, bhai, that's possible. We should arrange a match like this. It will be a lot of
So were
fun.
you lying before? You didn't believe it, yeah?
Lying about what?
The fact that I could win.
No, of course I think it's possible. I'll support you there for sure. Why do you think I asked the question? I thought you would say yes. Like of course.
I mean, it's my first stream.
That is a fair point. That is a fair point. That is a fair point. But actually, we did play a tournament as well. I think last year it was in the Romanian Chess League and Super League. I think you were playing in board one for the same team
Yes,
as mine. Yeah,
yes,
essentially.
correct.
That's where I remembered you. That's where I met you for the first time. Um,
Right.
chat तो भाई पढ़ रहे हैं chat, but we are also trying to keep an eye on the games as well. इतना chat थोड़ा ज़्यादा analysis हो गया I feel. थोड़ा ज़्यादा एनालिसिस हो गया आज लग रहा है आई फील एंड बाय द वे प्रियंका सॉरी फॉर आस्किंग बट आर यू कॉन्वर्सेशनल इन हिंदी
I can understand, but I can't really speak.
बट यू
Only
कैन अंडरस्टैंड
that is,
एवरीथिंग
mostly,
and
yes.
what other languages do you speak?
Telugu.
You speak Telugu. Okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Telugu and English.
Got it. Oh, we have a very important stat incoming from our stat man, Mr. Rakesh. He says that if Gukesh loses this match, he will fall below Nihal Sarin's rating today, which I think is going to be very important because earlier we were talking about board orders and things like that, and these things I think matter a lot when deciding such things. That's crazy, actually. Yeah, Gukesh is 2725 and Nihal is 2721. That is indeed true, Priyanka.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But okay, all
Priyanka,
of these guys are equally
what is your
strong.
board order? What would be your board order for the Olympiad? If you just could like shed some light on it. If you just you don't have to explain, you can just say who would be your best players from India.
Okay, so board one. It's very difficult, yeah. Everyone is very strong. Bro, board one, probably they'll want it to be solid.
Mm-hmm.
Who is solid among these guys? Maybe Nihal, yeah? Nihal on board one is not bad.
Okay. Nihal is a solid player, I agree.
Yeah. Maybe both three and four, I think. Pragg and Arjun.
Board. Pragg and Arjun both 3, and both that means 2 points are just guaranteed each each round essentially. That's
Yeah.
very funny. And
Second
Gukesh
is
on board too, yeah?
Gukesh. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think
I
this is
mean,
a possibility that I think me, Sahil, and Rakesh, and sometimes Vishi sir as well. We have tried to discuss something like this, but I think Nihal on board one is something we have not discussed before, and the fact that Nihal has gained so much rating, and of course he's been very consistent throughout. I think since last year, and of course this year as well, where he won the Tata Steel Blitz, if I'm not mistaken. I think there is a point to be made.
yeah.
So
But
coming
sorry to
back to the games,
interrupt.
by
Divya did play 95.
she played 95. Wow, let's go there. Um,
Yes, she played knight
one
d5,
sec.
bishop d5, and the same variation. After rook d5, the only apparent move is bishop f6.
Yeah, I mean, I like the trade. Don't get me wrong. I love the fact that she sacrificed the rook, but I would still think why. Like the position is good anyways. Like h3, queen f5, like the moves we saw, it felt
Yeah,
very natural. But this also looks decent, I guess.
that's what I would prefer too. But this position, yes, it does look quite interesting because bishop f6, bishop into a6, rook a8. It is not easy. How are you defending the bishop?
So very good
Maybe
question. Rook
bishop
a8.
d5.
You can't play this because pawn on a2 is hanging.
Yes. But bishop b5, rook a2, rook
Bishop
d7, yeah.
b5,
No, rook
rook
a8 is rook
a2.
d7.
Then rook d7 is there
Yeah,
apparently because there is,
rook
yeah.
b2, queen b2. Yeah.
So apparently after bishop b5, you have a very, I think, an important nuance here. You have to play queen b7, and I'm not sure how easy this is because considering your knight is hanging,
Ah, but
uh, and also like I
it
can
is
play
very
rook
smart.
d7.
Queen b5, bishop
I've never seen a pattern like this before, by
f6.
the way.
I know, right? This is very interesting, actually.
So if I'm actually calculating rook takes here, queen takes here,
But I think
bishop takes
bishop,
there,
huh?
and queen takes there.
But yes.
But this is not working sadly for
Yeah, no
Divya.
knight g5 is nothing, yeah.
This is what exactly the point of it. But I guess you could just take it and the queen defends this, so there is no check and
Exactly.
it's basically
But
fine.
maybe you can try with bishop d7, can you? Bishop d7, queen d5, bishop e8. But she'll go with bishop into b2.
Hmm. Right. It feels difficult. It feels difficult. So but still you would say that Divya ki position is slightly, let's say, more preferred, or do you think your opinion has changed there, let's say after the exchange sacrifice?
No, it is still preferable. I still like white's position, but I think h3 would, like, just slowly improving your position would have been easier to play. But I
Mm-hmm.
still like white's position
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. So
because
I
of the
think
double bishop.
Divya definitely in the driver's seat. She also defeated Zhu Jiner last time with the black pieces as well, and she had a, I would say, nothing short of a heartbreaking loss against Bibisara. She was pressing the entire game, and in the end, I think in time pressure she had that really heartbreaking loss. And uske baad, I think it's important to, I think, win a couple of games and try to end the tournament on a good note. And I think she is on track. I think she has a good position still, and hopefully she can try to convert this. Let's try to take a look back to Gukesh because I think he's still thinking.
Yes, he's still thinking. Do you think I missed f5?
हाँ भाई F5 पे वो सोच ही रहा है तब से. This is crazy. This is crazy. Actually, it's a
Yeah,
very
because
difficult
he
position.
spent a lot of time already on knight f2, but after f5 is again thinking, which is not a good sign.
Sorry, please repeat that. It just you broke up a bit for me.
I was saying, like, he already spent a lot of time on knight f2, and after f5, he's again thinking, right? So, which is not a good sign. He must have
Huh,
missed f5
exactly.
with maybe.
Actually, that's a great point you mentioned, Priyanka, because I actually did not notice this because wow, pawn takes d4. Gukesh thought for 2 minutes, okay, not a problem. Rook c8 के बाद e5, Gukesh thought for 17 minutes almost. And after knight g8, 22 minutes, almost 23 minutes for knight f2 as well. And after f5, he's thinking again. So 60,
Yes.
but for the last three moves alone, he spent more than 40 minutes. That's a lot of time. So Priyanka, like, we have this debate a lot, like, amongst us. Do you think there is that barrier, jiske baad, if you're thinking in a chess position, it is almost like you're recycling those thoughts. Do you have a number like that in your mind? Like you don't try to calculate for more than that? Or do you think that's just all, let's say it used to work in the past, but now it's different?
I mean, generally it depends on the position, but if it's not a very complicated position, then 10 minutes is the maximum that I would want to ideally spend. But
Wow.
if it's complicated, then okay, it depends. But 10 minutes, I think it should be good. But if you're spending so much time, the next few moves should be faster. You cannot be spending so much time on every single move, I think.
Right. Right. I think that makes a lot of sense. And Priyanka, what have you been doing? Are you playing a lot of chess? Still a lot of tournaments these days. Are you going to be in Romania, by the way? And what's your plans? Chess wise, what are you doing in the summer?
I haven't been playing actively lately. I've taken
Uh-huh.
a short break. I'm more into giving coaching now. And I'm going to play
Okay.
in July, but that is going to be my first trip. I don't think I'll be in Romania.
Oh, really? You will be. That's amazing.
I don't no, I
But
don't think I'll play this
you
year.
don't know because I was feeling a bit sad because they didn't reach out to me yet. And I was like, they reached out to you, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
What about you? Are you playing anything or what is your plan?
Well, I try to from time to time. I want to play the event in Romania, but I we are doing so much commentary these days, and I play league events from time to time, but I don't. I'm playing trying to increase my online rating actually these days. That's the extent of my chess essentially. But apart from that, yeah, uh, trying to just be home and have a more uh where you don't have to fly all the time, that type of life these days.
I agree.
Mhm.
I can relate.
And chat is saying that tell her that you just lost to Divya. She knows, Anshul bhai. She knows because I just announced it. This is the best thing. Like whatever you think you are embarrassed about, just mention it the first thing, and then no one can hurt you. Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Exactly. 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 So yeah,
Uh,
F5, I think we're still here. I think maybe let's try to have a bird's eye view. And Priyanka, maybe you can tell me if there is any position, any board, that situation that looks interesting to you. We've already looked at Prague. I think Bibisara and Anna Muzychuk will have an Armageddon match
yeah,
very soon, if I'm not mistaken.
right.
Which game strikes to you the most?
Right now, I think the only game that we haven't analyzed is the game between Vincent and Alireza, right? Probably we can take a
Right.
quick look before the Armageddon match starts.
That's perfect. That's perfect. So let's take a quick look at Vincent versus Firouzja. And chat, a question for you. uh, there were t-shirts made on this certain move which kind of resembled the move which is rook d4. And Priyanka, I think you will know what t-shirts I'm talking about. At least when I was playing, people used to come with wearing t-shirts like this where the position was this and in the back you would see the answer. And chat, which game was that, if you could remember? It's a very very famous game where it wasn't rook d4, by the way, it was rook e4. But anyone remembers what game I'm talking about? And yeah, Priyanka ji, what do you think is who do you think has a better chance in this position? I honestly like Black's position way more.
Oh, really? I really like White's position.
You like White's position more, yeah?
Yes. I mean, the pawn structure
Oh,
again, yeah, it gets my eye. Maybe, I don't know, the White's position is very solid. The pawn on e5 is
I
kind of shaky for now.
that is true. The double pawns are horrible, but I feel that this pawn is not really completely useless because you can defend this, you can defend knight d5, and maybe I'm a bit biased because the moment I saw rook d4, I just the aura when you play rook d4, I am just living for that. I feel
Yes,
because
if
rook
you could
d4, I'm
place
not
any
sure
of,
if it's working right now.
yes, Now maybe
You
it's
think?
too soon, yeah? If you could place any one of your piece on d4, then I think black is completely fine. But probably the knight is the best. Knight d7, knight b8, knight c6, but that's a long shot.
Or wow, yeah, that's maybe a little bit too long.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But the rook
just a
could
bit
be
too
too
long.
early.
So maybe let's play like king h8 and then play. Also, I feel like this pawn on e4 is slightly more weak than the pawn on e5, and that also makes me tilt the position in black's favor. But I think
But so is
when
the
I said I
c5
like,
pawn.
yeah, exactly, exactly. This pawn is the reason why it looks so dangerous, actually.
Yeah.
Hint, chat, I actually forgot. It was a game of Kramnik versus Shirov, if I'm not mistaken, where there were literally t-shirts were made on that position where Shirov plays the move rook e4, and it can be taken by like 4 or 5 different pieces, but all of them are bad. And it became like very good. Just search on your phone or something, Kramnik Shirov rook e4, and you will see the position in front of you. And moves like rook d4 kind of remind me of things like that.
Damn, I think Gukesh just made a mistake. He played g4.
Oh, what?
Did you see? He played
You
g4.
know, I was thinking this move G4 because Vishy sir played this against Magnus in World Championship. The match, you remember? But after the game, he was saying, "I was thinking what to eat tonight." It was this,
Yes.
this was the game.
Right.
This is that game, chat. I remember Vishy sir's queen was on G5 or something. The king was really out in the open. Black had just chopped off the rook on A1, and it was a very, very crazy position. And there was this one move, queen E1 or queen D1, it's something like this. It was, and the queen was going back to H5, and that also started with G4. And once again, two world champions from India, both of them playing G4 here. Okay, there has to be some merit. Why is it such a big mistake, Priyanka?
That's what I'm trying to understand. Some variation. Okay, the engine suggests some crazy line with knight b3, but I'm thinking what happens after knight e7 simply. Knight e7, if you take gf5, I'll be more than happy to take with my knight. But maybe there's bishop g5
Bias.
after knight e7.
Priyanka, आपने मतलब like you just refute everything with such logic. It's impossible to just say anything here. It's impossible. Wait, I'm not gonna go GF5. Okay, I'm gonna try to complicate
Bishop
matters here.
g5.
Bishop G5. Let's go.
And what if I go
Oh,
castle, for example? That looks
but
most natural,
did you
right?
but did you see it? Chad, actually something really crazy is coming. If you played the move knight B3 na, then again I can give up the rook on A1. I can play D5. I feel like
That's
this rook's
crazy.
entire purpose is to be sacrificed in this game. Like it has no other purpose. We have looked at maybe like 10 different lines, and this rook's entire job was to get sacrificed.
Very true.
You were
d5,
playing castle.
d6 is extremely strong. Yes. That's what I was thinking. It looked like the most natural move to play.
Okay, I'll take on F5.
And
Pawn takes
then,
F5.
yes, maybe d5,
Oof.
but
Yeah, let's go D5
d4.
also.
What do
I
I
like
play? Maybe
D5.
queen e8?
I'm oof. Okay, but if I switch, okay, I know the eval bar is really making me depressed about White's position, but if I just switch it off, I mean, how many are we thinking that White is losing here almost? Is it really looking
Losing,
that
not
bad? I feel
quite
like
sure. But definitely black is better.
really.
Because the c4
I
pawn, like your pawns are too overpushed, yeah?
yeah,
Too
yeah, yeah, that's
extended.
true. Yeah,
The
that's true.
c4 pawn and the king in the center.
Yeah, and also let's not forget Gukesh hesitate. I mean, not hesitate, but in the sense that like 17 minutes on the first move, 23 minutes on the next move, and then 13 minutes on the next move as well. That's definitely not a good sign. Good sign. That means the way you're thinking, you are kind of changing
Yes,
your thinking process halfway. Because uske baad,
correct.
why are you taking more time? So this is definitely not looking ideal, but this is great news for Pragg fans because of course if Pragg wins, then he has a very good chance to be one of the leaders. One round before Norway chess ends.
There is one crazy variation after g4.
Yeah,
Knight
it's
b3,
definitely a gutsy move. Knight b3,
yes. gf5 and knight d4. F6, I mean, although f6 is lost, but f6 could be a move.
f6. Oh, no ways. No ways. Priyanka OP for that. That's crazy. Look at this move, Shad. If you played f6, black cannot take your queen on e2. It's a free queen, but there is pawn takes g7 and no check, no threat. I mean, there is a threat, but pawn takes and you just promote a new queen. Agar queen gayi chat, so you can make a new one. That's crazy. What a line. But actually, I would have like completely not thought about this in like in all seriousness because of knight takes f6. But I see even that's not working because knight f6 ke baad you have queen e3, and I'm
23.
guessing
Yeah.
one of the knights will get taken. What a find though. Could it be possible that this is what Gukesh has calculated? Because this looks very likely to happen.
But f6, simply even gf6 should be completely fine. Yeah, I don't think he will rely on this and go for moves like g4, of course.
Okay, but gf6, come on, like where are you gonna castle?
But where are you
Where is this
going
guy
to
going?
attack? Where is the attack? I'm just going to grab all of your pawns, yeah? F e5, bishop c4, everything is in the air.
Exactly. Why? But like in evaluating this as winning, I'm not so sure. I mean, I'm just very scared.
Winning is, yeah,
Yeah, to be honest, I'm afraid to play this position with both colors. That's I think very very honest from me. Like I would have to be very very careful here from
red.
either side. But yeah,
I
let's
mean,
go
this
back
is
to
a
the position.
position you either completely evaluate as winning or lost. There is no in between. This cannot be just normal, yeah? You cannot evaluate this as an equal position. You either think of it as you're winning or lost, I think.
Yeah, true, true. But this also means that Gukesh is really trying to push for a win.
Right.
And yeah, and also Pragg has been on this insane form. I mean, he has defeated Magnus Carlsen twice in the same tournament. And Priyanka, I'm not sure because I tried to look and I tried to do my research here, but I couldn't find a single event where Magnus lost against the same player twice. I think Pragg,
Twice.
like in classical, I think it could be the first time that it has happened. And then, besides that, he also defeated Alireza as well. So it's back to back two classical wins for Pragg there.
Right. Even this could be his third win.
Yeah, and he's so close. I think because that game where Vishisar played G4 and he tried to attack on the king side, it was against Magnus, and Magnus found the best way. And I think that game it ended like not with a lot of moves. I think it was around 20 moves or so with black. That's why it was so surprising because it looked like Vishisar had this crazy attack and just somehow it didn't work. And but generally G4 is considered to be very good. By the way, Bibisara chat is letting us know has started her Arma. If is that true? I'm just gonna take a
Yes.
look. Yep, it is. It is. It is. So sorry, chat, thoda sa late, but this is the current position. Uh, Priyanka, you have way more experience with these players. Have you actually played Bibisara or Anna or I mean I know you've played Humpy J before, but have you played Divya before, for example, like in
Yes.
classical? And what's the general score there?
Um, Let me think. I remember I played with her the first time in under 9 nationals or under 11 nationals in
Wow,
one of the nationals
you
in
played in
Delhi.
under
She
nine nationals.
was
You played Divya
too
for the
tiny.
first time. That is
Yes.
so cool. And who won that one?
But
Come on, you
I
remember the
won
first
that,
one always.
of
You
course.
won that.
I was a better player then, so
Oh,
I was the favorite to win the tournament.
so you were top seed, yeah, when
So
you were playing against Divya.
one of the top seeds, yeah.
I see, I see, I see. That's a flex right then and there. And after that, you guys have played, or or it's just once you guys have played against each other.
No, we've played a couple of times. I think I should be +1 if I'm not wrong. Only in
Okay,
classical, but
I
yeah.
see, I see, I see. So I see. And Hampage also you've played with. And what about like
Yeah.
the likes of Bibisara, Anna Muzychuk? Any experience there?
I did play, same with Bibisara. She was, I think, playing while I was playing in under 12 Asian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think under 12 or under 10 Asian. I played with her. We had a crazy fight there. We had like, I think I won one game, I lost one game, something like that happened in classical, blitz, rapid. They used to happen all three formats in one tournament, yeah, in Asian Youths before.
Wow, nice.
But yes, I think
Knowing
I do have an equal
Bibisara,
score. Yeah.
Knowing Bibisara from, such a such a young age, like, what do you think is her best quality as a chess player?
Her persistence, yeah. Like she fights until the very end. She's never happy with draws, which is, I think, is a very good quality in a player. She always fights. And I think it's the
Hmm.
same with Divya as well. Yeah, all of these young players nowadays, they're not happy with draws. They're not happy with risk-free possessions. They want more,
Hmm.
which is a very good trait.
No, no, for sure. For sure. I think not wanting to play for a draw always, I think, helps you in the long run. Of course, we often credit this mentality to Gukesh, for example, for not wanting it. It was pretty obvious from the way that he was playing that to not, play for a draw against Ding in the World Championship. And in the end, you saw kind of it play out, at least psychologically, well for Gukesh as well. So that's a quite an important ones there. And did they just repeat moves? Why did
Really?
they just repeat moves here? Why would you repeat moves here? I understand from Bibisara's perspective, but why would you repeat moves from the black side? You're a pawn up.
She has only
Unless there
two
is
minutes
some,
on the clock.
yeah, but it's armor, right? You have to try. I mean, I guess King F6 or
But she's
something. You can.
black, right? She gets a win.
That is true. That is true. That is true.
And what else can she get? Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. No, no, I agree. Because I guess if you have no increment, I forgot about the fact that in Arma there is like even after 40 moves you get 1 second increment. So it would be very hard to try and win this game from the black side. You're right about that. That makes a lot of sense.
Yes. And
Okay,
okay, maybe
so
Sarah knows she cannot win, so
right, and also
that's a fair result.
Bibisar, of course, winning the classical, sorry, drawing in classical already kind of cemented her event, and that means now Anna Muzychuk is now at 12 points, so she's about 2 points ahead of Divya. But still, if Divya wins her match in classical itself, then she could technically overtake Anna and be at sole second position. So I think there is still a chance to finish at top two. Let's see what happens. Okay, going
Right.
back to I think Gukesh's board G4 ke baad, I think Pragg is still thinking. Think it's a very difficult position. Not really sure how Pragg is going to react.
Yes. Zhu did play bishop f6 in that position, if you remember.
Oh,
The
Zhu
only
did
move
play
in the
that.
possession. Yeah.
Just going there for a sec. Oh, an update on this board as well. Bishop f6. So that was the only move. They say that if your opponent has a double bishop, you should try to exchange one of the bishops as it
Right.
removes the value of it. But Priyanka, एक rook to exchange हो गया, right? One rook you have a sacrifice with rook d5. Can we please just sack this, take this, and take this? I don't know if it's working, but if I don't think I will lose that.
No, that
Is
not
it
sure.
really that bad? Takes, bishop f6, but it's actually bad to play for a win. Yeah,
But
actually, it's not that
because rook
bad.
d8. Oh, it's actually
It's
not that
actually
bad.
not that bad. By
Yeah,
point
that's
seven.
surprising. I thought rook d8, and if I could exchange points somehow, I should be just winning. But I think there's bishop e2. Yeah. Rook
Yeah,
c8,
bishop
would you
e2.
just go bishop e2?
That you're
How is it
controlling
not
all
bad?
the. I mean, black rooks don't have open files. I think I can have everything protected very well. I can play a4, bishop c4 in the long run, play
But can you
g3
play
or
this for a
h3.
win?
I mean, the logic, I guess, for me in such positions is that if black is not playing for a win, then white is playing for a win. Like it's kind of but it's I think nuanced. It's way more nuanced than that. My question is, how is black playing for a win? Probably there is no way, right? And in the moment when you are not playing for a win, there will be a moment when I think I can seize control because it looks like I can make progress as white, whereas black cannot make much progress here.
I mean, the fact that you're even thinking that whether black is playing for a win is or not itself says there is no need to enter such a position, yeah?
But
Especially from,
we thought that 3 moves ago as well. But she took rook d5.
that's true. That's true.
Here we were saying why sack, but Divya did that. So if you're sacrificing, let's
All
even
the
take
way.
on d7, no?
It does seem very interesting after bishop e6, actually. So rook 8 or rook d8, you just have to come back bishop e2.
Yeah,
Or
I
maybe
think after this
rook
point
e8 is better.
here,
Instead of rook b8, yes. Bishop
Bishop.
e2 and now rook a3 probably. Just not allowing a4
Okay.
even.
You don't want to give me like the possibility of this and holding this down. But I have
Yes.
queen b2.
But can I just go to k8?
This is hanging, no? F6 is hanging.
But
At
a2 is
least,
also angry.
but
And
at
here's a
the very
draw.
least, I have a draw, right? I can give checks and so takes. You're taking on a2. Oh, I thought I had a draw here for some reason.
So check king f8, check, I can go king e8.
That's so risky. Even c5 is
But queen
hanging.
c5 check, yeah? Queen c5, then I go queen e7. But who
Hmm.
is playing for a win is the question. But
I'm
here
not
I think
sure.
black should be fine. At least safe.
Yeah, it looks okay. If I had to trade the queens, I think only black is playing because okay, the position is open, lots of open files. I think the rooks will be super active in a position like this. I like this idea. So basically, what you're saying is this entire sequence where everything is forced, sack, capture, capture. Basically, instead of rook d8, you're saying you're gonna give me a threat. I have to move my bishop. You're playing rook a3 with not allowing me to play a4, and this forces me to go into this variation, taking away your double pawn and maybe I have some checks, but it's very hard for Divya to play for a win here. So I think maybe this is not ideal just because of this rook a3.
Oh yeah, rook a3. And then at least black has a draw.
Hmm. Exactly. So maybe we can go bishop a6. Like, I don't know. Let's
Yes,
play
bishop
simple.
a6 is what we were thinking, right? Bishop a6, rook a8, bishop b5.
Bishop b5.
Yes.
Yes. Oh yeah, we saw this. Yes, with queen b7. This was such a cool move actually.
Yes, and then queen b7.
Yeah. And actually, after Queen B7, the line carries on with some really, really weird ideas. Basically, there is Queen D3. And chat, look at this. Queen D3 is definitely attacking the knight on D7. You have to go knight B6, attacking my rook. Now, rook H5, attacking the H7 pawn. And for some reason, G6 is not working. I'm guessing bishop takes F6 and you're just getting checkmated there. You have to
Yes.
take this, giving up the pawn, check, king F8, bishop takes, king takes. And okay, you technically have one, two, and three
3 pawns.
pawns for a piece, which is okay. It's more, and you're getting a fourth pawn as well, probably rook c5 at some point. Queen b1 खेलने के बाद. So lots of attacking prospects for Divya.
Definitely. And
Like,
that's very
firstly, we
interesting. But
have
do you think this will happen?
I I'm not sure. I see. I'm not sure how, in this sense, Divya, where Divya's, how she would be feeling in terms of confidence, and because I think losing her previous game to Bibisara would have been very difficult. And I also think that the fact that they had a rest day afterwards makes it even worse. Like for me at least. And Priyanka, maybe you can shed some light on this since you have played World Cup before, and I remember you defeated Brunello Sabina, right?
Yes, Brunel Sabina in
Exactly.
the first round.
Yes, I remember some game like this, and I mean you have had rest days in between. You have had good games where you've had rest days, and you've had bad days. Is it a good thing to have a rest day after a bad game?
I think it does. I think it's a good thing. I mean, there are two sides to the coin, but I think it's good in the sense because you are not tilted. At least you'll take some time off. If you are wasting the entire day like worrying about the previous round, then it's not good, of course. But for me, I really enjoy rest days. I go out, I eat some good food, and take my time off, and then I start my preparation. So that way, I think it does help because you're not tilted anymore.
Okay. Okay. So,
So that way,
so
it might
I
work.
think that makes sense. That makes sense because I think, regardless of the result, you get a break from everything, and you can hope. I mean, hopefully that in that rest day, she wasn't still upset about the loss because I think a lot of people would be because you are. Imagine it's a 4 hour classical game for 3.5 hours. You are the one pushing, and in the last
I
half an hour,
know.
suddenly you're lost. Yeah, and that's a very difficult thing. Especially that happens with whites. I think that's a very difficult thing. So I'm not sure how she would be feeling, or if she wants to take even because rook takes d7 feels very very risky um to play over the board. But I
Rook
like it
d7,
regardless.
yes. Hmm. But if she was playing a move like knight d5, I think she's very confident.
Yeah, yeah, agreed. And by the way, we do have a move. Oh no, we still don't have a move. Bhai, Pragg is still thinking after the move g4. That is maybe not even that surprising because after seeing a move like g4, I would probably have to reevaluate my entire life before I start calculating because there is so much possibilities for black here.
Right. He definitely knows he's better, but I think he's just trying to make sure he's not missing anything. And he has the time advantage, so it's completely understandable that he's spending so much time on this position, no? And meanwhile, maybe we can quickly go to Vincent's game. He played a cool move g4.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. I think my internet was a little dodgy there. I'm back now. You were saying which game?
Vincent?
Vincent? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wow. So we have two
We're
G4s.
seeing a lot of
Gukesh also played
g4s
G4.
today.
And this was a good move, apparently. And I see the idea. He wants to play G5, kick the knight away from F6, and then play queen to G4, attacking the E6 pawn in the process. And I think if you take away this pawn, I completely agree with you. Black looks amazing. I
Hmm.
missed this idea of G4. What a nice, like, positional sort of, puzzle this is. Like, find the best move for white here, and it's G4. That's very, very cool, I think.
You know the second best move?
After instead of G4,
Yes.
I didn't see. What was it?
Rook
H4?
a1. With the idea of
No
d4, I think.
ways. You are kidding me. The second best move is Rook A1 in this. What? No ways.
Probably
Okay,
if
Dad,
g4 is
what
flipped.
is question for the chat, okay? Imagine this is your game. What is more weird to you? Like you have done zero calculation. What's more weird to you? The move G4 or the move Rook A1? These are your options, chat. Let's see. For me, I think I have a clear answer for me. And Priyanka, do you have a clear answer as well?
Yes.
I think for me, it's also very clear. I would say Ruke one probably is definitely more weird because
Of course.
it is just going back to the original square. It's a little too Karpovian, I think if that's a word.
I think rook a1's idea is
Yeah.
to just go rook f b1 and b4.
Of course, of course. What else could it be? For Rook A1 because you want you have two rooks on one side, you just clear it all the way to the other side. Yeah, of course, no, no problem whatsoever. And by
Oh,
the way,
knight b3 was played.
in the Pragg board. Wow. So
Yes.
plays the best move after 21 minutes of thinking. And now Gukesh can literally offer the full rook in the next move with
I think he
GF5.
has to. So
Um, can I
gf5,
go
knight
bishop b2?
d4.
Can I go bishop b2?
So if I take knight a1, but bishop
No, I was
a1 and
thinking
knight
just go
e7,
GF5
then why not direct gf5? Why bishop b2?
because aura. And I didn't want you to play knight d4.
Okay, makes
I knew
sense.
you were going to ask me this. That's why. I think it's nicer to play GF5 after the rook is taken. Like I feel like it's like
Hmm.
I would be more confident in a game if I did this after. So GF5 and now what? EF5 maybe?
Yes, ef5 and d5.
Yeah, D5.
Do you really have anything? So what if I just go knight e7,
I have nothing, but
e6?
I think you don't know that I have nothing. That's my argument.
Oh,
So
e6 indeed is a very interesting try because I think
after
castle there is rook g1 after knight e7.
97 and
d5, knight
E6.
e7. Yes.
E6. Wow. Okay, I know chat the bar is just really, really favoring Pragg here, but I think we can kind of think about that. What was that game? It was between Gukesh and Firouzja, I feel, where Gukesh had that crazy attack in that, it was last year in 2024 candidates, I believe it was, where Gukesh had that crazy attack or something like this and he was in time pressure. But then it turned out that Firouzja won. And it kind of reminds me um, of that. But after e6, am I playing knight b3 or am I saving it or no?
I think you should.
I should.
But bishop g7, rook g8, and wow, bishop f6. What a crazy position to play.
And if I go pawn takes c6 and queen, I mean,
Queen
yeah, I mean, by the
e6,
time we get to
queen
this stage, one
d7.
of the players is going to be playing on 30 seconds for sure.
Yes, for sure. I mean, this is too crazy to calculate.
Yeah, 100%. And by the way, this is the fourth time Gukesh is thinking, like in a row. Like you remember, 16
Yes,
minutes, 23 minutes, 13 minutes, and now how many minutes has it been? It's been 4 minutes at least after
for
knight b3. And I
yes.
think it's going to get way longer.
I mean, it has to. He has to make sure that probably he's realized already that his voice or that he missed. What could he have possibly missed? What do you think after g4,
That's a
knight
great
b3?
question, actually. I was wondering the exact same thing. Like, what could he miss here? Because knight b3 is so logical, and I feel like defending the rook is not good. And for me personally, after gf5, knight d4, I would just stop the calculation here because I feel like this
Yes,
is the knight is active, you're taking a central pawn, and I feel this is not the direction I want to attack. Like I would want to keep that pawn on d4 alive, but I see that the line kind of carries on. Firstly, you mentioned this move f6, which is crazy actually. With this
yeah,
knight takes queen ke baad, pawn takes g7, and you promote another one. But we saw pawn takes f6, and black is more or less very close to being winning. The other move is queen
right.
e3. And chat, you have three captures in this position. There is knight f5, bishop c4, and rook c4. Can you guess what is the best capture here for black? Just based off of instant chat. And we do have a super chat जो मैं पढ़ नहीं सकता, but thank you for the super chat, भाई. So chat, any guesses? Yep, it is indeed rook takes c4, which is I think another crazy one. Move up over knight f5, I feel. But rook c4 is working. Bishop c4 and knight take. Oh, knight c2 check is there. Sorry, my bad. And yeah, that is just winning. So maybe he missed rook c4. Is that fair?
But is that the only move in the position? It is, right? Because why can't I take knight f5?
That's a good question. That's also working. That's like minus
So,
1.3 from what I can see. Takes, rook g1, attacking this guy. You play queen e7, I guess. I mean,
right,
it's still crazy. You can still go bishop b2, e6. You can still like pose some problems, some dynamic problems, but it is objectively, I think, at least close to winning for Pragg, from what I can see.
definitely. Yeah, looks very difficult to play from white as well.
Yeah, for sure. And chat, you are asking, is Gukesh have any chances to save? Honestly, yes, because objectively winning doesn't mean that it is going to be practically winning. I think based on all the different lines that we have seen, you can see that kahin na kahin pe Gukesh is gonna have to sacrifice a rook, a pawn, a bishop, we don't know, for the sake of Pragg's king, like to attack the king in the fastest way possible. And if Pragg manages to get through those complications, and remember, it's much harder to defend, I think, than it is to attack, because for many different reasons. But um, yeah, it depends on Pragg. But objectively, he should be very close to winning if he's not already winning.
Agreed. Yes.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, we do have some updates on the Wesley versus Magnus board as well. And
And
looks like Magnus is playing G5. Why kya ho raha hai aaj? What is this? Everyone going
too
G4 and
many
G5,
g4,
yeah?
g5s. Crazy. I don't quite like the idea of exchanging the queens with queen d4, queen c4.
In this position, yeah. So basically after h3 95, he plays queen d4. By the way, that was a
95.
soft repetition. Like it was a soft draw for also because knight c6. Okay, but you can play queen d2 and not really queen d1, so not, doesn't really make sense. But knight f7
Yes.
was played by Magnus. Queen c4 takes, bishop takes, and chat it was forced for him to take on c4 because the pawn on e6 was hanging. So takes, bishop d8, defending the pawn on e6. He goes rook d1, bishop c7, defending the pawn on d6 now, and finally we strike with the move g5. And I again like Black's position a little bit more, Priyanka. Would you agree with that, or do you think Wesley still has some chances in this position?
With the pawn on g7, I did like Black's position, but g5, bishop e3, I'm a little worried with bishop d4. But maybe there's knight e5, but there's bishop g5. So what is actually happening after bishop e3?
Supposedly, just bring the king out, and if you play bishop d4, then knight e5, you take this, I take with the pawn, and we have a very similar structure
Hmm,
to the one game of I believe it was Firouzja versus Vincent,
Vincent.
where you have
Right.
these two pawns here as well.
Yes, I think
Chat
this
is
position
asking.
is a lot better.
Chat is asking where's the real WGM tickle. Chat अरे ऐसे मत करो. But really, like, he literally said that I have a a GM title there,
GM
yeah. And speaking of,
title. Okay.
okay, I'm getting some updates here on my end, but yeah, we'll see. And shall we go back to Gukesh versus Pragg? Because I feel like that's getting a bit very messy.
Yes, I think the move hasn't been played, but maybe we can
Yeah,
check
exactly.
Divya and Zhu's here.
Divya and Zhu. All
Mm-hmm.
right, let's do
So
that.
bishop
Oh, by
e6
the
was
way,
played.
and that was a mistake, Queen c6. We were looking at rook
Queen
a8
c6.
earlier,
Yes.
yeah?
Probably she must have missed queen b7. Yeah, it's not that easy. It's not a typical move to make after bishop
What you're
b5.
saying
So
is after this, rook a8, bishop b5, there was this cute tactic, queen b7, which says, okay, you're going to take the knight on d7. If you take with the bishop, I take your rook. And if you take with the rook, then I take your bishop. It's very interesting and very easy to miss over the board as well. And because of this, Zhu played the move queen c6, and now Divya is back in the driver's seat, at least slightly better.
definitely. Now she can still play the same move. Queen d3. So what's
Queen
happening?
d3,
So queen d3.
I
If
will
now bishop
play.
b2 is not possible because of bishop c8. Probably that could be the difference.
Ah, right. So supposedly after this move, there is something which I think is very hard to play, but also I don't understand what else are you supposed to do because you're supposed to play c4, and I understand the point that once your bishop is on c4, आप c8 का रुक नहीं मार सकते हो and everything. Uh, but that's a third pawn, Priyanka. Third pawn for an exchange. Three pawns is too much.
Yes, it is. Actually, it's not so easy. So queen d3, c4, bishop c4, you have to go knight b6 and rook d6. Can we ask the chat what would they play after rook d6 in the position?
After knight b6 and rook d6. Oh, ho, ho.
Yes.
Here
Yeah. No.
after
After,
c4, yeah.
yes, c4, bishop
Yeah.
c4, knight b6, rook d6.
It's a nice question. So, chat, black to play. Oh, this is very difficult, I feel. So, chat, whoever answers correctly, we will know कि आप में से कौन एक silicon monster का use कर रहा है. This is very hard to find, but try to solve it. I think it's a good exercise regardless.
Yes.
And
I mean, if this
Priyanka,
happens on
like
the
it's
board, yes.
as the chat is answering the question, do you have any recommendations of books, and do you think that there is any merit in reading books when you're starting out chess? And if yes, then do you have any recommendation? Because chat asks me this all the time, and I've given a lot of recommendations. But do you have anything that really inspired you to keep pushing as a chess player?
Honestly, the only books that I've done out of calculation or, tactics, I'm not someone that does a lot of books in general. But I think I believe in playing and analyzing and solving more than just accumulating all the knowledge and then not playing enough games. I mean, it's a choice, but I think, okay, modern chess, just reading books will take a lot more longer. Like, probably watching some lectures or playing games is a lot more easier ways to improve.
Okay. Okay, so basically it's the same, yeah, because it's difficult when you're younger to like try to read chess books, and I mean, like logically, how many of us are actually gonna do that? So basically, so same answer, chat, in that sense. Like try to do combination books and watch videos. I think those are gonna be very useful for you. And by the way, the answer, Priyanka, if you can reveal it for the chat, what do you think is what was the answer to your question?
So after rook d6, it's a very good move is queen d6 because of the back rank. So queen into d6 and knight c4 because if you go direct rook d8, there is bishop f1 in the end after rook d1 check,
So if I take here, you give a
and
check,
then rook
I put the
d1, bishop
bishop on
f1.
f1.
Exactly. So first you eliminate the bishop with knight c4, forcing white to take back on c4, and now rook d8. It doesn't
And now
end
rook
there.
d8. Oh, that's
Queen
so clever,
b4,
actually.
rook d1.
No, no. I just see it. No, I just saw it. No ways. No ways. And chat, the award for the weirdest repetition in chess history is in front of you. Please reveal it, Priyanka.
There's bishop e7. I actually thought bishop b2 was going to be the move.
Okay,
In
but
my
this is
calculation,
happy
I thought
accidents.
bishop
Yeah, but
b2.
the idea is the queen has to be stuck to this knight. You go queen a5, bishop d8, queen b4, bishop e7, queen c3, bishop f6, and that's crazy.
And
Um,
that's, yes.
Yeah, that's just a draw. But wow, what a line. But Divya is still thinking she has 37
Oh,
minutes
but
in.
it doesn't still end.
Priyanka, we have to move to the Gukesh versus Pragg game because he has
Wait.
indeed sacrificed an entire rook against Pragg.
So
It's
he started with
losing
bishop b2.
technically. Yeah, he plays
So
bishop
your move is
b2 and
played.
yeah, I
Knight
mean,
a1 and
I'm
g5.
not happy about that. I'm not happy. I was just saying bishop b2 because I didn't want you to. My idea was bishop d2 was that I didn't want you to take this pawn on d4. For me, this pawn is more important than this rook. That's why I wanted to play bishop b2. Plus, it limits my vision. Like, for example, if I go gf5, I have to calculate knight d4 and knight a1 both. And that means I have to think about two different things. And bishop b2, I only have to think about one move, right? Which is knight takes a1. And now pawn takes f5. And Gukesh is technically lost, but practically, I think this is anything but lost.
Yes. Because there's not just one move in this position.
I just saw it and I am still in disbelief of what I just saw. I saw Samir bhai what was sent. I'm not sure if I can reveal it. Can I? Oh, I can. So this is a bit of an announcement here, chat, and I think Tikku bhai should also be here. Rakesh bhai should also be here. All of us should be here for something. But apparently we found out that from Norway Chess, Indarov has made a comment and that his favorite broadcast channel is Chess.com India, and that's very humbling to know that the World Championship Challenger is watching us and Bibisara OP bhai.
That's crazy.
That's cool. That's cool. So yeah, coming back to the game, G takes f5. After this, knight b3, Priyanka was the move, and you are still a full rook down.
Right. What do you think will Pragg play? Do you think he'll take e5 or go knight b3 simply?
Knight b3, just knight e4. I feel like in this position, the fact that I have not made a move is more dangerous. Like, because I have so many ideas, right? I can play f6, which is looking scary. F4 is looking scary. Knight e4 is, I think, my main. Rook g1, for example, attacking this. So many ideas I have. And the moment I play a move, I think I'm committing to something and I don't like that. But let's try to play a move that is the least committal. So I think rook g1 is maybe the least committal out of all of them because this is a move I would play anyways. And now I see your moves are very difficult here, Priyanka. Like, for example, you have to find the move
Hmm.
b5.
But I also see moves like king f8,
King
which I
f8.
don't think
Oh,
is very difficult to
no,
make,
no,
yeah?
no, no, no. D5, rook takes g7. Like, you have to, right? You have to.
But
King
d5,
f8.
I will not take on
Not,
d5. Let's say I go knight c5.
no, please take on d5. Like then no, but then there is no fun if you don't take on d5. Actually, it's the best move taking on d5. Actually, the problem is after e6 you have d4, so it doesn't work.
Ah,
It's
okay.
a bit yeah, it doesn't work actually. So okay, I won't play d5 then. I'm convinced. Maybe queen e4. Okay, like I'm gonna make a
It does
crazy
look
prediction.
dangerous.
I think Gukesh can win this.
Using Gukesh can win this.
Yes, I think this because it's so difficult for both sides, right? I feel like the bar is really telling a one-sided story, but it's not mentioning how difficult black's moves are here. Like for example, after gf5, like knight b3, rook g1, the best move was b5. I mean, okay, in terms of
I mean,
practicality, b5 is, I think, so difficult to play in this, almost impossible, I would say, to play.
I think the
And
point of b5 is to just go queen a5, queen d2, give up the material, or what? What is the
I
point?
think the idea is pawn takes b5, you have knight c1. That's why it's such a hard thing to see over the board.
Oh, come on. No.
Exactly. Knight c1. Who's gonna see knight c1 when you're getting checkmated in like two moves?
No, that's almost close to impossible. Yeah, if
Uh,
to play more like
chat
b5.
is for the first time in this tournament, and actually first time this year, chat is willing to bet Maggie's with me. Chat, I might take you up on this because I think there is a good chance that I don't think it's a one-sided story with the Gukesh and Pragg just yet. I think mistakes will happen here from both sides.
Definitely. But I will
And
still
by the
root
way,
for.
Priyanka, for context, I'm not sure if you know this, but me and Sahil have like this long tradition from going from 2024 candidates where we were started doing these Maggie bets. So I would take one side, the other one would take this other side, and we would just try to bet with Maggie's. But yeah, Maggie promotion. Let's go.
That is interesting. Okay.
Says
Oh,
bhai, it can't
Vincent
be a
is
clean win.
much better now.
Okay, let's take a look. Oh wow, he actually got g4, and after h6 he played
H6,
h4.
H4,
Logical.
knight H7, G5. At G5, Queen G4, Bishop C8 was the mistake. I mean, what else
Oh,
was I supposed to do? E6 was his attack, no?
exactly. You Bishop c8 just feels so natural in this position. I mean, I see Queen b6 was the other logical move, and for some reason takes on f1 and then Bishop c8. Okay, as if that makes any difference. Ah, it does make a difference, Priyanka, because if you
What
go pawn
exactly is
takes
the
g5 now,
difference?
after rook f1, king takes f1 is the best move.
But why exactly? What is the rook on E1 doing? Why is it so important for the rook to be on E1?
Yeah, I'm just gonna switch my. So I think I hope I'm back now. So I was saying that in this position, Priyanka, is the board back? No, not yet. By the way, he did take on f1 just now. And now this is the position, by the way. Priyanka, he has to capture back with the king. The rook is like slightly worse. I don't know why, but supposedly that's the best.
Why? Because I think you'll have to keep the rook on the board, is it? Rook F1, rook F8, rook D1, rook D8 probably.
So you just don't want to exchange another pair of rooks
You want
and
to
you just,
keep one rook.
huh?
Still doesn't make a lot of sense because I could still go rook E1 and it's the same possession, right?
Exactly.
So king
Exactly.
F8, rook F8, king F1, rook F8. Oh, you have to keep the king on E2 and get the rook to G H1 maybe. That
Ah,
is the
king
difference after rook
e2.
F8.
Yeah, that's very nice to put the king in the center of the board. So this is open and then king side pe bahut sara attack. Chat question for you. This is going to be an easy one. Bishop d7, rook h1, and let's play the move bishop c6. And now what move will Gotham Chess will play here? I'm not asking for the best move. I'm asking for what move will Gotham Chess will play. Because I think that works. Pragg played. We'll get to that very, very. Yep, exactly. It's the rook. I'm not gonna do it in that voice, but rook h7 and g6 and queen h5 would just be a mate. And let's go, everyone. That would be the move. But after h6 g5, he is still thinking. 34 minutes for Firouzja. which I think is arguably very, very low for an event where there is no increment whatsoever. Yeah, he has to be careful. By the way, Pragg has played a move, Priyanka. So let's take a quick look there. Knight
Yes,
b3. What?
he played knight b3. I low-key thought he would play ef5, but knight b3
Yeah.
takes some guts.
I thought because generally when you give something like an exchange or a rook or something, and you want to reduce the effect of your opponent's attack, you often offer something. Yeah, you offer a material, something that gives you a tempo, or something along those lines. But knight b3 means Pragg is not afraid. I mean, of this attack whatsoever, and he's right. He shouldn't be.
But he should be very precise. It does look very dangerous for black, but he has enough time, so that should be the reason why he chose to go knight b3.
Yeah, but still, I'm looking at this rook g1, and I mean, of course, Pragg is maybe one of the best calculators from India. I mean, of course, you have no debate there. But finding
Right.
moves like b5 is just not human. I think it's so hard. And if he does find a move like b5, I think it will be after like 20 minutes, 25 minutes of thinking, which could really reduce his chances of winning the game in the later stage of the game. Remember, chat, there is no increment here, and even the increment you do get is just 10 seconds. We have a question. Panelists, do you think there can be a draw in Pragg versus Guki today? Priyanka, what do you think?
Draw? No. No way. I think it will be a result.
It will be a
I
result.
mean, how can this possession possibly end up in a draw?
That is true. That is true. But do you think like there is one result which is like very, very clear, or do you think like if it's two results possible, let's say black winning and white winning. Generally, when we say two results, we draw is one of the results, but in
Yes.
this time there is draw is not that result. What percentage would you give for black winning, and what percentage would you give white winning, considering all the, let's say, practical implications?
I think I would give it like 65-35 in the favor of black.
Hmm. I think that's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, because I mean, we can still not say black is completely winning, keeping his king in the center like that. It is still risky, but I think if black is precise, then of course. Oh, was Rook G1
Yeah.
played?
No, 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 no.
No,
That's
right?
that's me.
Ah,
That's me. That's me.
okay.
Gukesh is still thinking, and he has 41 minutes, so he has 24 moves to play in 41 minutes. So that time pressure thing is approaching very, very soon.
Right. Maybe we can quickly see Divya's game. I think it kind of.
Oh, wait, is Rook D8? Oh, there's Queen G4 check.
Mm,
Oh, I
yes,
was so
there's Rook
scared
G.
for a second. Yeah, I was thinking Queen
Yes.
G4 check is there, but
But now I think it's
um,
going to head towards the draw.
exactly. I think, but maybe I don't. Maybe Divya can play. I don't know. I had a similar position like this against Lalit once in the national juniors, and okay, not exactly the same position, but the same kind of principle. Yeah, where I had a queen and a bishop and a couple of pawns, like 3 or 4 pawns, and he had queen, rook, and like 1 or 2 pawns less, something like this. And I think it was difficult to hold. He did manage to hold it, but it was difficult, I think. But I did have a bishop, and she has a knight. I think I'm not sure if in a situation like this a bishop would be superior to a knight, because on the one hand, bishop on c4 is lovely, but on the other hand, the knight can sit on f5, and the queen and knight combination could be quite dangerous.
Right. But in this position, I'm not quite sure if that is going to happen. The knight on f5, okay, it takes a lot of time. And meanwhile,
Yeah.
if I could just exchange the queens, then it's a safe possession for both sides, I feel.
Okay, so we'll do this thing one more time. So if you had to like say, let's say draw is one of the results as well. So what percentage would you give white winning? What percentage would you give to a draw, and of course for Zhu Jiner, which I think is like basically zero here for me at
Yeah,
least.
but I would not give a lot of chance for white either. Probably like 53.
53, yeah. Okay, fair. I also learned never to say zero because I have been humbled by the chat many, many times. So I have learned never to say, but I still say zero, but it's hard to believe that Zhu can win in a position like this because there's not much going on. And I feel
I
like
mean, even if the
the
queens are off the board with the pawn structure, I think it's very difficult to play for a win.
right, exactly. You mean if the queens are traded, it would be difficult for black to play for a win, right?
Yes,
Exactly, exactly. And with the queens, I think because you have I think your king is more or less safe. Knight can sit on c4. This looks very, very, um, at least practically like pleasant. Let's just say.
yes.
But speaking of practically pleasant, oh wow, wow, we have two confessions from Pragg today. That's actually, I think, a new record for Pragg there. Let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah, okay, second time for today. Yeah, G4 was wild. I I don't believe in this too much for white, but it's complicated, and some of these positions to evaluate is not at all clear. Yeah, some knight b3. I've just played knight b3. Some gf is there. I thought like worst case, I'm always like fine, but I feel like I should probably be better in some cases as well. So yeah, I'm also happy that I have like a little bit of time advantage. So I think yeah, I think for now I'm feeling okay about this position.
And that was Pragg with his thoughts on the game. He doesn't think that he's winning, but he has a feeling that he's better and seems to be very comfortable about the fact that he has significant lead on the time. But based on recent developments with Rook G1, by thoda pressure is building, I feel, for Pragg, because this was the moment where he had to play the move B5.
Yes, I mean, the fact that he's not sure that he's better or winning rather shows that how complicated the possession is. Yeah, the engine just screams that it's just winning, but it's not so easy in a practical game to evaluate positions like this.
100%. 100%.
But
That
if
looks
he
very,
plays
very.
B5, I mean, we can just clap for him. Yeah.
B5 is, I think, okay. If he plays D5, then we can, I think, both say that I think one result is the most likely, and that is Pragg winning. If he finds
Yes,
B5,
definitely.
that's the hardest move, I think, for this entire game. And if he finds B5, this is good. But finding B5 is very difficult.
Not at all easy. Yes.
What do you think was harder, Priyanka? Finding B5 or finding Nemo? I think
Um, Probably
after
B5.
watching the movie, still B5.
Yes.
Amazing. What's the idea of b5? That's a good question because I think it has to be explained because after pawn takes b5, you have knight to c1. Apparently, or queen f5 check and then knight to c1, but I guess it's the same. But this rook की नजर खोलनी है, and you just wanna distract the pawn so you can play knight c1. And this is why your entire focus is on the king side, and not just on the king side. I feel, Pragg, if you could like separate the chessboard into four small squares, right? Like squares like this. Okay. And I think Pragg's eyes right now are only fixated on this part of the board. Like he is not looking at on the other sides. I feel like this is where 90% of his attention would be. So it's very hard to kind of look on this side and say, okay, there is going to be some kind of tactical resource. And this is why it's practically very, very difficult.
Completely agreed. Playing move at B5 is
Yeah.
like too much. But it doesn't
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
stop 94 after B5. Yeah, 94 is still possible, and he has to be precise. BC4, 96. It's not easy to make a decision there.
Knight d6, king f. How are you? How? How? Why is this? I mean, to be honest, even if Gukesh is like losing here, I don't know. I will still take it. Because it looks like Rook G7, Queen G2. That's a checkmate on G7. How are you saving that?
So there's
What's
queen
going on?
h4, queen h6, I think.
King f1 and then queen h6, yeah? Somehow you're saving this. Yeah, I mean,
After
theoretically,
queen
I mean,
h6, I mean,
yeah,
hmm.
with calculation, I guess it's understandable. But yeah, it all starts with the move b5. And Priyanka,
Yes.
I know you have to leave soon, but I really thank you so much for joining, today. I really liked your analysis. Before you just leave, could we just have the bird's eye view so we can get your final insight on all the positions, and maybe a prediction if you would like to, just what do you think is going to happen on each board?
Okay. So we can probably start with Vincent's game.
Okay.
Okay, so he did capture with rook f1. With the rook, not with the king. Yeah, it's not that easy to make a decision there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but did you notice that he actually spent 5 minutes before capturing back with the rook?
Ah,
Do you
he
think
thought.
he thought he considered king f1 and then rejected it?
I I think so. It is definitely possible. Because after a move like Rook F1, you would think twice, right? Because King F1, King E2 does look kind of tempting. But I think
Right,
he just
either you
decided not to do
immediately
it.
play rook f1 or you think about king f1. Yeah, it makes no sense otherwise.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
I
You wouldn't
do
think
have a
after Rook F1, but yeah.
feel,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I do feel like that will end up in a draw. I mean, white is still better, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
So Vincent's
this
board you
guess is
think
going
is
to be a
gonna be
draw.
a draw? Samir, can we just have the bird's eye view so we can just do the roundup of each game just very, very quickly so we can understand the prediction of Priyanka, because I'm genuinely curious because you are getting a lot of these things right today, and I want to see how right your predictions are going to be. So, Keymer versus Firouzja, what result?
A draw in classical, but okay, I can't really guess it
Draw
out
in
my
classical.
head. Hmm.
Okay. Arma, anything is possible. Okay. And
Yes.
Wesley versus Magnus.
Somehow I have a feeling that Magnus will win, but looking at the possession, it could end up in a draw, but I have a feeling Magnus could win.
Priyaga, honestly, I'm just going to ask you a question. If Magnus was playing with white, would you have said the same thing?
Maybe not.
You have a feeling that Magnus is going to win with white. Like, I mean,
I mean,
so
the
is it the,
possession is just too comfortable. Like, if you see, if you compare the possession with what, 5 moves back, the
yeah,
possession
yeah.
that Black has is so much more comfortable.
Yeah,
And
that
I
is
think
true
Magnus
because
would
he
be
did
really
play
happy
that
to play this.
G5 and,
Yes.
yeah.
I mean,
So,
we
yeah.
know Magnus, yeah? He
Mhm,
grinds. So I have a feeling Magnus could play for a win. And Pragg
mhm.
and Gukesh, I know for sure it's a result. But
Okay.
since I'm not quite sure which way it is going, but so far, I think Pragg. Oh, he played.
Pragg,
Oh, he
yeah,
just
he
made a
played knight h6
mistake.
actually. He just made a slight mistake. And yeah, I told you, there's no way. There's no way you'll find all of
Yeah,
these
yeah,
moves, man. There is no way. So, Chad, I mean, get ready for a long roller coaster of a ride because I think the bar is going to be jumping so much, and I think it's not
for sure.
it's definitely not clear. This goes to show, of course, what you see on the bar and what you see on the board are two very, very different things. But yeah, I still like Gukesh's position way more here. I mean, look at the possibilities. Priyanka, just look at this f6, gf6, and knight e4. I mean, let's go. That
But I think
I
Pragg was counting on rook g8, rook g7, and rook g8. Do you think it was just 6?
in this position.
Yeah, no, instead of f6, I think it was counting on rook g7 and then rook g8.
Yeah, I think that
So
kind of
rook g1.
exchanges
Yeah,
another pair of rooks, which means white's attack is not going to be as dangerous anymore. That
right.
definitely makes sense. So I have to sidestep with my rook g1 plan, but that was, I mean, objectively, it was. I mean, we can see it on the bar. Before he was completely winning. Now he's not completely winning, at least. So Pragg and Gukesh, both of them, I think, are going to have a bit of a difficult time here. But result, what result are you choosing? Final,
I am
final.
definitely not sure anymore. But it is going to be a result for sure. Just
Hmm.
not who is going to win.
Hmm.
And
Okay, so
Divya
definitely a
and
result.
Zoe is okay. The engine says that black is comfortable, but I think it's more or less going to end up in a draw.
Okay, Divya and Zhu will be a draw. Okay. And then finally, Humpy G versus
Okay,
Ju
Humpy and
Wenjun.
Ju also a draw. I mean, it's like a fortress, yeah. White cannot
Yeah,
improve.
yeah. I think you're right about this. We might get to see an Armageddon very, very soon in this game.
Right. So
Yeah.
let's see how many I can get right.
Let's see, let's see. And once again, Priyanka, thank you so much for joining. And chat में एक बार, Priyanka OP हो जाए, the first real WGM to show up on our stream and commentate in such a nice way. Thank you so much, Priyanka,
Thank you
and
so
would
much
love
for
to have you
having me,
again,
Sahaj.
soon. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Very, very nice to see Priyanka OP. Amazing. And that was Priyanka the first the real W ये होता है डिफरेंस चैट एक रियल WGM में और एक जो बोलता है कि मैंने WGM नॉर्म किया हुआ है पहले आई विल नेवर एवर फॉरगेट दिस बट मज़ा तो आया भाई आई थिंक शी वाज डूइंग रियली रियली वेल in this and some really cool insights as well from her side I feel especially in terms of Divya, how Gukesh is, the analysis of Gukesh and Pragg, it was very, very nice. WGM होता है chat women's grandmaster basically. There is a of course different titles in chess. जैसे जो भी title आपको पता होगा FM पता होगा which is FIDE master, IM होता है international master. हर title के साथ अगर उनका एक women's title भी होता है जैसे WCM हो गया WFM हो गया WIM so that's a title itself that you fight for essentially and this is a title that Tikku claims that he has gotten one norm because I'm guessing he had a performance like that and that's what basically I was roasting him for back then. Says, bhai, where is Tikku? Are you alone? नहीं नहीं भाई अब Tikku भाई will be here from tomorrow but I think for today it's just me but मज़ा तो आ रहा है भाई I feel and we just had of course Priyanka there as well so not completely wrong also समय भाई भी हैं भाई so completely fine there. Says भाई what is this FM? FIDE Master FIDE Master होता है चार्ट जिनकी रेटिंग 2300 रहती है. I think back in the olden days like you could get a FIDE Master title if you could have I think if you could keep a rating of 2300 for 3 months. और पहले 3 मंथ्स का मतलब 3 मंथ्स नहीं होता था 3 रेटिंग लिस्ट होता था क्योंकि हर रेटिंग लिस्ट 2 महीने या 3 महीने बाद अपडेट होती थी तो आपको 2300 की रेटिंग लाइक बैक देन 3 रेटिंग लिस्ट के लिए रखना पड़ता था सो आई गॉट माई FM टाइटल नॉट थ्रू दिस रूट मैं वर्ल्ड जब जीता था वर्ल्ड अंडर 10 जीता था देन आई गॉट द FM टाइटल लाइक दैट सो देर आर डिफरेंट वेज बट दैट एंड देयर डिफरेंट टाइटल्स लाइक दैट सहज भाई आर यू इन बुडापेस्ट इंडिया कब आओगे भाई बहुत जल्दी एक्चुअली आज एक बहुत ही क्रेजी सी न्यूज़ मिली आज सुबह ही मुझे बहुत एक क्रेजी सी न्यूज़ मिली विच आई वाज वेरी वेरी एक्साइटेड अबाउट बट आई कांट रिवील मच व्हाट्स हैपनिंग बट आई एम कमिंग सून वेरी वेरी सून जुलाई के टाइम पे वेरी वेरी सून इट्स ऑलमोस्ट कन्फर्म बेसिकली सो आई एम वेरी एक्साइटेड फॉर दैट भाई सहज भाई यूर सच स्पोर्ट देयर शुड बी से अरे 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 थैंक यू सो मच भाई थैंक यू वो तो भाई मुझे तो मिलता ही रहता है बट आई फील लाइक व्हेन समवन कम्स एंड स्पेंड्स देयर टाइम गिव्स देयर इनसाइट इनटू एनीथिंग आई थिंक वी शुड डेफिनेटली अप्रिशिएट दैट हम तो करते हैं हम तो हर रोज करते हैं भाई बट इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू डू दीज थिंग्स आई फील फॉर अ चेस प्लेयर इन जनरल सो सहज भाई इन नहीं नहीं भाई नहीं नहीं भाई नहीं आई विश भाई आई विश एंड वहां पर भी एक न्यूज़ है मेरे पास जो मैं आपको बता नहीं सकता हूँ वो एक और न्यूज़ भी है जो मैं आपको बता नहीं सकता हूँ मतलब एकदम फ्रीली बट देर इज अनदर थिंग जो उससे कनेक्टेड है बट वो मैं नहीं हूँ लाइक बट देर इज अनदर थिंग विच इज कनेक्टेड टू दैट बट होपिंग दैट इट वर्क्स आउट भाई but how crazy that Sindarov actually is watching this stream, bhai. So the Sindarov is consistently watching this stream, and apparently he's had some. Basically, he had some interview in Norway Chess, and he said that his chess.com India is like his favorite place to watch. I mean, that's amazing to know. Like, एक 2750 का player, a world championship challenger is, watching us in that sense. But Tikku OP होना चाहिए भाई. They're like, what is your rating at present? By my rating is around 2490 something. 90 थी पहले फिर अभी मैं एक गेम जीता हूँ किसी के साथ, आई थिंक लीग का मैच था, 2324 का प्लेयर, सो आई शुड बी +2 +3, सो 2492 और 2493 इट शुड बी समथिंग लाइक दैट. सो स्टिल बिलो 25, देन दैट्स ऑल दैट मैटर्स. जब तक 2500 के ऊपर नहीं होती भाई, तब तक वो 24 मतलब मज़ा नहीं आएगा. So yeah, there we go. After knight h6, which apparently is a mistake, Gukesh is now thinking, bhai, kitna time? It's almost 10 minutes. And chat, I'll ask you a question, okay? Like, you have seen the effects of not having increment in a chess game, right? We have seen Magnus make mistakes. We have seen Gukesh make mistakes. Even Firouzja makes, everyone I feel makes a mistake when they are in time pressure. So a move like knight h6, knowing that it is bad, but aapka opponent is thinking for, let's say, 10 minutes, he just played f6 by the way, is it a smart decision then or no? Because this is something I feel a lot of chess players have to think about during the game. Sindro said he likes watching the reactions here in time scramble. Bye 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 bye. वो तो हम भी उसको रिवाइंड करके देखते हैं भाई, मजा तो आता है. Said by knight hanging on b4. Which game भाई, कौन सी गेम की बात कर रहे हो आप? It doesn't feel like. I think there's a knight on b3. Hey Saj, can you analyze Gukesh's current scenario? Do you think he is not up there and deserves the credit? Nah, I don't. Bhai, nobody deserves criticism. Bhai, let's just put it like that. That आपका question ही आप ऐसे पूछ रहे हो तो nobody deserves that. They're all humans. They're all trying their best, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. But I think generally speaking, Gukesh is looking a lot better. Now I'm speaking to you as a chess player. Okay, as a chess player, he's doing amazing. Okay, like the progress that he has had in the last 2 months, he has clearly worked on things which were, I think, a big problem for me, for him in the last, let's say, year, a little bit more than a year. वो फास्ट चेस हो गया, टाइम स्क्रैम्बल्स हो गया, यू आर सीइंग दैट इन अ मोर टेक्निकल सेंस. सो एंड भाई, इसका एक ड्रॉबैक भी होता है आई गेस, बिकॉज एनी टाइम यू ट्राई टू फिक्स समथिंग दैट इज नॉट वर्किंग, यू आर ऑल्सो काइंड ऑफ ग्रोइंग, यू आर ऑल्सो काइंड ऑफ चेंजिंग समथिंग अबाउट योर सेल्फ. तो एक वो एडजस्टमेंट पीरियड रहता है. But I think the fact that he is improving on those areas, जैसे कि Arma में I think he's playing way better. Like those things in comparison to, for example, Menorca Masters, जहाँ पे भी time I think around 25 minutes या 15 minutes something like that. मतलब ही था, and he lost to Nihal there too. And जो game था भाई, I think he was dead lost against Nihal in move 8 or 9 or something like this, after that bishop d6 and e5. I mean, that clearly shows that he was not in the right headspace, and now I think he looks a lot more relaxed and a lot more energetic. I mean, look at this game, bhai. Like, even if you lose a game like this, are you really going to be upset with yourself? Bhai, look at the energy that ये एकदम ताल की energy है, because I know for a fact that Gukesh has not calculated everything. How could he? It is impossible to calculate all of these things in your head. So if you don't see the answer and you still sacrifice just for the game, that shows that you're confident in the position and you're confident in your abilities. Says, why do you have any idea when will the Olympiad this year be held? So that we know when Guki is prepared. I think it will be held in September or October के time के around. I think उज़्बेकिस्तान समरकंद में होगा. टीम्स अभी तक पता नहीं है, वो अभी हमें पता चलेगा हमारी टीम कैसी होगी. बट आई थिंक वी हैव सम इन्फो कि उनका बोर्ड ऑर्डर क्या. आई थिंक इट्स ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि गुकेश और सिंडरफ का मैच होगा कि नहीं. Sehaj is going to commentate on Chennai GM. भाई मतलब I think so. I think so. बट लाइनअप तो नहीं रिवील कर सकता भाई मैं. बट आ रहा है भाई, कुछ क्रेजी होगा उधर भी. ट्रस्ट. वो रिवील नहीं कर सकता लेकिन मैं. व्हाट, बट इट्स क्रेजी. एंड प्लीज आप ऐसे गेसेस मत लिखने लग जाना मेरा चेहरा पढ़ने के लिए. लाइक यू आर नॉट गोना बी एबल टू डू दैट. सो लेट्स फोकस ऑन द गेम्स नाउ. बाय द वे, बोर्ड पे यू आर सीइंग द मूव g6 as a blue arrow, but that's not the best move. The best move is gf6, and I think it hardly makes a difference. To be honest, I would never play the move g6 because I would never leave the pawn on f6 here like that. But by gf6 के बाद you have knight e4 and you take on e5, knight e6 check. What? King f8 and queen takes. I'm sorry, but how is this equal? भाई मेट हो जाएगी तो ये तो 10 साल के अंदर. I am still thinking that Gukesh has the most chance to win here. Like the most. Maybe the chat will disagree with me and chat वो लिखेगी humble, but I still think that objectively अगर आप मुझे position दिखा रहे हो बिना eval बार के I'm taking white here 100%. Bro, I went to Delhi state selection and I saw dedicated people at some rated guy and came dominated the whole day. Was how should one approach to that games at age 16? I think you should not worry about beating guys like that. I think you should worry about playing guys like that, which means that I think the more you play against stronger players, the stronger you will become. So if one guy who's clearly stronger than the best, find out where else that player is playing and go play there. Haro, even if it means you lose to him as many times as you can, because that will make you grow. Who is my favorite player? Very hard, very hard, very hard. It's subjective, but I think overall, I think I resonate, not resonate, but I cannot understand the style of Arjun. And that's why I like it the most, because I cannot understand it. So if I had to pick a player, I would pick Arjun in that sense. Today seems like a good day for it. Yeah, actually, why? Also, it looks like very aggressive chess from Gukesh. Very refreshing stuff, actually. ये चीजें I think Gukesh 2024 में बहुत करता था. And how often have you seen him sacrifice something ऐसे खाली? It's very I think good from Gukesh. It shows like some psychological dominance there as well. That fact that he's doing this. I mean, and I'm sure कुछ भी position हो भाई, Pragg will be scared here. Halka sa, because one misstep here to there, one square you don't see, one move you miss, you could just get checkmated. Sahaj bhai, this year India will get great competition from Uzbekistan, men and China women, both in Olympiad and World Championship. And chat, bhai, agreed. I think favorites, Uzbekistan is I think gonna be a favorite. India would also be one of the favorites, but bhai, do not count out other countries as well. Like there are some very strong up and coming players, especially around this time, and you would be surprised what could actually happen. Like, did anyone honestly batana chat? Honestly, okay? Did any of you think in 2022 that Uzbekistan would win the championship? Like, अगर आपको अभी भी लगता है ना कि yes, तो go look at that list. Like try to take a look at that list. उनमें से I think not only two players were 2700. Only Nordirbeck was 2700. उनके अलावा कोई और नहीं था. But they did manage to make an upset, right? Because they were in form and they were like उनके जो coach थे Ivan Sokolov, he greatly complimented the team back in those times. So that was a surprise. So I think that's a very important point, and we should learn from that. There is always going to be a surprise in an event like this. Exactly. A lot of people are typing no on both channels, and I can see exactly, not even close. And I was, actually, I was with the South African team there. I was living in South Africa back then, and I was one of the captains for the South African team. And I remember we were sitting in the bus and I was checking all the lists and I was like, bhai, Ivan Sokolov is the coach. This team is going to be very dangerous because I've worked with Ivan Sokolov. So छोटे से change के साथ I feel इतना बड़ा फर्क पड़ सकता है किसी टीम को. So yeah, there are favorites, but there are also other teams as well. White is a rook down. हाँ भाई, great observation भाई. White is a rook down. वो तो है. पिछले 5 मूव से वो रुक डाउन है भाई, सूखा. नो कॉम्पनसेशन तो है, बट इट्स नॉट अ मटेरियल कॉम्पनसेशन. भाई पॉन भी डाउन है आई थिंक टेक्निकली. 1 2 3 4 5 में 2 पॉइंट डाउन है रुक, और 2 पॉइंट डाउन है अभी गुकेश, बट पोजिशन इज स्टिल क्रेजी. Sahaj, a big fan of you. I want to meet you. Can you tell the भाई location तो नहीं, but I think there is a big possibility that I might be in Chennai like this year in July. उसके बाद I'm not sure when I will be back, but in Chennai there is a good possibility, and you should. And I think उनकी dates announce हो गए, but there is a chance. Let's just say. Sahaj, by where to find annotated games of famous players to study? There are books. There is this thing called mega database, and in the mega database, it's basically a database inside of Chessbase, जिसमें बहुत सारे games हैं. Like मतलब historical games हैं, नए games हैं. अगर आपने कोई chess का match OT भी खेला है, तो वो mega database में होगा. हर game होता है उसमें. Like there is millions and millions of games. वहाँ पे lot of chess players, especially जो historical games रहते हैं, उनको एनोटेट किया जाता है. there are many games like you will see a lot of annotated games of Kasparov, Karpov, Magnus, and so on and so on. And they are also really strong annotators as well. So वहाँ पे जाके you can definitely check it out. But if you prefer books, then there is My Great Predecessors, जहाँ पे सारे world champions का एकदम proper analysis है. And Gary is the one, Gary Kasparov, the goat of chess, is the one who's basically doing the analysis. And he's telling you about the player कि उस time पे वो कैसे थे, पूरी history बताते हैं आपके. वो तो भाई क्या book है. मतलब that's the one book I will recommend if you like chess history. My predecessors, Bible of yes, indeed, yes, indeed. By the way, 24 minute for the world champion and Pragg board पे ही नहीं है. Uh, I think we are approaching that time pressure situation because remember, chat 21 minutes May. Oh, sorry, 21 moves खेलनी है in 24 minutes for the world champion. Looks very, very tough. So if he has to find something, it has to be now. Hello, bhai, knight d5, knight d6 check. Queen takes e5. Let's go. सहज भाई, why do you live outside? भाई ये सवाल ना मुझे हमसे हर रोज किया जाता है. I want to ask you भाई, why do is a was a chess decision, of course, you know, for me. But why do so many people you know, think about this? Is my question. Because every stream, this you know, someone asks me, oh, there is a lag. My bad. I will just try to fix it. Chat. It should be live very soon. We are there. Yeah, I think my disconnect हुआ था एक second के लिए, and I'm back. Um, अरे टिक्कू भाई, यस आई नो भाई. टिक्कू भाई, बाय द वे, आज तो पूरा एकदम प्रॉपर पार्टी के मूड में होंगे बिकॉज प्रखर हैज वन, यू नो, द सीओबी. सो प्रॉपर एकदम पार्टी के मूड में रहेगा. और वो आज वो न्यूज़ भी मिली है सेंडारो वाली. टिक्कू भाई का जो आज मूड होगा ना भाई, एकदम 10x रहेगा आज. आई कैन प्रॉमिस यू चैट. ओहो हो, ही इज हियर. Chat, did you hear what Sindaro said? Yes, Tikku bhai. Yes, Tikku bhai. I did mention it to the chat, and like, दिल खुश हो गया भाई. Let's just say, दिल खुश हो गया भाई. Yeah, that is something else. Bhai Sehaj bhai, Sindaro watches Indian. Yes, exactly, bhai, and that's all thanks to you, all thanks to Rakesh bhai, and I think the biggest thanks in this situation should also be given to Samay, our producer ji, because like I think जो just जितनी seamless हमारी ये production लगती है chat, like I think you should also check out what it was 2 years ago and how it is now, and there is like a huge difference. So thank you so much Samay bhai for, you know, making it seem so effortless each time. समय भाई शायद अभी सुन नहीं रहे हैं बिकॉज उन्होंने मुझे जवाब नहीं दिया अभी तक. बट भावनाओं को समझ गए होंगे शायद. तो कह रहे हैं, हाँ सुन रहा हूँ, काम कर तू. कमेंट्री कर, क्या बोल रहे हैं. क्रेजी भाई, क्रेजी. बट स्टिल या. सो लेट्स गो बैक टू द गेम भाई. थोड़ा एक्चुअली मैं थोड़ा नॉट समय रायना भाई, हमारे समय जी, जो हमारे प्रोड्यूसर साहब हैं, जो इस प्रोडक्शन के लिए, यू नो, ही इज़ रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर सिंगल हैंडेडली, यू नो, ही इज़ हैंडलिंग एवरीथिंग हियर. सो दैट समय भाई. एंड या, एंड हमने इतनी बात कर ली, थैंक यू बोल दिया भाई. ही स्टिल थिंकिंग. ओ फाइनली नाइट डी 6 चेक ऑन द बोर्ड. सो नो pressure so far. King f8, by the way, only move as you can see from the blue arrow. King e7 में I think checkmate हो रही है chat. If I can calculate, and I think I can, because rook g7 check and king takes d6 तो भाई नहीं मार सकते आप, because there is queen e5, mate in 4 है, king c6, bishop e4, d5, queen takes c6, queen d6 and bishop d5 is checkmate. तो ये चेकमेट पॉसिबल है बोर्ड पे अगर वो किंग ई7 खेलता है. हाँ, आप बोल सकते हो कि किंग ई7 रुक जी7 के बाद वो किंग एफ8 जा सकता है. बट देन ऑफ कोर्स व्हाई वुड यू प्ले किंग ई7? यू वुड प्ले किंग एफ8 राइट, स्ट्रेट अवे. सो चाल तो एकदम फोर्स्ड ही आई थिंक प्रग के लिए टू प्ले किंग एफ8. सहज भाई, why is Vaishali not playing? I think good question, but I'm it's I think the invites are sent out probably months in advance, and I'm guessing whether you know, she got the invite or she declined the invite. I'm not really sure, but uh, invites के through होता है, I'm guessing. And maybe it was related to the the world championship or the candidates कि उसके आसपास कुछ दो important events जैसे बार back to back नहीं खेलने थे. I mean there are like many different explanations here, but I think भाई अच्छी चीज़ ये है कि Pragg is playing and Gukesh is there. There's Divya as well. Also, by three Indians in an event of six players. I mean, that's a bit, I think, unfair. I think to other federations as well. In that sense, I mean, they would want, of course, players like another player who's 2450 or like 2400 to like have a chance as well. In that sense, I'm guessing that could be one of the reasons. Sindarov, if you're watching one Ludo, yes, please, Sindarov. If Javakir, if you're watching this one game of online, like Mafia or Ludo, please. Before the World Championship begins, I think it would be amazing. And if you could tell us your alt account, that would be amazing. Also, brother, your commentary. Arey, thank you so much, bhai. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate. But bhai, it's also the chat that keeps the energy up. I mean, I think chat is being like so good. I mean, I think it's one of the reasons why the energy is maintaining like this. So I have you guys to thank you so much for keeping up in this way and supporting the players like you do. Oh, queen takes e5 by rook पे attack. Let's go. If you go rook g8, देखिए blue arrow दिखे ही जा रहा है मुझे. Okay, if you go rook g8, what's the story? Something is hanging. With this queen f4 check, you have king e7. I can place something. Wait, I can do something there. I can smell something is wrong there, but I can't understand where exactly. Knight f5 check तो possible नहीं है. Knight takes c8 पे queen takes c8 मर जाएगा. एंड क्वीन h4 चेक पे किंग d6 मार दोगे आप, बिकॉज यहाँ से क्वीन वो जो e5 पे ला रहा था हमने, वो चेकमेट कर रहा था, वो पॉसिबल नहीं है शायद. मे बी जस्ट रुक टेक्स g8 है, इतना कॉम्प्लिकेट करने की जरूरत नहीं है मुझे. या रुक g8, जस्ट रुक g8. Actually, no. Always trust your instinct, chat. Queen f4 check is the best move in this position. If black plays king e7, then rook g8, and the position would be roughly balanced. I'm seeing a couple of zeros here. But bhai, like, I think I will echo what Priyanka said a bit earlier, that this could be anything but a draw. Actually, question, how many people in the chat are still thinking this game is going to end in a draw? Just type yes if it's a draw, no if it's not a draw. Anyone, like, I just want to see where the chat is at with this. Sahej bhai, did you watch the end? Yes, I did watch. Bhai, the Knicks won. Wow, that was crazy. The Knicks actually won. They could win an NBA championship. Bhai, that is, I don't think they've won since 1972, I feel, which is crazy. Like in that, but I don't think they're gonna win. I'm Team Spurs, bhai. Let's go. No, like I'm seeing so many no's in the chat in both across both channels actually. No, no, no. Everyone is saying that. I think that I will completely agree with that as well. I just don't want there to be a situation जहाँ पर a mistake happens, for example, and by the way he plays queen h4 check, so um, no repetition happening of whatsoever. But what I don't want is कि एक गलती हो जाए प्रग से कहीं ना कहीं पे and then कुछ repetition हो जाए. That's very very anticlimactic. That's what we want. A full game towards the एकदम end तक चाहिए, एकदम proper टाटा स्टील, वो जो आर्मागेडन वाली फीलिंग थी जो 2025 में थी, वो मुझे वापस चाहिए, because these are the only players who can do this. Why? Sahej bhai, what should 1400 player do to reach 2000 in 2 years? And bhai, I think इसका आंसर तो भाई चैट ही दे देगी अब आपको, because I've repeated it so many times. But I'm sorry that I'm repeating this, but this is the thing. It's kind of like pick up your जो karate kid में होता है ना, pick up your jacket and drop your jacket. That's like tactics. Tactics is like that in chess. So if you just do tactics, if you're anywhere below 2000, just do tactics. It will help you in every single aspect of chess essentially. देखो भाई चैट शुरू हो गई. That's crazy. Queen h4 check. But let's see. By the way, 18 minutes for the world champion to play 19 moves. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot of, sorry, I mean, that's a lot of pressure for the world champion. Can you play king e2 or can you play king d1? I'm liking king e2, but I just don't like the fact that at some point you're going to go queen takes h2 and it's going to happen with a check. This is again my human side showing here, because in the game that's what I would be thinking. But king d1 is the best move according to the engine at least, and you go rook g8 to defend this rook. White can take on g8, black can go knight takes g8, knight takes c8, bishop takes c8, and abhi bhi ek piece hai mere paas. If I can calculate, I have two pieces. I have one piece still. एंड एक आपका घर पे ही है बिशप c8 पे, नाइट भी घर पे ही एक्चुअली टेक्निकली. I mean, he's not losing. Gukesh is not losing this, but he does have very little time. He has like 17 minutes in this position. I think I'm still gonna give it to Pragg because just because of the time. Hello, Sahaj bhai. How to start a chess journey from a beginner level? Bhai, I think take a YouTube channel and just do like one of the like there's lessons once. There's many channels you will find where they do have beginner runs to a certain rating, and you will have lessons as well. And just start there and do tactics. Bhai, that's most important. सहज भाई 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 कैसे कैसे सवाल आ रहे हैं भाई. भाई 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 ऐसे ऐसे सवाल नहीं करते भाई. दैट्स आप फंसा रहे हो मेरे को अब. What did Sindarov say? Bhai, apparently he watches and basically he likes this channel a lot, and apparently he especially likes वो जो last minute वाले जो हमारे reactions होते हैं and all of that. And I'm assuming he's talking about Tikku there because Tikku has the most reaction in those moments. So Tikku OP bhai, let's go. By the way, Queen H4 check. And Gukesh still thinking 16 minute. Chat bata dena if you want to go to some other game or if you want to check out something else, because for me this is like the most important game right now, because I feel Gukesh is an under 16 minutes. If Pragg beats him in classical, he has a realistic chance of at least be in top 2 in the Norway chess. He would have won his third classical game in a row. Bhai, that's impressive. So I think, but at the same time, Gukesh is looking very promising to me so far. I think still he looks pretty promising to me. So let's see. Sahaj bhai, I am 1900. How to get to 1500? Bhai, don't do tactics. That's exactly what you should do. Any chance for Magnus? Actually, that's a good point, bhai. Let's take a quick look because I think Gukesh ke board pe na ek moment aayega when everything is going to be very fast paced, and we can stick to that match like afterwards. Let's actually take a look at Wesley versus Magnus. एक पूरा round up करते हैं भाई सारे games का. Then we understand. Oh, so it's an end game. Magnus has 11 minutes more, and he has maybe a slightly better knight. You can argue, like slightly more active knight, let's say. So if you go king f2, king e3, okay, at least at the very least I can play e5. So you have some advantage there. And okay, it's also Magnus. It's an endgame. So some chances. I think he has maybe. I think it's a 2-result position more or less. Magnus winning, I think, would be very little chance, maybe like 5%, and I think 95% a draw. But yeah, practical chances to hai. Magnus है तो इसलिए practical chances हैं, because I think he will play d5 most likely. White will take on d5. Black will take back. The knight will probably go somewhere. I'm guessing to b6 or to e3. I'm not really sure which one is stronger. Just e3 feels too passive, and b6 feels like a superfluous piece. Like it looks good, but it's not good. So I'm just gonna go knight e3. At least I'm centralized here. And black can play something like h5. And now I'm not so sure. I am not so sure how I feel about this position, because moves like rook c1 are not possible because there's knight e2 check. The knight doesn't really have any good squares. And I can play h4. Like black can still make small improvements in the position, whereas white, not really. Like king f2, you can play then rook c1, but then there's going to be rook f8 check always. I don't know. There's some practical problems for sure. And of course, Magnus plays the move d5 and he takes on d5. And on top of this, he has an 10-minute cushion over Wesley. Yep, for sure. Why don't you add it? Bhai, because I can't. I remember Tikku bhai नहीं है भाई यहाँ पे. कोई नहीं, but लेकिन मौज है भाई. Don't worry. So yeah, that's the update on the Wesley versus Magnus board. एक नजर मारते हैं भाई Divya versus Zhu Jiner पे, because Divya has, I think, some chance in this end game. Although I have to say how the position looked 10 moves ago is not how it looks now, because I feel now it has not improved for Divya. I really don't like this move g3. Like I would have liked to not play it whatsoever, because now anytime black plays queen d5, this knight is kind of pinned. And their queen h1 ke threats are looking really scary to me. Like I would have preferred had she played h4 and played king h3 or something, more flexible. I don't like giving this completely. I would not have given the square on d5, or I would have tried to keep my queen on e4 just to keep this guarded. But yeah, draw ke chances काफी high chat now. Very, very high now. So that's the update on Divya versus Zhu Jiner. Let's take a look at Humpy G versus Ju Wenjun. भाई ये तो draw हो ही गया. And chat, can you tell me what is the easiest way for Zhu Jiner to make a draw here? Like this is a technical question, by the way, not a trick question. It's a technical question, and it also tells me like how much if you are actually paying attention to the important details in the end games, because यहाँ पे बहुत matter करेंगी वो. So chat, of course, offer draw is the trick question, right? So it wasn't a trick question. Now I'm saying Zhu Jiner को अगर कुछ करना है, she wants to make a draw. like कुछ भी करके she wants to make a draw. She wants to find the quickest draw. What does she do? Sacrifice the knight for the h pawn. Exactly. Because white's bishop is the wrong color. And this tells you, even though optically it feels like Humpy G is pushing here, and I think in reality she could be, but the fact that Ju Wenjun can just sack the knight for the pawn, like maybe knight f4, knight, I don't know, somehow you put the knight on f3, attack this, you play h3, you play knight g5, knight f3, and you just sack it, and that's it. And then you offer the draw. Game over. Exactly. So I think ये तो definitely यहाँ पे Armageddon आएगा ही. And remember chat, last time they played each other, the match was like so slow, yeah. I think we'll keep a close eye on the Arma here as well, because Humpy G will be playing with the 10 minutes and Ju Wenjun will be playing with the 7 minutes. So it's going to be an interesting match altogether. All right, I think lastly, let's also take one final look at Vincent versus Alireza. Alireza right now, I believe he's at second place. Yep, behind only Wesley So with just 1 point. But he is in a worse position in classical. So that means if Vincent win this, he could leapfrog. Basically, he could have the same points as Firouzja. So he could technically be tying, playing for the second place. Or he would be at second place and maybe some chances of winning the tournament if Vincent actually wins this match. Chance to hai bhai. There is a big chance, I think, that he can play for a win here. Alireza's unstoppable. Bhai, I don't know. Bhai. Like, I think the first half of the event was like ridiculously crazy for him. But like second half, it's like maybe, not as, I mean, he lost to Magnus and then he lost to Pragg as well. Yeah, back-to-back 2 losses is never nice. But yeah, let's see what happens there. Going back to the Gukesh board, because उसके पास है 12 minutes to play 17 moves. Okay, कितने टाइम से सोच रहा है भाई? King D1 हुआ, Queen H4 check के बाद. Black plays Rook G8, the best move. Rook takes G8 and now Knight takes G8. Okay. Sehaj bhai, will you recommend a book for advanced chess? You can read the one. I wanted to show you the book, but I don't have it here. I think it's like in the cupboard over there. But like I'm reading right now this book by Jacob Agard. It's something to do with mastering endgame technique or Russian endgame technique. It's a very, very advanced book. In this position? Oh, do you mean in this position, Rook G3 chat? I think Rook G3 was a good, maybe it was. Not really sure why. Like why would we consider it? Maybe it's okay. Am I back now? Okay, perfect. Sorry chat. भाई सैटरडे के बाद से लाइक इस सैटरडे आई नो ये टूर्नामेंट तब तक फिनिश हो जाएगा, बट जब तक ये टूर्नामेंट चल रहा है तब तक के लिए इट्स एन इशू, बट सैटरडे के बाद से इट्स नेवर गोना बी अ प्रॉब्लम फॉर मी चैट. वी ऑलरेडी मेड like let's say a nice intizam for the problems. And by the way, he's taken both of the rooks with knight takes c8 and now bishop takes c8 is going to be next. And technically speaking, Gukesh is down a whole knight. And yet the eval is -1. That means around compensation to hai bhai. Compensation to kafi hai. So the follow-up is after bishop takes c8. I'm guessing that's the only move. Pragg सोच क्यों रहा है यहाँ पे? Is he considering something else? Is he looking at queen? Oh wait, this queen f2. Oh, sorry, I didn't see this. So chat, with queen f2, you're attacking queen d2, which is a checkmate, and then also the bishop on b2 is also attacked. Plus, ये भी attacked है. ये आपने मारा नहीं है, but attack तो है. Sahej, why the time is a problem again for Gukesh. In fact, in this tournament, games are essentially being decided in a blitz format. What do you think of 90 plus 30 instead of this? Why 90 plus 30 ना बहुत boring हो जाता है. And I think, I think also top players, they are too used to playing 90 this time format where with the increment. And I think if you give a top GM like Gukesh or like Pragg, if you give them this 30-second wala cushion, then you will see way less blunders. It's just a fact. Every time we see these insane blunders happening from top players, it's because they didn't have increment. So वो उससे मजा आता है, I think, for us as commentators, for viewers, I think, because you get to see top players being human, yeah, which I think is the point. Bring Rakesh भाई with this funny line. इस मूव के बाद दिव्या ने बोला मैं नहीं हारूंगा. हाँ भाई, दिव्या के गेम पे जाते हैं, because apparently some updates, actually no updates there, she's still trying to play for a win, I guess, but भाई win के chances मुझे एकदम zero लग रहे हैं. I know I shouldn't have said zero, but there's always a chance. But yeah, it looks very, very unlikely that she's gonna win. But let's see. At least we know that at this point Divya was trying, but the recent developments are not super nice for her. And I think it we will reach a stage जहाँ पे दोनों players just draw मान जाएंगे अपने आप ही. But I'm still wondering, why is Pragg not taking on C8? Okay, he does take it now. And now King C2, immediate response. You see, Gukesh is now picking up the pace there. He spent 11 seconds on his last move because he knows, why 11 minutes is too little. Says, why is Gukesh low on time now? Because bhai, I think he was somewhat. It was a very difficult position, let's just say. वो रुक sack करना, center में pawns थे, मतलब just to expand. For 5 moves he was like a full rook down, and he didn't know if there's going to be any compensation, and even now doesn't feel like there's a lot of compensation. Like you can play knight a5, I guess, to save this knight, and I have d5. I mean, I do have this diagonal though. Queen g7 check ka threat hai. You might play queen h6, and I don't know. Bishop c1 apparently is what my engine is telling me, but there is no way, brother, that I'm gonna play this. I'll go queen b8 maybe. वो तो blunder actually, ये तो blunder है. Knight e7, d6, and queen takes h2 check. Oh भाई, यही इसी तरह की चालें I think are gonna be very easy to miss when you have less time on the clock. You see, I'm also missing them because I'm analyzing very quickly. अगर मेरे पास होते यहाँ पे आधा घंटा, I could think, and I could make the best plan here. And I think it's less about Gukesh getting into time pressure. I think it's more about Pragg playing fast. Because if you guys remember, Magnus के साथ भी यही किया था उसने. Like Magnus, when he defeated Magnus for the second time, there was a moment where Magnus was holding and Pragg was pressing, but I think the biggest catalyst there was in crunch moments. Pragg could think, but he could think for 5 minutes, 6 minutes, and he could make the move that was posing the most problem to his opponent. So I think it's not really Gukesh playing slow. I think it's more Pragg playing fast in general. Yeah, Pragg, exactly. So knight, by the way, after d5, now it's Pragg's turn. I mean, think about it, chat, right? We are almost what, at 3 hour, like 3 hour 15 minute mark, and Pragg के पास अभी भी आधा घंटा पड़ा. And remember, he didn't have any increment. There is, without any increment, Pragg has spent like what, 1.5 hours, less than 1.5 hours in such a long time. I mean, clearly he's playing a bit faster on purpose, I feel. But इसका मतलब ये भी नहीं है कि Pragg generally fast खेल रहा है, because I think when it comes to those end crunch moments, when he senses that his opponent has okay, when he looks at the time, he sees that his opponent has less time, he senses the moment, and then he will think, and then he will properly utilize that time. So that's what I think is working really well for Pragg here. But इसी के साथ साथ जैसे वो वैभव की बात मानना शुरू कर देना Pragg, like he will be unstoppable भाई. अगर बिकॉज प्रग ने आज खुद ही कन्फेशन में कहा कि वैभव एक्चुअली फॉर द सेकेंड टाइम टुडे, नॉट सेकेंड टाइम टुडे बट सेकेंड टाइम इन दिस टूर्नामेंट, ही एक्चुअली टोल्ड हिम कि यही ओपनिंग बोर्ड पे आएगी, एंड प्रग डिडंट लिसन टू हिम. बस वैभव की बात सुनो भाई प्रग, दैट वुड बी जस्ट यू विल बी ओपी फॉर एवर. Sahaj bhai, do you think in this World Championship we can see a game where both have 2 hours and 40 minutes, 40 moves will be played? I think that only happens if the player has, if the player has already decided कि भाई tie breaks में जाना है आपको, या फिर एक player already हार चुका है. So I really hope that doesn't happen, because then it means it's not going to be a fighting match. Like at the and no, and of course we want to see a fight on the board. Yeah, of course it's Pragg, sorry, it's Gukesh and it's Sindaro bhai. Like come on, Like two players who really complement each other so well. So I think we all want to see a close match. Which channel to follow if you're भाई बहुत सारे हैं बहुत सारे हैं आप just YouTube पे chess search करो भाई you'll find so many. um, which country are you supporting in the भाई Portugal भाई because last time it was Argentina. Which team are you supporting in the World Team Rapid and Bliss Championship? Hi, I'm not sure yet. I think I'll have to look at the teams first, and then I think we can decide. But let's focus on the games chat because I think we have a pretty exciting move in front of us. Black will play Queen h6 here. Chat, आपको क्या लगता है? Just to assess how difficult it is for Pragg to play the next couple of moves, what do you think is the best move here for White? By the way, he does play Queen h6. ये board पे आ चुका है. And Gukesh has to sort this out in 11 minutes, and now Pragg getting up from the board. एक second, if memory serves me right, there was a player who was getting up a lot during crunch moments, and I think it was Wesley. Was it against Pragg or was it against Gukesh chat? I think it was against it. I think it was against Gukesh. Do you think it was against Gukesh, right? When Wesley was playing very, very fast, and in the end, Wesley kind of offered that draw, which was a bit strange. For me, it was a bit strange because I felt like he had good chances there. But could Pragg be repeating? Could he repeat that tactic? Because Pragg is also getting up a lot from the board, and I don't remember seeing Pragg get up this often in chat. Could this be a psychological tactic from Pragg? Just to put more pressure on Gukesh? I think it could be. Queen d8. Nah, by Queen d8 में Queen g7 checkta. With this last move, he has stopped Queen g7 from White. And if you play bishop, and chat, the move by the way is bishop c1. And how are you playing bishop c1 here? By bishop c1 का idea पता है क्या? If I go queen f, apparently queen f6 is a bad move here. I don't know why. You have queen b8, of course. And if queen d8, then yeah, queen f4 check, and supposedly it's a draw. But he does not play it. Oh, that's a blunder from the world champion. Pragg is completely winning with this last move, chat, and the move is pawn takes d5. It's -4. That was a huge blunder from Gukesh. Pragg technically could win this in classical itself, and this would be his third classical victory in Norway chess, and he would become one of the favorites to win the tournament going to the last round. That is insane. Wow. Wesley is the only guy who's ahead of him, and Wesley का अगर draw भी होता है, so he's going to be on 15 points, and then Pragg is going to be on 15 as well. That means it's all going to go to literally to the last round, chat. That's going to be insane. And Pragya white रहेंगे उधर. But okay, let's first try to see what will happen here. Pawn takes d5, as we've shown, is the best move in the position. And chat, of course, what my point of showing bishop c1 was that it's a computer move, but I think it's very, very difficult to agree that you want to take this bishop away from the diagonal. भाई क्यों करोगे आप ये? क्योंकि this is literally the only reason why you're not dead lost right now. Because if Black's knight was able to come out, Black's king was safe, you had no queen g7 check, Black wouldn't even play queen h6 in the first place. So it's very hard to make a switch कि पहले तो आप queen g7 threat कर रहे हो, फिर उसके बाद आप कहीं और जा रहे हो एकदम से. Especially because you're a piece down. So now pawn takes d5. And how many people in the chat think Pragg is going to find pawn takes d5? This is the move. E takes d5. Do you think it's going to happen, chat? Yes or no? I think yes. I feel very confident about this. I think yes. Yep. Yeah, I think chat also is kind of agreeing in this sense, more or less. Pragg, I think definitely, Mrinalji, I think Pragg is definitely on track to take down the world champion. भाई Pragg का एकदम rampage शुरू हुआ है भाई. If you, I mean, he defeated like Firouzja, like we could call the youngest 2800, the GOAT, and the youngest world champion. That is the last three wins of Pragg. The youngest 2800, the GOAT, and the youngest world champion back to back, bhai. That is such a impressive thing to achieve, in my opinion, in the same tournament, back to back. Wow, that's very, very crazy. Is this seriously live? Yes, there. Yes, Devrajji, this is live. Wow. Sahaj bhai, can you show the continuation of pawn takes d5? Yes, bhai. We'll go pawn takes d5. I think white will go pawn takes d5 as well. And now this is the critical moment, and that's why you took pawn takes d5 because you wanted to get activity. Right now, your pieces are scattered everywhere. The bishop is on c8, knight on a5 is doing we don't know what. The queen on h6 is kind of defending the king, but it's not connecting anything together. So this is why you took on d5 to opens the queen view of this queen of this square on d6, ताकि you can activate your bishop via d6. And on top of that, just a cherry on top is that ये queen को इस diagonal से move करना पड़ेगा, like at some point. And then you take the bishop out, h3, you can get the knight out to c5, and basically this is just winning. Once all the pieces in Pragg sort of position is in play, Gukesh can resign basically. So the idea of pawn takes d5, just to summarize, is to be able to play the move d6. And note that chat, this is a tempo. So tempo gain karna is very, very, very important here. Where to watch Magnus game? Right here, bhai, right here. Let's go there because as Pragg thinks, he has 27 minutes. Very, very quick look on the Wesley versus Magnus game. Looks like Magnus has played d5, but he captured back with the rook instead of the pawn. And now I believe initially, just a couple of moves ago, his entire threat or his entire activity was this knight on d4. But now he's saying, okay, maybe I'm not just going to focus on this knight on d4. I could technically focus on this pawn. His Magnus is going to repeat. He could just want to go into the Armageddon actually. That means Wesley will be on 15 and then उसके बाद Arma होगा Magnus के साथ, and that's basically what's going to decide who's going to be leading at the end of day one. But yeah, tough moments, tough moments. By the way, Pragg still thinking, so no more updates there. Uh, Taking a look at Humpy G. By the way, chat, I don't believe this. Okay, I cannot actually believe this. No, no ways. You are actually kidding me. Humpy G is actually winning this. Or well, it is very hard for Ju Wenjun to kind of play on here. But because I'm seeing this knight getting trapped, but I see the bar is showing 000. Those two things don't align for me. या तो आप नाइट को ट्रैप मत करो या फिर आप 000 मत दिखाओ. So if you play h5, king f5 and g4, अभी मैंने पास दिया तो क्या ये नाइट मूव कर सकता है क्या? नहीं. So but you have moves with the king. But this is a fortress, yeah? क्योंकि king g6 जाओगे तो h4 आ रहा है. Unlucky for Ampiji. That looked like it could have been something, but I think this is going to be a draw. So we're going to stick to the original statement there. I think this match is going to go into Armageddon very, very soon, and we'll catch it then. This is the game of Divya, by the way. She has found the move h5, and now Divya has to play supposedly king g2. And can chat very quickly tell me why not queen takes h5 in this position? Why did she offer a sukha pawn? Any guesses, chat? How accurate is ChatGPT on championship clash? Gukesh will try to championship. You mean the world championship? I don't think uh, anyone can know before, let's say, the first round is played. Then उसके बाद समझ आएगा आपको कि कौन फॉर्म में है कौन नहीं है. तब तक I don't think anybody knows. Exactly. Queen d1 is the answer. And queen h5 ke baad queen d1. And this is a checkmate on h1. That is the problem. That's why she offered h5. In fact, you could take, you could take on h7 even right now. But Divya was saying by queen f5 khelte hain. And if you played the move queen d1 now, then I have queen c8 check, king here, queen g4 check, and I can do a repetition. So in other words, chat, दिव्या ने एक ड्रॉ ऑफर किया है जू जिनर को, जो जू जिनर ने जस्ट नाउ रिजेक्ट किया है. जस्ट नाउ. एंड आई एम गेसिंग इट्स लार्जली बिकॉज ऑफ Divya's time. So this is not really the best development. Let's see what happens. By the way, Pragg has gone for pawn takes d5, so he does increase his advantage by a lot, and it's almost winning now. भाई क्या परफॉर्मेंस है प्रग का यार, 3 games लगातार. Insane. And by the way, you can see from Gukesh's reaction as well that he does not like what has happened. I feel he missed the move pawn takes d5 and he missed the idea of d6, which is very, very logical to miss. Sahej bhai, who are likely Indians in Olympiad and who's 4 He will play. भाई मतलब तीन तो पक्के ही हैं. There is Arjun, there is Pragg, there is Gukesh, of course. Then there is Nihal, I think, who's also kind of confirmed. There is Vidit. And I think there is Arvind. Um, इनमें से like मतलब एक जाएगा, I guess. But I think four are kind of confirmed. I would say Nihal also is confirmed because chat. Oh my god, I just remembered it again because chat. If Gukesh loses this match, Nihal will be higher rated than Gukesh, and he is dead lost against literally Nihal could take over Gukesh today. That is crazy. Because if I see it correctly, I just want to double check it again. Gukesh is on 2725.7 and Nihal is on 2721.2. That means he will. Wow. Wow, he will go below Nihal in that. भाई फिर तो yeah, I mean definitely then Nihal का वो जो Olympiad वाला हम पहले डिबेट कर रहे थे कि whether it's going to be Vidit, whether it's going to be Nihal, whether it's going to be Arvind. I think Nihal का प्लेस यहाँ पे कंफर्म होता है I think इसके बाद for me. Yeah, but wow. I think he missed it by. I think he missed pawn takes d5. Let's see what he goes for. He doesn't even have enough time to digest everything, yeah, because he only had 6 minutes on the clock and no increment and opponent board पे ही नहीं बैठा है भाई. ये कुछ strategy है chat. कुछ तो है ये strategy. कुछ तो है इसमें. I feel like there is a reason why Pragg is also getting up and also why Wesley was getting up so often as well. कुछ तो यहाँ पे कुछ तो चल रहा है. Says, why do you think Maggie's mentally a little different in this tournament? Yes, yes, a bit. I think he was also a little bit different in Tepese game as well. You could see it from the games. But okay, I think if you don't play classical chess for a long time, it can happen. But he's still very clearly the GOAT, I think. Gukesh is hiding his prep. नहीं भाई. I don't think so. I mean, world champion की prep हो सकता है भाई, हो सकता है, for sure. Pawn takes d5 by the way taken and now d6 is the move as soon as Pragg is back on the board. Says भाई first world champ to be outside of top 20. No, 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 no भाई top 20 तो नहीं होगा. हो जाएगा क्या? Actually, yeah, हो सकता है. You're right. You're right, हो सकता है. हो सकता है भाई. It's a bit sad, but okay, we all know strength नहीं है उसकी है. Like we all know कि he is capable of like like his actual strength is the real strength is way higher. होता है भाई. हर चेस प्लेयर के उसमें होता है. करियर में होता है. Chess, is there a chance that Gukesh could drop below 2700? No. And I'll tell you why. I think there's only escape after this tournament. I think Gukesh and his team will be very careful in what they play. I feel, of course, if you lose one or two bad games against, let's say, lower rated players, then of course you run the risk of that. But I don't. I cannot buy that there is a reality जहाँ पे Gukesh 26 हो सकता है. I just cannot buy that. It feels unbelievable because he was 2794. Like chat, he was 2796, something like that. He was 279 something. Yeah, I mean it's unbelievable to think about that. That he could drop below 27. ऐसा नहीं होगा भाई. भाई इफ ही प्लेज इन ओलंपियाड की वजह से ही कह रहा हूँ कि वो 2600 नहीं होगी. ओलंपियाड में ही तो गुकेश एकदम अपनी प्रॉपर फॉर्म में आता है वापस. लाइक ही स्कोर्स लाइक सम 7/7, 8/8. सामने कोई भी बैठा हो फर्क नहीं पड़ता उसको. ओलंपियाड की वजह से ही कह रहा हूँ मैं. आप उसके लास्ट दोनों ओलंपियाड उठा के देखो. ही वॉज बोर्ड वन एंड लुक एट हिज परफॉर्मेंस भाई. लास्ट वन वॉज लाइक सम 3000 समथिंग. इट वॉज रिडिक्यूलस भाई. What about other games? Bhai, I think let's stay on this one 23 minutes because I think Pragg is gonna find the move d6. And if he does, it could be just curtains right then and there for Gukesh. Gonna be very, very difficult. एक bird's eye view लगा लेते हैं भाई फटाफट maybe for the last time today just to get an understanding of all the games. For the last time just to see. So top left corner पे Keymer still slightly better, maybe a bit more than slightly better. Okay, clearly better, I think. That knight on h7 is really bad. Pawn g5 पे है. Vincent can win this and Firouzja का time बहुत कम है. but they are about to hit move 40. By the way, Pragg plays the move d6, and with that, I think Gukesh is, I think, completely lost now. Then there is a game of Wesley versus Magnus, जहाँ पे it looks like Wesley is trying, no, Magnus is trying to push, but I'm not sure anymore. I feel like it could be Wesley also who pushes here, or it just could be a draw. यहाँ पे आर्मा हो सकता है. Draw is, I think, the most likely result. And did Divya just blunder? Wait, what? Why are the queens off the board? Oh, that's lost. That pawn on b3 is about to be taken. Why we should go there immediately, because I think that's very, very important to cover. By the way, Humpy ji ka match is just a dead draw. That's a wrong color. Bhai, let's immediately go to Divya versus Zhu Jiner and understand what actually happened. So I'm guessing it was an issue because of time pressure. She had to play King G2, blue arrow, but gives a check. And now Knight D4 khela usne, Queen D5 to have this mate in one threat. Knight F5 check, King here, and she plays Queen G8 check. It would be a beautiful move. It's a beautiful tactic to see, like in such a short amount of time, but sadly it's too late. वो क्वीन C8 check की वजह से भाई takes, and she takes on d5, and now basically the rook is in full power. You're going to win this pawn, you're going to win this pawn, and black is only winning because this pawn on c5 exists. ये pawn ना होता, knight f4 में मैं बिठा दूंगा, you cannot do anything. But yeah, this is sad, bhai, for Divya. Second game for Divya, where she is, okay, I don't think she was winning. Was she really winning? I mean, she had good chances. She had like a winning advantage at this point. Second game for Divya, bhai, where she was essentially winning, and both were with white pieces as well. Against Bibisara also, she had an almost winning advantage, and now as well, bhai. Yeah, this is definitely not the best feeling. Yeah, this is a horrible feeling, bhai. Yeah, this is a horrible feeling, bhai. Say, bhai, what's your order of players on Olympiad and why? Gukesh, because of his form at Olympiad. Pragg at board 2. I would not change anything actually for the Olympiad, because अर्जुन को वहीं रखो, वो क्योंकि वो बोर्ड 3 और बोर्ड 4 में से एक पॉइंट हमेशा आएगा भाई, अगर अर्जुन को रखोगे उधर तो. बट देन अगेन, it's not something we have to think about. So let's go back. By the way, Divya only has 35 seconds. Let's take a look at, because she hasn't reached. She still has to play one more move. She's on move 39 and played knight d7. And that's a mistake as well. By 40th move curse, the idea is simple. Black can play f5, black can play f6, black can try to route the king to e7 and take the pawn on b3, and white cannot do anything. This, in the endgame, rook is way more superior. Pehle ki position mein, because we had a couple of pawns, one on a2, rook was basically on e8. You could control the rook in a better way because you don't have any access to any open files. But right now, there are. Oh, amazing. Humpy ji, by the way, has drawn her match literally in the position that we were talking about just a few moments earlier, chat. So, GG, we're going to see a very juicy Armageddon here, where Humpy ji will be playing with the white pieces, and the women's world champion Ju Wenjun is going to be playing with the black pieces. So, bada maza aayega. Going back to Gukesh versus Pragg, who has just played Queen G3. He has 3 minutes and 28 seconds and has to play 11 more moves. एंड प्रग के पास कुछ फोर्सिंग खेलने का यही मोमेंट होता है. बाय द वे, 21 मिनट यहाँ पे कितने मैटर करते हैं चैट. लाइक इट इज सो इंपॉर्टेंट. अगर टाइम प्रेशर होता तो आप फटाफट मूव खेलते, बट अभी आप सोच सकते हो आराम से कि उसका क्या थ्रेट है. आई थिंक दिस गेम इज ओवर सिंपली बिकॉज ही हैज 21 मिनट्स ऑन द क्लॉक. Sahaj bhai, isn't Wesley the best defensive player in the current lot? I mean, I'm not so sure if you're basing it off of a game. I think like they are all very good defenders. So, they're like I would say. But best defender overall, I would say Hikaru is like overall all time for me. Tej bhai, my super sorry bhai. Super chat missed. I will just take a look at it. Sorry bhai. What are your views on Oh, by the way, thank you for the super chat. What are your views about Pragg, Guki, and Arjun, and who do you think has the highest ceiling? Also, do you think it's high time for a new Indian GM to fight at the top level? Highest ceiling. I think, look, I can tell you who I think is the most consistent. It's Pragg for me, because I think his style complements consistency in many ways. Because he never does anything. Let's say कुछ crazy sacrifices, or because वहाँ पे आप कुछ भी हो सकता है. It's a topsy turvy thing. कुछ भी हो सकता है वहाँ पे. So I feel Pragg is the most consistent there. Highest ceiling, I don't know. Bhai. It depends on opportunities. It depends on like, and it depends on luck as well. Like a lot of it. And I don't think there is a major difference in strength or like there is a major difference in style for sure, but there is not a major difference in strength between any of these players. And of course, you'd want all of them to hit their ceilings, and I don't think that they have hit their ceilings yet. None of them. Yeah, I hope that. And थोड़ा आधा आंसर किया मैंने, but yeah, to be honest, it's hard to kind of make a statement about who's gonna have the highest ceiling because you never know. Please tell the author name you are reading. Jacob Agard, bhai. वो chess की book थी, that was Jacob Agard. Says by who decides that which player will play? By that's going to be Shri most likely. Well, it's usually the team captain and the team coach who decides who plays. And last time it was Shri. I think in the time before that it was Ramesh sir. So I'm guessing it will be one of them, but I'm not sure if even that is announced yet. But based off of previous info, I'm guessing it will be Shri or Srinath, by the way, Grandmaster Srinath Narayan, uh, and or a GMRB Ramesh, basically. सो बिशप सी वन प्लेड भाई देर से आए बट या भाई देरी हो गई यहाँ तो थोड़ा आपको पहले खेलना था बिशप सी वन किंग बी वन से पहले जो थोड़ा लेट हो गया गुकेश के लिए बट नाउ ही कैन जस्ट प्ले क्वीन एफ सिक्स एंड इज कम्प्लीटली फाइन यू नो पता है मतलब डिफरेंस क्या है क्वीन एफ सिक्स बिशप एच सेवन पे बिशप एफ फाइव चेक है मेरे पास that's the point of why d6 was so important in the game. Queen g7, by the way, he goes. Queen h4 immediately responded by the world champion with just 3 minutes on the clock. सहज भाई समटाइम्स अरे भाई भाई ऐसे नहीं होता भाई अगर आप ऐसे बात करो ऐसे तो सीलिंग वाइज भी गुकेश ने भी जो अचीव किया था वो भी तो क्रेजी था होता है भाई आई थिंक समटाइम्स यू गेट एवरीथिंग एंड समटाइम्स इट कैन गो द ऑपोजिट वे एज वेल it happens I think it happens to everyone by the way queen f7 played and let's also celebrate the fact that Pragg has won 3 classical games at Norway chess. I mean, forget anything. I'm trying to, इस मोमेंट पे राकेश भाई होते तो बड़ा मजा आता because he would have given like a crazy start here. But I'm actually wondering if this was done by an Indian player or ever before. Like 3 classical wins back to back किसी ने करे हैं क्या? Like I'm genuinely wondering because 3 wins in classical is very rare. Yeah, very rare. By the way, Gukesh is I think about to resign, so I think we'll stick to this one. And ये भाई दिव्या और हम्पी जी का सॉरी दिव्या और जू जिनर का चल रहा है राइट. Yeah, she's just losing. Like, completely losing. Yeah, completely losing. Rook, and she's just gonna take on g3, push the h pawn. I think Divya can actually resign at this very moment. And हम्पी जी का शुरू हो गया क्या? हम्पी जी का भी तो शुरू. क्या मौर्जी उनका शुरू नहीं हुआ भाई तब बताओ जब शुरू हो. हाँ. यार इतना सैड लग रहा है मेरी स्क्रीन पे दिख रहा है भाई गुकेश डेड लॉस एंड दिव्या डेड लॉस भाई इतना सैड लग रहा है देख के. वो भी दोनों वाइट से यार. Yeah. And producer she is letting us know that if Pragg wins, which I think is very by the way, Divya has just resigned. Oh, that is so sad, bhai. Two losses back to back with the white pieces after having a wonderful position in the opening. That has to sting, bhai. You have to feel for Divya here. It's so sad. And OB by Zhu Jiner ke saath, last time she defeated her with the black pieces, and ऐसा लग रहा था कि she could have a comeback, and now she has to fight basically for the top 3 spot, but imagine, though, just 2 rounds ago she was leading. Just 2 rounds ago. It's so brutal, bhai. Hoping she can recover, but there's still one more round. Really hoping she can recover from this. And by the way, she plays Anna Muzychuk with the black pieces in the last round. Let's see what happens there, bhai. But for now, it looks very sad. Going to Gukesh. He has just played Bishop A6 with just 1 minute and 50 seconds. And सूखा pawn जो center का है D5 पे ये इसको कौन बचा रहा है? What is this? What is this happening? Can I not take this? Or bishop b7, queen d8 check, king g7, queen d7 and queen f7. You're fine. बट प्रग अभी आराम से सोचेगा बिकॉज है भाई 16 मिनट है तो यूज करो ना. ऑफ कोर्स Sahaj, by current trading system, is there a chance for players to reach 2800? Yes, there is, of course. Bhai. I think you can see the example of Sindarov, for example. You can see the example of Vincent, who are still gaining rating. Sindarov is now 2777. He gained like plus 25, or he gained 25 rankings in the last like 3 months. And then Vincent is also gaining rating there. So he's also 2772 now. Wesley as well is plus 10 from 2753 to 2760. So it is possible to gain rating for sure. Both Pragg versus Guki offered crazy matches. Yeah, भाई, exactly. इनका जब भी मैच होता है भाई, it's always crazy. एकदम प्रॉपर एनर्जी आती है बोर्ड पे. Sahaj Bhai and Gukesh has not taken a break. अरे भाई, आप इतने टाइम से देख रहे हो. Ramesh ji, thank you so much for watching for that long. Bhai, if you know all of this, then आप भी नहीं उठे हो भाई. So props to you as well. Sahaj Bhai, can uh, be their duo championship would be exciting to see. Yeah, yeah, of course. I think that both of these players definitely complement each other quite a lot. That's why we see such exciting chess from both of these guys. But I think this one is feeling like वो जंग हो गई है, but just वो last के कुछ moves बचे हैं अब. Battle खत्म हो गई है. Battle खत्म हो गई है अब लेकिन. Queen takes d5. I think it's just a free pawn, and it is over. And then if once Pragg wins, he's just gonna be joining the tournament leader, which is Wesley So, at 15 points most likely. And Wesley, of course, is still defending against Maggie. I'm not actually sure if he's defending. Chat एक नजर मार के आते हैं वहां पे भी. Wesley versus Magnus पे. ये है position. समय भाई. I'm sorry. I thought मेरा इंटरनेट थोड़ा 2 सेकंड के लिए glitch हुआ. Okay, I'm back now, but chat, this is the position. And अभी कुछ टाइम पहले लग रहा था कि मैग्नस खेल रहा है जीतने के लिए, but anyone in the chat thinking कि अब मैग्नस नहीं खेल रहा है जीतने के लिए? Because I am thinking that 100%. Because I feel like your rook is on an open file, Magnus's rook is not. My knight is on an outpost. Okay, it's an outpost, but ये मेरा outpost ज़्यादा strong है because it's center के पास है. Knight b6 आ सकता है, king e4 knight e5 ऐसे बिठा सकता हूँ मैं. कभी आपने rook को हटाया, knight e5 rook e7 is so scary. I am not sure यहाँ पे जीतने के लिए कौन खेल रहा है भाई. बट आई थिंक जो मैग्नस पहले जीतने के लिए खेल रहा था वो अब नहीं खेल रहा. एंड मे बी दिस इज द काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स दैट मेक्स मी थिंक दैट इट्स लाइक दिस इज नॉट मैग्नस इवेंट. लाइक बिकॉज ऐसी एंड गेम्स जो 15 साल पहले थी भाई, 10 साल से यू कुड basically guarantee कि Magnus is definitely going to be pushing for the rest of the game, and you had to just mentally prepare कि भाई कुछ ना कुछ होगा and आपको just defense करना होगा. और आप कुछ अगर जो डिसीजन आप ले रहे हो वो गलत होगा. But it's surprising that from a position like this, like for example here, no, maybe a bit earlier than this, जहाँ पे d5 खेला था उसने, from that, like it looked like it was Magnus who was pushing, but now I'm not so sure anymore. Yeah, I'm not. By the way, Pragg has played. He has taken the pawn on d5 with a check, bishop c4 and queen f5. But is the world champion going to resign? Yes, he does. Wow, Pragg defeats Gukesh in classical with the black pieces and joins the tournament leader Wesley So with just one round to spare. Chat, Pragg OP defeating Magnus, Alireza and Gukesh back to back in Norway chess is such an impressive achievement. I mean, all the congrats to Pragg. And of course, hard luck for Gukesh there. But by Pragg, what a performance. I think from the opening itself, it felt like he faced a lot of attack. Gukesh did not make it easy for him. He sacrificed a whole rook. Can we just appreciate like that how aggressive Gukesh was, from the beginning? And definitely not an easy thing to defend in such difficult circumstances. And Pragg held on, did not give him a single chance. And एक नजर मुझे और मारनी है accuracy पे, because Pragg had 96.1% accuracy in this match, in this classical game. I mean, I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but the fact that one player had to sacrifice a rook and it was still not losing, like that is a very high number, chat. Very, very high number. So props to Pragg for finishing it off in classical itself and joining Wesley. By the way, right now, if we look at the stand, भाई एक नजर standing पे हो जाए. समय भाई अगर possible अगर Pragg का update हुआ है तो, because look at this chat, Pragg is right now number 1 in the standings. Of course, Wesley का match चल रहा है and Wesley is most likely gonna make a draw and he will join Pragg at the sole first position. But देख के अच्छा लग रहा है chat. देख के बहुत 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 मजा लग रहा है. You know, Vaishali just won candidates, and now Pragg could win technically Norway chess. That's insane. Yep, let's come back to the position. मजा आ रहा है भाई देख के ये तो. मजा आ गया भाई. ओके, नाइट B5. आई थिंक मैगी इज सेइंग भाई ड्रॉ करते हैं, क्योंकि हो गया उन दोनों का. देखो ऐसे रेपिटेशन हो रहा है. एंड या किंग E3, नाइट A7, किंग D2, जैसे करके जस्ट खत्म करो गेम. एंड या देयर इट इज, दैट्स अ ड्रॉ, एंड दैट मीन्स एंड आर्मा इज इनकमिंग बिटवीन वेस्ली एंड मैग्नस कार्लसन. एंड कितने लोगों को लगता है कि वेस्ली has a chance against Magnus, because it's important for Pragg, right? If Wesley loses the Armageddon, then Pragg and Wesley will be sharing the spot, the first place. But if Magnus loses the Armageddon, then Wesley could be half a point ahead. I know it doesn't feel like a lot, but last minutes पे भाई important तो रहती हैं ये चीजें. हाँ, 10 भाई 10 सेकंड के लिए फर्स्ट प्लेस पे थे, बट थे भाई उस टाइम पे. देखा चैट, अगर आपको जाना है उस मोमेंट पे वापस जाके देखो आप वो मोमेंट जहाँ पे प्रग था. बिकॉज लेट्स गो, नॉर्वे चेस चल रहा है, एंड यू नो प्रग, एन इंडियन प्लेयर बीइंग एट यू नो सोल फर्स्ट पोजीशन इज वेरी वेरी इंप्रेसिव आई फील. वो भी सिर्फ एक ही राउंड के साथ. चलो टाइड फर्स्ट है आई नो, बट स्टिल इट्स वेरी वेरी इंप्रेसिव. But that is the end of it. So of course we're going to wait for Magnus's Arma. But तब तक के लिए let's turn our attention to Vincent versus Alireza. And भाई Alireza, no भाई, I think Alireza is gone in this one भाई. ये तो dead lost लग रही है मुझे. दो पॉन हैं आपके पास, एक F4 पे और एक G6 पे, बट वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा दूर है. नो इस मोमेंट पे आई एम जस्ट मिसिंग टिक्कूज एनालॉजी सो मच. आई नो वो कुछ बड़ा एक बहुत ही एक अनहिंज सी एनालॉजी देता है यहाँ पे, जो विच आई कांट. बट आप भावनाओं को समझाओ, यू नो चैट. बट माई पॉइंट इज दैट ये F4 और G6 के पॉन आर जस्ट टू फार अपार्ट. अरे चैट, चलो आपसे एक सवाल करते हैं, अगर यहाँ पे टिक्कू होता तो वो इन दोनों पॉन को किस चीज से कंपेयर करता? Like what would be the analogy? Like, I'm gonna read out some of them, so if you wanna, like, you know, take a guess, would be nice. Take a break says, अरे भाई ब्रेक हो जाएगा अभी, लास्ट ही तो आर्मेगेडन बड़ा है. We'll finish it off भाई, let's go. हाँ हाँ चला दो भाई. We have interviews coming up from Divya and Zhu Jiner, so let's play it and let's see what the players have to say.
It's a tough game again today. How would you summarize it?
I don't know. Actually, I thought the exchange sacrifice was quite interesting, and I don't know the evaluation. But yeah, I definitely misplayed the endgame quite a bit. I think Queen D1 was very bad. And yeah, okay, after that, I think practically it's quite hard for white.
Thank you so much.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved world champion.
It's been quite the comeback for you in this tournament here, Pragg. Now you're suddenly very much in the whole top position discussion.
Yeah, I thought today's game was important. I mean, obviously I wanted to fight today. And I think it's like a perfect opponent. He never backs down from a fight, and he always go for it, no matter how the tournament is going. So yeah, that's something that I always that's always inspiring from him. Yeah, I was kind of surprised in the opening, but I think I played a good game. I calculated well, and I got a winning position. I was going too creative at some point, I think.
Congratulations on winning this Indian battle, Pragg.
Yeah.
Bhai, I mean, props to Pragg, but that was not just a good game, bhai. That was just I think, an almost perfect game from Pragg. We have to give credit where it's due. Like, facing something like that, with such aggression on the board, like, the fact that he played Samish, the fact that वो शुरुआत से crazy सा attack आया, the fact that उसके second ने उसको बोला भी वैभव भाई ने कि like, look at this line, but then he admitted that he didn't. There was a lot of psychological pressure on Pragg, and the fact that he played so well, defended so well, despite being surprised in the opening like that, is nothing short of impressive. So props to Pragg there, why he fully deserves that tied first spot. And going into the last round, all the praise to him. He's gonna be playing against Vincent Keymer, chat, तो वो भी white से, so, and Wesley के black होंगे. So it's gonna be very very interesting, भाई, मजा आएगा. टिक्को एनालॉजी, स्कूल में मैगी लेके जाते थे ना, तब सारे बच्चे मैगी ले लेते थे, तो वैसे ही ये पॉइंट्स बटे हुए हैं. अरे अरे डूडा जी, दैट वाज अ वेरी दैट वाज इनसेन, दैट वाज इनसेन. अब चैट में सब लोग एनालॉजीज लिखने लग जाओ भाई, दैट्स वेरी फनी. गोइंग एक्चुअली टेकिंग अ लुक एट द आर्मर. सो बिबिसारा का तो खत्म हो गया, हम्पी जी का जो स्टार्ट होने वाला है, एंड देन वेस्ली वर्सेस मैग्नस इज इनकमिंग एज वेल, चैट. आई थिंक ऑन द क्लासिकल साइड ऑफ थिंग्स ओनली विंसेंट वर्सेस अलीरेजाज मैच इज देयर. अपार्ट फ्रॉम हिम नो अदर मैच इज देयर, बट ऑफ कोर्स ये मैच आर्मा की तरफ नहीं जाएगा. लाइक देयर इज नो चांस, आई फील. He plays knight f2, solidifying some, knights are great in front of pass pawns. Queen d8, queen d1, queen d2 ka threat perhaps. To have something, oh, by the way, look at this, only move, blue arrow, queen f4, to stop queen d2 and also to threaten rook b8. Very, very important move. Very important move for Vincent here. And chat, don't go anywhere, because we're going to have another very, very important match, an Armageddon match between the GOAT of chess and the tournament leader, Wesley So. And this will decide whether Pragg is tied first or he's going to be half a point behind Wesley So. It's going to be a very, very important thing for Pragg for tomorrow. आपकी पूरी स्ट्रैटेजी चेंज होती है भाई इससे, बिकॉज रिमेंबर वेस्टली के ब्लैक होंगे. सो ब्लैक, तो वाइट से आप जीतने के लिए खेल सकते हो, राइट. यू कैन ट्राई टू प्रेस, यू कैन ट्राई टू हैव अ सर्टेन ओपनिंग, जैसे गुकेश ने आज किया था, टू टू हैव समथिंग रियली रियली डायनामिक. अगर पॉइंट सेम है तो मे बी यू डोंट नीड टू डू दैट एनी. Oh, by the way, Armageddon has begun. It's between Humpy G and Ju Wenjun. So chat, I think let's actually go to the Arma, and let's actually see, because this is much faster games, and यहाँ पे कुछ decide नहीं हुआ अभी तक. पिछले game में of course it looks like Vincent is gonna win. So I think I'll keep switching between these two games, but let's see what happens. By the way, knight f3, e3 and b3. So we have the Reti opening in front of us. I think Divya played this today. It wasn't it was a great game, I think, overall, but लेकिन end में जाके थोड़ा वो miss हो गया. But I think opening was very good regardless. And now c4 is a logical move. हाँ भाई, वेस्ली विल बी प्लेइंग विद द ब्लैक पीसेस भाई. आपको भाई ये बहुत मैटर करती हैं चीज़ें, व्हेन स्पेशली व्हेन यू आर टाइड टू समवन. ये सब चीज़ें बहुत मैटर करती हैं. ये नेशनल चैंपियनशिप, बहुत सारे नेशनल चैंपियनशिप खेला मैं अपनी लाइफ में. वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में भी जब एंड में बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स होते हैं, इट मैटर्स हु यू हैव प्लेड. इट मैटर्स लाइक आप कौन से कलर से खेल रहे हो. एवरीथिंग मैटर्स देयर. Oh, amazing, by the way. We have both boards in front of us. Thank you so much, Samay Bhai. This is why Samay Bhai OP, yeah? Like, we don't have to keep switching now. By the way, on the right side of the board, bishop d6 was played to attack that queen on f4. And maybe queen d2 is just sealing the deal for Vincent. क्योंकि उसके बाद queen तो trade हो रही है भाई. And on the left side, we have... Chat, आपको पता है कौन सी ओपनिंग है? ये टिक्कू भाई की फेवरेट ओपनिंग है एक्चुअली. किसी को पता है? जब वो लंदन नहीं खेलते ना, तो वो यही खेलते हैं एक्चुअली. एंड ये ओपनिंग आज सीओबी में हुई थी. दैट, डू यू नो दिस? ये ओपनिंग वेरी वेरी सिमिलर टू दिस ओपनिंग. इनफैक्ट जो सीओबी का फाइनल्स का आर्मागेडन था, उसमें ये ओपनिंग हुई थी. द ओनली डिफरेंस वाज जो दोनों बिशप्स हैं, जो लाइट कलर के जो बिशप, व्हाइट का जो d3 का बिशप है, ब्लैक का जो c8 का बिशप है, वो बिशप्स ट्रेड हो गए थे, एंड बाकी सब कुछ सेम था. एंड दैट गेम, ऑफ कोर्स, प्रखर वाज प्लेइंग विद द ब्लैक पीसेस एंड ही एंडेड अप विनिंग दैट. सो भाई, आर्मागेडन में भी एकदम सॉरी, सीओबी का आर्मागेडन और नॉर्वे चेस का आर्मागेडन सेम ओपनिंग भाई. कॉली सिस्टम ओपी. लेट्स गो. हु वन 500 रुपीज भाई? दैट वाज समय भाई. दैट वाज फनी एक्चुअली. बिशप b7 played. Now knight d2 is a logical move after this. Maybe you can try to push e4. Analysis, I think I can do it on Humpy ji versus Ju Wenjun. तो दूसरे गेम आई फील समय भाई दूसरा जो विंसेंट का वहाँ पे एनालिसिस बहुत कम है बिकॉज आई फील दैट गेम इज ऑलरेडी मोर और लेस ओवर तो वी हाँ दैट्स फाइन दिस yeah, that's fine, that's fine. I think let's keep it like this. She takes on c5, bc5, and now you can see the bishop is kind of active. Knight bd2 could be a plan, and with the idea of c4. To be honest, I don't like the move dc5 so much here, but it was the best move in the position. But I never like making trades by myself. Like I would wait for my opponent to take on d4 rather in this position. But dc5 was played regardless, and now knight d2 or c4 could be two possible moves that Humpy ji is considering. But bhai, Humpy ji is like I think taking a lot of time here. Like she started with 3 minutes more, but now that difference is not even 1 minute, and I'm no moves pe. That I think is a very very big problem here. Said sir, why Hikaru is not playing? I think Hikaru gave, I think it was somewhere on Twitter या कहीं तो उसने कहा था कि कुछ it's not happening in like where it usually happens or something like that, and कुछ तो reason था उसका. I'm not exactly sure क्या reason था chat. I think, but he has given a reason for why Hikaru and also Fabi why they didn't play. And also with Hikaru, it's understandable, right? Because he already played candidates. I mean, it's such an important heavy event, and it's hard to play, I think, that much classical, especially when he likes playing online and so much more. But yeah, e6 was played, and now pawn takes d5 is possible, knight c3 is possible. Humpy, nahi, bhai, Humpy ji ka, I think a tournament you can say is not maybe going Humpy ji's way, but Arma mein bhai, Humpy ji is crazy. Like you play, like bhai, ek moment aayega when you will look back on this moment and you which is actually one of the best players, and it will happen, trust me. Even now it will happen. It's just not her event, I think, from the beginning. It didn't feel like her event, and there could be multiple reasons there. I think वो अच्छा start भी नहीं था उनके लिए, especially because she lost to Bibisara with the white pieces पहले round के अंदर ही, so एक वो momentum भी नहीं बना उधर. And also just look at that first like last position in that game. I think that also plays a part here. But okay, let's carry on with the game. Pawn takes d5, e takes d5. And chat, I have asked this question many times to you, but one final time, I promise. But I just want to make sure that it is, are kind of, let's say, you guys are able to remember this. What are these pawns known as? Anyone want to take a guess? What is the chess term for these pawns? Because actually, this has happened on the board. And Chesscom India पे please आप spam मत कीजिए भाई, because I'm not able to read all of the chats simply because you are doing that. So please आप spam मत कीजिए. Connected pawns is wrong. It would be hanging pawns. Exactly. Hanging pawns is the right answer here. Connecting pawns भी ठीक है, but वो एक it's a more broader thing. क्योंकि ये 3 pawns भी होते हैं ना, आप उसको भी connecting pawns ही बोलोगे. ये भी तो connecting pawns है. तो how are these different? So they are known as hanging pawns, and generally hanging pawns यहीं पर ही होते हैं, like D and C file पे, because this is where it's more common. And white के भी हो सकते हैं, black के भी हो सकते हैं. And the difference is that when you have hanging pawns, you should be controlling both of these squares in front. This is how you know कि Humpy ji is slightly better here. क्योंकि you are controlling. अगर black का D4 या C4 आ गया, तो it can be the position could simplify. That's the point. Wesley So is so clever. He has drawn maximum of his game. Bhai, it's not clever. It means he's solid. Come on. What you are saying? He's drawn a lot of games. How I see it is he has not lost a lot of games. That's where it's most important. Bhai. And by the way, that's a mistake from the women's world champion Ju Wenjun. Queen takes e6 is now completely at least getting a pawn. So queen takes, pawn takes. Let me just have it on the board. Queen takes, pawn takes, knight g5, rook e8, and now knight to b5. Bhai, this looks brilliant. This looks brilliant, actually. But what I don't like is, once again, for Humpy ji, bhai, time is now completely barabar. Oh, by the way, knight g5 played, rook e8, and now knight b5 is how you continue this. And I realize that Firouzja has less time on the clock, but his position is very bad. Like he's dead loss, I think, on the clock and also on the position, I feel. there is no improvement for Firouzja. That's probably the biggest problem here. That you can play queen b4, okay, queen a3 with that's just one move threat. Then I can play rook d1 with just one move. So I think at some point Firouzja is going to run out of ways to improve his position, and that's where blunders happen usually. Wow, MPG is finding all the best move, and look at that brilliancy on the board. Knight c7 played, and now knight takes 8 is the best. By the rook c6 only move. Otherwise, she could be losing. But Alireza was speed just yes भाई he is, but इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी ना होता है भाई अब सारे ये तो क्लासिकल का गेम है ये तो वो जनरल टर्म्स होते हैं चैट उसको उसको अब ऐसा है हर चीज में हर वक्त अप्लाई नहीं होता स्टिल ह्यूमन ही इज अ स्पीड मॉन्स्टर ही इज अ स्पीड डीमन यस बट ही स्टिल ह्यूमन गलतियां सबसे होती हैं चैट हैव यू सीन एनी अनइमेजिनेबली talented or prodigies who you thought could reach great heights if they continued chess as a career but they left chess for any other profession Sahaj bhai? Yes, actually, I know quite a few. I know quite a few like people like that. But okay, I don't want to say the names because, um, it's sensitive these things for some. But I definitely and some of them are from my some of them are from India. Some of them are around my age who I used to think that they are insanely talented. Of course, Parimarjan is one of, and Parimarjan was. It's not like we thought he was an insane talent. He is. He has proven it that he was. And rook e8, by the way, the only move not found, and now the position is basically winning because she can take on f6. And of course, ye to mari raha hai, but I'm just gonna leave that for now. Okay, she takes on a8. Never mind. Bishop takes f6 now, and now the problem is if you take with the knight, then c5 hangs, and if you take with the bishop, then d5 hangs. So now you have rook and two pawns versus two minor pieces. And chat, let me tell you that this is one of the most common imbalances that chess players study about. Rook and two pawns versus two minor pieces. Because this is the most fair. Like if you think about it. Because rook and one pawn is, yeah, technically, materially, it looks like it's good. But वो एक pawn ना हमेशा मर जाएगा. क्योंकि वो isolated है. क्योंकि black के दो pieces हैं. तो अगर connected pawns रहते हैं तो they can defend each other. So generally speaking, in middle game, like complex middle game books, you will find rook and two pawns versus two minor pieces as the most common imbalance. Just a fun fact there. Sehaj bhai, bet Maggie's Alireza saves this. Done bhai. Done. I don't think it's happening bhai. By the bishop takes f6 played and now king. Oh ho ho. एक second. Can I take it back? भाई थोड़ा मिस्टेक हुआ किंग जी सिक्स थोड़ा देखा नहीं मैंने बट स्टिल भाई एक मैगी आई एम डाउन लिख देना मुझे भाई किंग जी सिक्स लेट्स सी इफ ही सेव्स दिस 9 seconds फॉर विंसेंट काइमर मॉड जी अंशुल जी आपको आपको मेरा सपोर्ट देना चाहिए भाई व्हाट इज दिस आई थिंक ऑल्सो हम्पी जी इज कंप्लीटली विनिंग नाउ बट अली रेजा का गेम थोड़ा बहुत ही ज़्यादा स्पाइसी लग रहा है क्वीन बी एट प्लेड भाई उस गेम पे जाते हैं ना यहाँ पे तो हम्पी जी जीती गई हैं इट्स अ टफ कॉल इट्स अ वेरी टफ कॉल Okay, let's stay on both, and we'll see. By the 14 seconds for Vincent. That's on the right side of the board. Can I go rook takes f3? Chat, do you like the analysis board here? Arrows वगैरह के साथ, then we can switch. Yeah, Samay bhai, I think let's switch. Yeah, let's switch. Let's switch to Vincent. Yeah. By the way, that's a draw. Wow, chat, you were right. Where- Wow, you are right. He actually saved it. This is now 0-0-0. भाई उसी मोमेंट पे गलती करी यार उसने इस मोमेंट पे लाइक यहाँ पे थी विनिंग मूव क्वीन जी3 अपेरेंटली बट क्वीन बी8 एंड दिस इज नाउ अ ड्रॉ एक सेकंड किसी को लग रहा है कि ये जीत सकता है डज एनीवन थिंक कि फिरोजा कैन विन दिस विद ब्लैक भाई समय भाई सबसे पहला अप्रूवल देते हुए यस भाई ही कैन विन दिस क्रेजी भाई तो किंग एफ टू प्लेड बट मे बी अली रेजा ने थोड़ा ओवर प्रेस कर दिया यहाँ पे क्योंकि नाउ विंसेंट इज समवॉट बैक and if he plays knight f4 it looks scary but also you don't have any visible checks like knight अगर f4 पे बैठता भी है ना like you can't really do anything with it भाई चल रहा है ना हाँ चल रहा है let's go knight d3 knight h3 is a plan you can give a check on e4 maybe rook d3 let's go played 21 seconds by the way chat if you're getting confused this is not Armageddon this is classical ठीक है ये क्लासिकल दोनों का चल रहा है जो जीतेगा उसको 3 पॉइंट मिलेंगे यहाँ पे I know it sounds a bit weird because दोनों plays के बाद 10 second increment है, but that's what it is. King h6, that's a mistake. Okay, rook d3. That's a mistake again, and now it's equal, more or less. Can we go rook f3? Can we go rook f3? I think that's a very, very important. भाई जो पूछ रहे हैं कि भाई tie breaks हो सकते हैं कि I'm not really sure what the thing is. Tie breaks there are. We can confirm it to you tomorrow. But chat, I can guarantee you it's not gonna happen. Because यहाँ पे 3 पॉइंट मिल सकते हैं, फिर उसके बाद आर्मागेडन में आपको 1.5 पॉइंट मिल सकते हैं, आर्मागेडन में आपको 1 पॉइंट। टाई ब्रेक्स हैं कि क्या क्या वो है? टाई ब्रेक्स हैं चैट बाय द वे। हाँ, so chat, we will have the tie breaks in front of you once the games are finished, so stay tuned for that. Um, but yeah, until then, let's enjoy the games. Rook d8 and queen f6, defending the h8 square and attacking the rook on d8. Now you have to move the rook somewhere to d7. And Firouzja literally has a chance to make a draw in this position. By the way, Firouzja is better now. Wow. Wow, he's better. That last move was a mistake. Queen c3. Queen c3 is the move. भाई played. कोई बोल रहा था यार ये स्पीड डीमन लो भाई आ गया जगा दिया आपने उसको and now he's better. And by the way, king d1, as you can see from the blue arrow, is an only move and he misses that. Vincent trying to repeat. Firouzja says no. Crazy. I'm sorry, but Vincent had just won the GCT Super Rapid and Blitz. भाई आपको भाई एक मैगी तो ड्यू है आपको आपकी मेरी तरफ से भाई डन है भाई किंग d1 played queen takes b3 check भाई free pawn let's take it free pawns are always nice भाई मैगी का शुरू हो गया क्या आर्मा by the way Humpy ji completely winning yeah we can see that on the left side of the screen भाई Humpy ji about to take down Ju Wenjun the current world women's champion let's go queen takes b3 played king goes anywhere I think c1 or e1 भाई ये भी मरेगा और ये भी मरेगा pawnless हो गई है position queen c2 played and now queen f3 check I'm not sure if queen takes c2 is winning or not but this is something I would अगर मेरे पास यहाँ पे 5 मिनट होते ना I would definitely think about queen c2 but probably it's not working because there is a blue arrow but okay there must be other moves like queen e3 queen g3 as well which are fine but queen f3 of course is oh bhai he does it what okay like with 10 seconds I'm not sure if I would have done it but that's crazy now it's equal Firouzja also makes a mistake and another mistake by Vincent by king e1 g3 king d2 king e3 आना था in the end game you want to activate your king because your king acts as a piece but it's still not too late rook c3 still saves the day is he gonna find it by for sure Vincent thinks that he has to find only moves and he's right he would have to find only moves here to survive 13 seconds only bhai let's go full screen on Vincent versus Firouzja let's go full screen there bhai because Humpy ji is completely winning against Ju Wenjun. I think this is an over game. So I mean, but I think this is a very, very important one for the tournament. Let's go. King e5. Now, if we go king f2, then there is king d4. भाई look at the stress, look at the pressure. Does किसी को लग रहा है कि ये classical game है? Rook g4 played and now king e4 because you cannot go king d4. King e2. Okay, now if king f2, then there is e5, and then once the pawn is defending the knight, you can move the king away. Let's play e5. So apparently there is like a computer draw in this position, which I think is almost impossible to play unless you are winning like rook g8, rook a8, rook a5, and somehow that's a draw. But I don't buy that. By king f3, निकालना है यहाँ पे. I'm guessing makes sense because you want. हम अरे so wow thanks bhai Humpy ji is completely winning but she has only 1 second increment chat but because she has hit the 40 move mark so she plays anything wrong it could be a draw or she could lose she cannot think for more than 1 second अरे that's a blunder अरे यार that's a mistake again let's go a6 but no did she lose on time it says 000 yeah let's go to her full screen this is the position 4 seconds भाई दोनों player 1 second पे खेल रहे क्या हो रहा है भाई but draw में you're not winning this No, no. अरे यार, Ju Wenjun saved it. She saved it. She actually lost on time, bhai. She lost on time. Even in the last position where she resigned, it's a draw. Arey bhai, that is so sad. But okay, time is very, very, very difficult. So Ju Wenjun wins the Armageddon. Humpy ji definitely will not be happy with that. And by the way, while we were doing this, there was another blunder happening on the Vincent versus Firouzja board, and Firouzja is now completely winning. कोई स्पीड डीमन के बारे में कुछ कह रहा था भाई, कहाँ है वो बंदा? बिकॉज भाई आपके मैसेज के बाद ही वो जागा है फिरोजा। उससे पहले वो शांत था भाई, उससे पहले बचा रहा था इतनी शांति से, बट नाउ ही जस्ट कंप्लीटली वोक अप या। क्रेजी भाई, रुक D8 चेक एंड नाउ किंग C3। एंड जिसने भी बाय द वे फिरोजा का कम बैक प्रेडिक्ट किया था भाई, यू आर अ ट्रू चेस फैन। जी जी। किंग C3 प्लेड, rook E8 and now king somewhere maybe to D3 or to D2. Look at that ultra bhai, like 7 seconds by the way for Firouzja. Oof, he has to make moves really fast now. King D3 bhai, play. That was 2 seconds. Come on. भाई 2 सेकंड देख के तो बहुत ही डर लगता है आपको, क्योंकि राइट डी, ओ दैट्स अ ब्लंडर, नो, यू कैनॉट राइट दिस भाई, यू कैन नॉट राइट दिस स्टफ, you cannot write this. We are calling things too early bhai, that's the problem. We are just calling it way too early. King C4, by the way, there is still a theoretical draw. कितने लोगों को लगता है by the way Vincent will save this? Does anyone still think that this position is savable? Okay, it's dead draw, but do you think it's savable? Yes or no, chat? Let's see. King C4. No, really? I mean, like, will Vincent blunder? Of course, Alireza, I think it's very hard for him to lose this, but I think Vincent can technically lose this still. He has to find some only moves. Rook E8, by the way, is one of them. You can see from the blue arrow. Bhai, bolte hi blue arrow aaya, bhai. Crazy. Vincent will save this? Maybe. Oh, you might be right. Rook E8, best move on the board. And let me just explain this how difficult it is. Chat, King B3, Rook E4. Oh भाई, like वहां पे एक लाइन थी जहां पे ब्लैक एक चाल में क्वीन कर रहा है, and Rook E1 was the resource, which is something he had to calculate while having seconds on his clock. It's very, very difficult to do that. It's almost impossible to play accurately in a position like this because firstly आप एक क्लासिकल के मोड में हो, यहाँ पे आपको ब्लिट्स खेलनी पड़ रही है, तो वो स्विच करना बहुत मुश्किल होता है। एंड सेकेंडली दिस इज डिफेंस, डिफेंस इज ऑलवेज हार्डर देन अटैकिंग। Plays rook b8 check, offering the pawn on a4. This will become a pawnless endgame for Vincent if this happens. Let's see. क्या वो a4 के pawn को मारेगा या फिर whether he goes king c4? That's what we have to realize. Knight b4 is also possible. King c2 भी possible है भाई, कितनी सारी चालें एक्चुअली फिरोजा के बाद, बट आई थिंक एट दिस पॉइंट ही रियलाइजेस द ब्लंडर हो गया भाई बहुत बड़ा वाला। 13 seconds, 10, he has to make moves very quickly. Okay, he takes on a4 and now king d3 भाई, बेस्ट मूव्स पे बेस्ट मूव्स खेल रहा है विंसेंट, डिस्पाइट having to defend. Technically there are three passers and a knight, a piece that is known for being extremely tricky. And now king takes e2 is a draw. King takes e2 is a draw. He could save this. We might see an Armageddon still. भाई वो इतना सोच रहा है, मुझे लग रहा है रुक b1 या रुक e8 कैलकुलेट कर रहा है यहाँ पे, बट रुक e8 का तो कुछ पॉइंट ही नहीं है। रुक e2 तो नहीं मारोगे ना आप, नाइट f4 चेक है मेरे पास, या ही टेक्स इट, नाइट b4 and now rook a8 was the best move again. Bhai, what is this? King, ताकि king b3 को अपना रोक पा। You look at that reaction from Vincent, भाई बच गए। And Firouz also realizes भाई बच गए। I mean, well, his also that his opponent is thinking that. So at the end of the day, it's going to be a draw. He plays king b5. Yeah, draw is most likely, chat. But Firouzja push करने लग गया भाई at the end. That was insane. रुक जाओ भी एक वेट व्हाट मोमेंट पक्का अंशुल भाई. अरे नहीं नहीं भाई, ड्रॉ. दे जस्ट एग्रीड, दे हैड इनफ. द प्लेयर्स हैड इनफ. ऑफ कोर्स इट वाज अ वेरी टॉपसी टर्वी. पहले फिरोजा हार रहा था, फिर उसके बाद विंसेंट हार रहा था, बट एंड में जाके कोई भी नहीं हारा भाई. अब सबने बोला भाई लेट्स गो टू द आर्मा एंड लेट्स डिसाइड इट देयर. भाई ऐसे मोमेंट्स पे ना, जब इस तरह का ड्रॉ होता है ना, तो ना कोई खुश होता है ना कोई उदास. भाई सब सब लोग को एक रिलीफ मिलता है भाई कि ठीक है, ड्रॉ इज समथिंग वी कैन ऑल एक्सेप्ट एज अ रिजल्ट. Bhai, what a topsy, like what a crazy game actually. This Wesley versus. Oh, by the way, Wesley versus Magnus has just begun. The Armageddon, perfect time. And just to remind everyone, in the Armageddon, the player starting with the black pieces is going to have 7 minutes. The player with the white pieces is going to have 10 minutes. And black को benefit ये है कि अगर match draw होता है, तो that will be counted as a win. वी हैव सिसिलियन कान. किसी को याद है सिसिलियन कान वेरिएशन मैग्नस ने लास्ट टाइम क्लासिकल किसके साथ खेली थी? डज एनीवन रिमेंबर? बिकॉज एक गेम बड़ा ही धमाकेदार गेम था, नॉर्वे चेस के अंदर ही चैट, जहां पे मैग्नस कुड माइट हैव लॉस्ट टू ए सर्टन इंडियन फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इन हिज लाइफ. यस, यस, yes, Arpit ji, yes, Anshul, you're wrong. It is Pragg. It was the first time that Pragg defeated Magnus in a classical match. It was Sicilian Khan in Norway chess 2 years ago. So similar openings there. He takes on c6, by the way, knight d2 aata hai board pe. And of course, just to remind everyone, for this match, it really matters for Pragg, because if Wesley wins, then Wesley will be sole leader. And if Magnus wins, then Wesley and Pragg will be sharing the first place going into the final round. What a save by Vincent. Alireza is an absolute beast. And yeah, bhai, he's like what? I think very few people in the maybe like just him and Hikaru, I would say, are the only people who can play that well despite having seconds on the clock. Like it's very, very rare to have that talent, I think. Is this knight off? No, bhai. This is called Sicilian Khan. Knight off होती है भाई जहाँ पे d6 and a6 होता है, and Khan होती है जहाँ पे e6 और a6 होता है. So slightly different, and they have completely different like setups as well. आपको ये d6 और a6 थोड़ा similar लग रहा होगा, but they are very, very different. Like दोनों openings में I think कम से कम नहीं तो 1000 किताबें लिखी होंगी. I'm not even joking. Tomorrow, Pragg with white against Vincent. Yep, that is true. That is true. Pragg will be white against Vincent. And Wesley किसके साथ खेल रहा है भाई? Wesley plays against Firouzja with black. So gonna be an exciting match regardless. By the way, he goes queen h5. So some pressure, क्योंकि ये pawn मर रहा है अभी e5 का. f6 मैं खेल नहीं सकता क्योंकि it's pinned. And the only option remaining is knight f6 and chat. It might be a bit strange, because it is definitely strange for me that queen takes e5 is not the best move there. Oh, I realize it. I realize it. Knight f6, queen e5, there's b5. Yep, knight e5, queen e5. I think there is b5. Knight ko di lat, and then bishop d6, and queen ko bhi di lat, and then short castle, you have a lot of compensation there as black. But tough to play this. Sahaj bhai, which is better, knight f6, d6, or it's really relative. It really doesn't matter, bhai. It really doesn't matter. Like I think opening से बहुत बहुत कम फर्क पड़ता है, और अगर फर्क पड़ता भी है तो वो बहुत like it's gonna only matter at a very high level. Oh, Magnus does not see it. Wow, he takes on c4. This is like the most non-Magnus move ever. This bishop takes c4. Like the most non-Magnus move ever I think I've seen in this entire event, because it's obviously a positional mistake, and he doesn't go for knight f6. Right? Definitely Magnus is not on his top shape here for sure. But let's continue. He's defending the pawn on f7, threatening queen b4 check. Maybe short castle is a good move. Right now, Wesley is leading. He's +1, like because of the double bishop advantage and this bishop on c4. हाँ भाई, गोट थोड़ा मतलब फॉर्म में नहीं लग रहा है अभी, you know. I feel like okay, 4 classical losses. How can you be in form actually? How is it humanly possible? Magnus, the god of chess. Yes, by that we'll agree. That we'll agree. Abhi, you know, आई थिंक हल्का सा वो एडजस्टमेंट पीरियड है. आई फील लाइक हल्का सा प्रेशर लग रहा है गोट के ऊपर, फॉर श्योर. प्लीज यार वैसे स्पैम मत किया करे. So after queen e7, Wesley in deep thought. By the way, 2 minute ka difference between them. He goes queen e2. Interesting move. Does this mean that he's planning to go long castle? Because he could have went short castling immediately. तो रोका क्यों उसने? Is he wanting bishop e3 long castle instead? Because that, I'm not so sure if that's very good, because I would like to play b5 a5 and it looks like you have some attack. Maybe I can play a4 though and just completely neutralize. Magnus plays g6, bishop g7 की तैयारी, and then knight f6. Basically, white has a very stable edge because you have double bishops, but I think an advantage like that is hard to prove in faster formats because it such advantages are only able to show themselves in a long game. And यहाँ पे time नहीं है आपके पास enough. That's a very important fact. He plays h4 and bishop h6. Let's go, bhai. ये हुई ना Magnus वाली चाल. Like two bishops and you remove one of the bishops from the board, and now we can see, bhai. Bishop versus knight ka imbalance. Bishop h6, by the way, I completely missed chat. Just putting it out there, completely missed it. I thought bishop g7 ka plan tha. But now apparently long castle is the only move to have any advantage for Wesley, and he finds it. He finds it. By short castle looks scary because white has this attack on the king side, and long castle is illegal technically. By knight g8 played h5. By what is going on? Knight f6 pe pawn takes g6 and you cannot capture back with the h pawn because this is hanging. And g5, just forget it. There's no way. By Wesley could win this. And takes on g6 obviously. Did he just h6 he plays. That's like 2 billion IQ move. I still don't understand. I still have to basically understand this move. Actually, no, Chad. That's a mistake. That was not played. He took the pawn on g6 and fg6 हुआ था. I'm just making the moves manually. I can see that there is no pawn on h6 on Wesley's board, and it is his move. So I'm going to try to make the moves manually until it gets updated. सहज भाई गुकेश बोर्ड भाई 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 आप टेंशन मत लो भाई. ओलंपियाड ही तो इवेंट है गुकेश का. That is like one of the best events for him, like for the last two Olympiads at least that he has played. No chance. By the way, here we go. Pawn takes, and then g3 already on the board. So it has been fixed. I was a bit surprised with this move actually. This was like a very 2 billion IQ type of a move for me. And now f4 is a threat. By the way, long castle, short castle दोनों possible नहीं है यहाँ पे. तो गोट को यहाँ पे थोड़ा careful रहना पड़ेगा भाई. Rook d8, that's a mistake. Really doesn't feel like Magnus. Yeah, Rook d8 was also a very strange move. f4 played, okay. 1 minute का difference. By the way, chat, no increment in this format until move 40, जिसके बाद आपको सिर्फ 1 second मिलेगा. And Humpy ji was completely winning. Humpy ji was completely winning, but she had no time. She could not physically make the move and press the clock and not lose a second because that's how the format is. And that's why she lost a completely winning game. And now king f8, and maybe we can play f5. f5 is... Okay, I'm only saying this because I saw it. Otherwise, I would not consider a move like this. I would rather try to put pressure on the e5 pawn somehow. या फिर आप f5, g4, g5 kind of looks interesting, but I don't like that after g4 you can play g5. Wow, he plays it. And now black is threatening rook d8. That's activity. So queen d3 would be a good move. And bishop e6 just to solidify the bishop there. g4 also very nice move there. To try and play g5 and f6. Let's go. Wesley getting ready. उसको पता है भाई 1 second का increment is not gonna be enough. पहले से time आगे करके रखो भाई. And after g4, what do you play? g5 perhaps? But ये तो only move है. Why? I mean, 3 minutes, yeah, but I'm not seeing any other move besides g5 here. Is he afraid of queen d2? But there is knight takes e4 there. उसमें क्या problem है? He plays h6. Okay, pawn takes g6, but this square on f5 is going to be so weak then. Pawn takes queen f3, queen f5 looks so risky. I would have much rather played g5 because knights को generally close position ज़्यादा पसंद आती हैं. I think we also saw it in the Divya versus Zhu Jiner game जहाँ पे उसके पास queen knight था, opponent के पास queen rook था, and the position was close, but जैसे position खुली, the rook became so much stronger. The same applies here as well. I want to see g5, but look, this is why he's playing bishop e6. In some distant future, Wesley is considering the possibility that he's going to take on g6 and he's going to play bishop f5. At somewhere he's considering this. He offers a rook trade. Rook h1 maybe is the only move. Knight h7, now queen h2. But then there's queen g5 check. And then king d1. Queen d2 perhaps. Back rank ki prop. Oh, but queen e5 mar raha hai. Queen e5. That's a beautiful move. Queen e5 is hanging. So queen h2 right now threatens this, but it also very cleverly threatens this. One bad move from Magnus and it could be over right now. By the way, g5 very smart move because queen h2 में queen f6 now defends both since the pawn is not obstructing the view of the queen. Plays queen h2 anyways, queen f6 now. And now भाई कुछ back rank. हाँ कुछ खोलो भाई e3 या queen f2 something. He plays c3, okay, interesting move. Optically, I think I would have liked a3 more, but okay, I think it's the same. I really want to understand from an elite player's perspective, like what goes through their mind when they choose moves like c3 instead of a3 or a4 instead of a3. Is it just okay, you have to make a move and you just play, or is it based on something? Maybe in this sense, he liked c3 more because the king is like king का जो घर खुल रहा है वो center की तरफ खुल रहा है, and he was worried that कुछ check आएगी तो king can be closer to the center. Maybe that's the logic there. Queen f2 played. Now queen is yes, bhai. We know. समय I think kind of वो backfire हो गया उनके लिए भाई. Absolutely. But Prakhar OP bhai and Joel OP and Tikku OP bhai. Tikku was helping Prakhar from day one itself, and I mean the guy basically won. Yeah, that's insane. And now queen d8 is a good move. Queen e7 is a good move. By the way, chat, queen e7 is a nice trap. अगर आप queen c5 लाते हो तो rook d1 check and you will win the queen on c5. I know it's not right to think like this, but जब इतना कम time होता है भाई, तो this is the only thing that works. Knight d7, okay. Queen a7. Wow. Wesley now completely winning against the GOAT. Wow. The pawn on b7 is about to be taken. If you play something like b6 or b5, you have bishop e6 incoming. आंसर मी सेज भाई आप फिर से पूछ लीजिए एक बार, फिर तो वो स्क्रॉल नहीं होता भाई, क्योंकि आर्मा चल रहा है ना तो ध्यान वहां पर है. Queen b7, okay. Black plays what now? Knight c5 is not possible because the knight is pinned. Queen b8, I mean endgame must be losing for you. I think Wesley is taking down Magnus bhai. And look at Magnus's time, 1 minute only. That's over. I think Gai position. Were you yes, I was. He was one of my first coaches many years ago. But of course I was. f6, king g6, okay. Now we play queen takes, definitely not queen takes b6. But मन तो कर रहा है यार queen b6 मारने का. Oh, but I think queen c8, queen e8 check के बाद, let's say queen c8, you take here, queen check, queen goes here, and now rook takes h6. This move is really important at the end. Does he find it? Yes, he does. Why Wesley is now officially winning. Let's go. तो मतलब ये न्यूज़ शायद वेस्ली फैन सॉरी प्रग फैंस के लिए हल्का सा एक वो, क्योंकि वेस्ली स्टिल गोना बी लीडिंग बिकॉज ही डिफीटेड मैग्नस, but it's only a half a point advantage. Knight f6 played. Queen f8 is now mate in 8 chat. Queen f8 and rook takes h6. Mate in 8. Yep, there it is. And I think Magnus can resign now. There it is. And Wesley So takes down the GOAT of chess with the white pieces in armor. And with that, he takes sole first position, getting ahead of Pragg. And सिर्फ एक ही round बचा है, and it's gonna be between Wesley and Pragg, who's gonna decide who's gonna win this tournament. And Wesley plays against Alireza tomorrow with the black pieces, and Pragg goes against. I'm just gonna take a very, very quick look. Pragg goes against Vincent with the white pieces. But फर्क ये है कि Pragg के white है. So that's a very important point there. And by the way, we are still waiting for the final arma against between Vincent Keymer and Alireza. भाई ये भी कर ही लेते हैं. Like I think it's important for the tournament standing. And I think if Firouzja is already on 14, if he draws basically against Vincent, he will be on 14 and a half. So he will be half a point behind Pragg. And Samir bhai, as we wait for the Arma, could we just have a very quick look at the standings in the open section just to understand what is मतलब वो आरसीबी वाली कैलकुलेशन अगर की जरूरत होगी कि नहीं? नहीं होगी भाई, because it's between Wesley, Pragg and Alireza. Like no other player can actually make it. And funny thing is कि I think Wesley plays against Firouzja itself. तो भाई Wesley भी जीतने के लिए ही खेलेगा ना वो मैच वाइट से. So I think that match is going to be super important. We're going to keep a very close eye on that one. But Pragg has to defeat Vincent Keymer with the white pieces tomorrow at all costs to win the tournament, of course. And pichli bar, I think if we remember, chat against Pragg, Vincent drew with the white pieces and then he lost the Armageddon. So Pragg does have the upper hand there, more or less. क्या लगता है chat? What's going to happen tomorrow in that sense between Pragg and Vincent? Two players tie for the first place, 10 minutes for white, 7 minutes for black, 1 second bonus time. And this is, of course, the tiebreak. And though if there are two or more players tie for first place, it will be a double round robin, 3+2. Classical games tiebreak will apply. Direct encounter. Okay, this is a bit confusing to it. But chat वो last वाला आप भूल जाओ कि वो explain करने में मुझे मतलब कल सुबह हो जाएगी. वो वाला भूल, and वो आएगा भी नहीं क्योंकि वो that's like extremely rare. I think basically what they're saying is कि तीन प्लेयर्स तो टाई नहीं कर सकते, right? Because since Vincent and Firouzja are playing against each other, it's impossible that I meant Wesley and Alireza are playing against each other. So it's impossible for a three-player tie. दो का ही tie होगा, फिर वो आर्मा या फिर tie breaks basically. That's what we'll get to see. And it's possible that it could be between Pragg and Wesley. Sej, bhai, two players defeated GOAT 2 times in this tournament. No, bhai. No. Wesley defeated in Armageddon. ठीक है? Not classical. Pragg ने classical में हराया. That has more weight for me at least. Like I know 2 times हराया, but Arma is different. Like faster formats is different. Chad, would you agree with that? Would you agree with that a classical win is, let's say, carries more weight than an Arma win? Now, this is, of course, because why in this event a classical win is having 3 points and Arma is having only 1.5, right? So classical में जीतना भाई बहुत important है. जो पूछ रहे हैं what is a koya, भाई it's a long story. It's actually based after a former AICF president, but you can Google it. उनका एक method था. But chat tie breaks में मत पढ़ो भाई. Like it can get very difficult, very difficult, very difficult to understand essentially. Sej, I am also a student of Karu. अरे भाई, oh, I know उन्होंने क्या बताया होगा आपको. भाई वो कहानी आप अपने तक ही रखें तो बेटर रहेगा. टिमी जी, ठीक है. लाइक ये मेरे को पता है उन्होंने क्या बताया आपको क्योंकि वो सबको ये बताते हैं. बट प्लीज़ मत बताइएगा यहाँ पे. Why Guki is so down? He doesn't. No, bhai. Of course he does. He's the world champion. He's not down. I think he tried to play his best today, and I think he had a very refreshing game, sacrificing a whole rook for the sake of the attack. And I think sometimes these things backfire. And okay, it backfired today. You don't have to keep looking back in that moment and feel sad. It's a good thing you tried like that. Because bhai, out of 10 games, like it's not each game that's gonna go like this. I think if you have to do like a assessment of it, like there are some, it would be 50, like there are moments when you can win like that as well. लाइक आप यू थिंक अबाउट वो नॉर्दरबेक वर्सेस गुकेश का जो मैच था, जहाँ पे नॉर्दरबेक ने ऐसा रिस्क लिया था. कहाँ पे था? प्राग मास्टर्स, where it was some Reti or some English, like some variant of that, and नॉर्दरबेक का कुछ अलग से प्रेप था. एंड चैट, गो बैक एंड लुक एट दैट गेम. 10 मूव के अंदर नॉर्दरबेक की -1 थी पोजीशन, बट it's because he took a risk and he continued to play, and okay, it worked out for him. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Happens, bhai. Hi, Saj, wanna play counter Strike? If this is you, Javakir, if this is actually you, I literally, like, as soon as I finish this Arma, I am hopping on Counter Strike, and we can play right now. I actually have it installed as well, so we can. I said, why are you not playing? Because bhai, I'm 2500 only. Actually, not even. Chat में हम लोग शुरू हो जाएंगे भाई, because I'm not 2700. There is a certain level you need to be invited in events like this. The real question is, why is Arjun not playing? Because he's the one who deserves it more. So let's go, bhai. Say, hi, Saj. Any books for to increase chess level? No, but I have recommended a lot in the past. I'm gonna do something new, and I will say I'm gonna give you like a puzzle book that you can maybe enjoy. There is Imagination in Chess, which is in terms of puzzle books, it's one of my favorites. Maybe my favorite, because I remember I have done that entire book. I think it's by Gaprin Dashvili, if I'm not mistaken. Try that, and कोई भी puzzle book यार. Try कोई भी puzzle book. You will like it. Guys, Sahaj once solved a problem and then Karun. That was not the story I was thinking of. I'm glad he didn't tell you that, but yeah, moving on. हाँ, some interesting comments I'm reading in the chat भाई. Crazy. ये क्या चल रहा है भाई? क्या चल रहा है भाई चैट में? कहाँ का मतलब क्रेजी भाई. चैट, ऑलमोस्ट 5 घंटे होने वाले हैं भाई. अब तो मत करो यार. ठीक है, कल कल जब टिक्कू होगा ना, तो फिर उसके बाद हमारी जॉइंट फोर्स, एंड देन वी कैन हैव दिस यार. अभी 5 घंटे बाद मत करो यार. वेट लॉस भाई, आई एम टेकिंग केयर ऑफ माई हेल्थ भाई, दैट्स वाई. And waiting for the match, the final match for today. Oh, there it is. Let's go. Handshakes. Knight f3. भाई नाइट f3 का दिन है आज, आई फील, बिकॉज नाइट f3 e3 b3 कितनी बार देखने को मिला. बट विंसेंट प्लेज द रेती सिस्टम. Idea is simple: Bishop G2, short castle, and let's go. Oh, by the way, Firouzja plays like literally my favorite setup against the Reti. Yeah, you get e5 here, and the point is you don't play knight f6, and इस knight f6 ना खेलने की वजह से आपको e5 फटाक से मिल जाता है, or you provoke white to play d4. This is why I really like this setup a lot. But Vincent is very well prepared. He goes knight c3, and by the way, he has employed this setup many times before. It was last time, I believe, in Tata Steel, if I'm not mistaken. We were talking about this, where um, usually you go knight b2 or you play e4 directly, but Vincent was playing knight c3. So um, I think a very refreshing setup there, and e4 played as well. Pawn takes d5 ka threat. If you go short castle, then there is pawn takes, knight takes, and I'm guessing there is knight takes e5, and that should work for sure. But he takes on e4 and queen trade. Anyone? I'm not so sure if a queen trade works. Okay, he goes bishop g4, no queen trade. White can play bishop e3. Knight d4 का threat है यहाँ पे, so kind of makes sense. Bishop e3. But Vincent का ये बढ़िया है. I mean, look at the difference. I think in this sense, Vincent still has not lost that 3 minute wala advantage. Okay, just now we went below under 3 minutes, but still, like in some of the other games you were saying, I think the difference was already 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, and that's the one difference for Vincent, that he's playing relatively quite fast, and he knows to beat Firouzja, you have to play fast. Coms, it's very funny. भाई ये कौन है बंदा, ये रसल? I have no, like I'm not even sure. But Vincent thinking for a long time here, actually. Bishop e3 looks pretty standard because black wants to play knight d4. Maybe Vincent is considering the move h3. बट h3 के बाद देर इज क्वीन d1, रुक d1, बिशप f3, नाइट d4, एंड इसमें से कुछ मर जाएगा. Actually, let me show that. So h3, there is queen d1, rook d1, bishop f3, knight d4. इनमें से एक चीज मर रही है. तो ये तो नहीं खेलेगा वो. I think bishop p3 makes the most sense because why would you allow this queen d1 bishop? ये आइडिया जो है queen d1 bishop f3 और knight d4 का, ये तो वैसे भी है. तो bishop e3 तो फोर्स हो गया ना. और maybe he is considering knight d5. जस्ट ठीक है, मुझे क्वीन स्ट्रेट ही नहीं करनी है. What do you mean, says my guy? Oh, he's apparently is an F1 driver. भाई, thank you so much for letting me know, समय भाई. गूगल करूंगा भाई उसको. तो tomorrow I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you on this. Do you think Sindaro watches the stream to get an idea about Gukesh's psyche from your insights? I think that would be possible, yeah. It did cross my mind. It could be possible, yes. But I think they will do everything to get an insight on, on Gukesh and of course on everyone. But I think this doesn't really change anything by like the fact that he's listening to us and the fact that you know it sounds so ridiculous when you say it like this. Like imagine like someone is saying कि Sendarov is watching the commentary of myself and Tiku so that it could help him understand Gukesh better. Right? That sounds so far-fetched actually. अर्ज- हाँ किंग एग्जैक्टली. सेंडारोव विल बी. अभी समय भाई कह रहे हैं कि सेंडारोव ने ना ईयर गैम्बिट सीखा होगा मेरे से. तो वहां बैठ के जिस वो वही रोके बता रहे ईयर ईयर गैम्बिट नहीं होना चाहिए, बस कुछ भी हो जाओ. By the way, Queen C8 was played by Firouzja. Basically, no queen trades. And by the way, look at this. Vincent and Firouzja are almost on the same time. Firouzja is just way too fast, भाई. भाई 7 मिनट से स्टार्ट किया था उसने. अभी भी 6 मिनट और 11 सेकंड है. Sahaj get भाई after this भाई. And chat, if you can sleep like immediately after commentating for like 5 hours, you are so wrong. And I know this because all the other, like let's say co-commentators of mine have the same paradox. You cannot go to sleep. It's very difficult. Do you think Gukesh's habit of not using engine is taking its toll on him as he goes too deep into calculations and takes a lot of time? That's a very valid point. But I think it's it could be tied to other issues why he's taking so much time. It could be indecision. It could be maybe कहीं ना कहीं पे उसको confidence भी lack तो होगा ना. कहीं ना कहीं पे for sure. So yeah, I mean, I don't think you can tie it down to not using. भाई engines ना use करने से तो भाई आपकी calculation ज़्यादा strong होनी चाहिए. That you should be able to see the situation a lot more clearly. It shouldn't be the other way around. By the way, bishop c5, what a beautiful move it is to stop black from castling. And if black plays bishop f8, क्या हो रहा है भाई? Maybe knight d5. Because if you take here, then I have knight f6, and if you take on d5, I can probably catch it back with my pawn, take on c6, and okay, I think that will be some problems for Firouzja. Definitely. He tries, भाई ऐसा नहीं है कि उसने कुछ गलत ट्राई की. What he tried was very good. But it just because it didn't work, yeah, that's why we're saying that. अगर काम करता तो वो हम बोलते भाई क्या प्रिपरेशन है उसकी देखो. किसी को हरी का वो क्वीन सैक्रिफाइस याद है वर्ल्ड कप में से? Does anyone remember when he played that queen d5? It was a very famous thing. बहुत सारे रील्स भी बने थे उसमें. I'm sure some of you will know what I'm talking about, right? When Hari, you remember that? Now imagine if Hari lost that game. Would you say कि भाई ये क्या प्रिपरेशन थी, क्वीन सैक्रिफाइस कर दिया? बट आई थिंक तो वो रिस्क लेना तो हरी के लिए जरूरी था ना. सिमिलरली गुकेश के लिए भी वो रिस्क लेना आज जरूरी है. सो इट आफ्टर द रिजल्ट वी कांट से कि भाई काम नहीं किया इसलिए खराब है. दैट्स आई थिंक अ बिट अनफेयर. And we can actually argue that sacrificing a queen on move 6 is maybe a bit more dangerous than what Gukesh did. Live board है भाई. This is the live board. Oh wait, sorry, it wasn't chat. So h3 हुआ था, takes and knight is still on d4. And ये bishop और ये bishop. और ये भाई तीनों ही बिशप्स इतने खराब हैं इस पोजीशन में. इफ आई कुड जस्ट मूव इट, या बिशप ऑन C4, बिशप ऑन E3, एंड ये बिशप का तो कोई फ्यूचर ही नहीं है भाई. इवन इफ इट्स ऑन D6 इट्स नथिंग. तो ऑल ये मतलब सारे बिशप्स खराब हैं यहाँ पे बेसिकली. Fabi talked about that sacrifice in a pot. Ah, really? And I'm sure he had like similar, things over there. I mean, I'm sure that sacrifice was analyzed by a lot of people in the past. So I'm sure that's a direction that I think Fabi went to. But my point is that कि वो काम करा इसलिए हम उसको beautiful कहते हैं. But I think it shouldn't be connected to the result. जब आप ऐसा रिस्क लेते हो ना, I think you should be appreciated because you took the risk. Because गुकेश को white से रिस्क लेने की जरूरत नहीं थी. So you should always appreciate, because he's trying to play for a win. He's trying to create imbalance on the board, and okay, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, so Queen D7 was played, and now Rook D2 का plan, and ये bishop को उठा के just मैंने E3 पे रख दिया भाई. White is doing so well. I think only White can play for a win, but because ये bishop A3 पे है, Rook D2 का threat is very dangerous, and it is actually Firouzja who's pushing here. Now chat, this is the live board now. This is the live board now. He is actually thinking for a long time here, Vincent, because I'm guessing he did not get the position that he wanted. And that question for you, अगर ब्लैक को यहाँ पे इम्प्रूव करना है तो ब्लैक को क्या खेलना चाहिए, और वो क्या चीज़ उसको इम्प्रूव करनी चाहिए यहाँ पे, बिकॉज ये भी एक स्टैटिक एडवांटेज है मोरलेस. वाइट को कुछ डायरेक्ट करना है, ब्लैक को कुछ भी डायरेक्ट नहीं करना है यहाँ पे सो फार. सो इफ यू हैड टू चूज वन थिंग टू इम्प्रूव, व्हाट वुड इट बी? अली रेजा प्लीज, या भाई यू कैन सी. So V for victory, yeah? Let's go. It should actually be the bishop. But the question is, where does a bishop go where it can be classified as active, right? And after, I think, just scanning the entire board, you can't put it on the queen set, but you can put it on H6. Like H5, bishop H6 would be a very nice way to statically improve the position. And wait, that was a blunder. Oh, I missed it. B5. And if queen C3, then B4. And queen C5, bishop F8. How did Firouzja find this in like a split second, by? That's the ridiculous part. Bishop F8 is just winning. Just winning. Queen takes C5 पे there is knight G4 भाई. Knight बच गया, आपकी queen पे अभी भी pressure है. Or wait, there must be something better because there's queen B2 there. I see it now. So bishop F8, queen E5, knight G4, queen B2, bishop G7 में. हाँ, bishop G7 back. And ये मर रहा है फिर से. But Firouzja सोच क्यों रहा है? Does he want to play rook C8 maybe? Like optically, this is like the safer choice क्योंकि black को सिर्फ draw ही करना है. And rook c8 is kind of bringing another piece into play. You're going to get both of your rooks on the 7th rank. Yes, it's possible. You're not going to win the bishop, but like it's a much safer choice, I think, for Firouzja. But he goes bishop by Firouzja. No safe. No safety. Let's go. Takes on e5, knight g4. And now if you go queen to b2, there is bishop g7, I believe. And that would be GG's. Yep, that would be GG's. Queen f4 pe there's bishop a3, of course. So there is no other way place that the queen can go. But there is a tactic. There's queen f4, bishop h3 maybe. But then I have h5. I was thinking f3, but ये f file खुल f जो rank है खुल जाएगा, second rank खुल जाएगा, then it would be very very bad. Okay, we received a super chat जो I think 5 घंटे के बाद अभी इसको इग्नोर ही करना बेटर है. But thank you so much for the super chat भाई. But ऐसे सवाल आप क्यों करते हो यार? Like it's like it's a question that's not based on curiosity. It's a question based on negativity. ये curiosity नहीं है आपके अब आपके question में. But let's come back to the game. Queen b2 or queen. Oh, he plays queen g5. Actually, what am I even saying? Queen b2 के बाद there's b4 as well. And now can I take this? Or should I play h6 first? I'm just including h6 because why not? And bhai, you are right. This is like the 8th Armageddon loss for Vincent Keymer. Bhai, what is like scarier? The fact that कि उसके 8 draw हैं या फिर वो 8 के 8 आर्मागेडन हारा है. And probably the latter part, yeah. That's the crazier part here. But okay, like let's say you lost 7 Armageddon और उसके बाद आपको Armageddon final boss मिल रहा है आपके सामने. That's also not a good situation to be in. 8 losses, भाई, is too much. And वो जो ninth, I think ninth was against Gukesh, right? Where he won in classical. That's crazy, भाई. Is Peter Lego still coach? He was in World Cup last I checked, and I think we were speaking in World Cup, and then उसके बाद I think Tata Steel maybe he may have mentioned it somewhere. So I think so. Yep, the Brook is attacked by Rook. कहीं भी रख दो, it's fine. Oh, is he thinking Bishop C5? Nah, I think he's thinking Bishop C5. I think Bishop A8 पे you have Knight takes F2, which could be a very, let's say, a dramatic end for Firouzja. Is he thinking it's unnecessary? अगर वो ये खेलने वाला है तो कि he goes H6 instead. That's, I think, normal. And if you go Queen F4, there is Rook D4. Queen F3 maybe, then you move the Rook somewhere. And now Rook D4, let's go. Defending, and I think Rook D4 is not necessary, but I think because you're a piece up, you just want to defend your pieces. Like it feels like the knight on G4 is just a bit too far away. I would like to play Rook D4 so he doesn't do it. He goes Rook D8. Logical move. Bishop H3 आएगा तो there is H5. Rook E1 played and now Queen F5. Simple. Bishop C5 also should. Oh, but Bishop C5 में there's E6. Some trap. Then Queen G4 मर सकता है. He has to be careful. भाई सीधा Knight F2 ही मार दो ना, खत्म करो. Why does Alireza have 1 minute on the clock though? He's a piece up. भाई थोड़ा जल्दी खेलो भाई. He's now below a minute. भाई Queen F5, Queen F5, GF5, maybe H3 is what he doesn't like. Because Knight के पास कोई भागने का घर नहीं है. But you have Knight F2, Rook F2 and Bishop C5 though. That's, what am I even saying? Yeah, Queen F5 just works. By 38 seconds for Firouzja, why is he thinking so much here? I don't understand. Okay, Rook D4 finally. ये पहले होना चाहिए था, I think. Fe6. Let's take it. Even Rook F4, no? भाई Rook F4. अच्छा, Rook E8 check था एंड में भाई. Vincent being very tricky. Rook E4. भाई 26 सेकंड है फिरोजा के पास. भाई क्यों है 26 सेकंड? It was so unnecessary, I think. And now Queen F3 perhaps. Rook D4 में तो Queen D4. Yeah, but this is winning, भाई. Vincent, I think, can resign even now. Maybe he's not doing it because Firouzja has 24 seconds. And now King G7. H3 played. Let's move the knight to F6. Simple. Played. Rook E8 भी आ गया. Queen F4 पे जाता तो Bishop C5. And now Rook C8. Bye, this is simple. Oh, bye, but he has 11 seconds only. Wow. Actually missed on that. Queen F5, only move. Remember chat, Humpy G had a similar situation where she was winning, but she could not make those moves in 1 second. क्योंकि एक ही second का increment है. This is where your instincts completely take over. Magnus lost. Yes, we did cover that. Wesley won in classical, and then he also won in in Arma as well against Magnus. That's very very impressive. Rook C3. भाई किसी को लग रहा है फिरोजा टाइम पे हारेगा क्योंकि 7 सेकंड है भाई. और I mean, Firouzja, technically, he had that physical injury as well. I'm not sure how easy it is for him to make moves. I mean, this is a dead loss position. Ideally, Vincent would have resigned, but he's playing because of, oh, bhai, Queen B7. Look at that. What a move. And still it's continuing. Why? This is crazy. Is Vincent trying to flag Firouzja? Oh, no, he resigns. He's like, भाई एक मौका तो था. I feel एक मौका था जहाँ पे लग रहा था कि Vincent is gonna try to flag Firouzja. But of course, he's speed demon for a reason. And he does not falter when there is less time. Right? Firouzja OP for saving basically a lost position, and then उसके बाद pressing from there, and then उसके बाद taking the match into Arma, and of course winning it in such style way. Firouzja, I think OP for that. And इसी के साथ साथ chat, that was the last game. And Samay bhai, if that is if it's possible, एक आखिरी बार, can we just take a look at the standings of both the open section and the women's section, so we can understand where we are going into the final day of Norway chess. And there it is. That's the open section. Wesley with 15.5, Pragg at 15, and Alireza at 14.5. And then we have Vincent at 11, Magnus at 10, and Gukesh sadly at 8 points. But I'm not sure what is more surprising to me, Gukesh at last place or Magnus at second last place. Like both of them are so shocking to me overall. But it is clear from tomorrow or tomorrow, only one of the three players, Firouzja, Pragg, or Wesley. एंड वेस्ली और फिरोजो का आपस में ही मैच है, एंड प्रग को खेलना है विंसेंट के साथ. सो इट्स गोना बी अ टफ मैच. बट क्रेजी थिंग इज हम शायद सबसे ज्यादा मैग्नस वर्सेस गुकेश को ही देखेंगे. दैट्स द क्रेजी पार्ट अबाउट ऑल ऑफ दिस. बट टूर्नामेंट वाइज भाई, I think that's the situation. But feeling sad for Gukesh, and also feeling sad for Magnus as well. But it happens in an event. But yeah, what a performance by Pragg overall in the open section. And if we can just take a look at the women's standing as well, just to understand, यार ये देख के मुझे बहुत दुख हो रहा है, because Bibisara of course has already won, as we already know, because 3.5 points का difference है between her and Zhu Jiner. So that's a complete domination by Bibisara there. Winning such a strong event, one round to spare, is no joke. And the only person who knows what it's like is actually Sendarov, because he did it like 1 month ago, because he also won candidates one round to spare. So there's something right that's going on there. And of course, seeing Divya and Humpy ji at the bottom is never not nice. But hopefully they can make a comeback and finish the tournament, I think, with a good mood. So I think that was from it. That's a wrap from us, chat. I think a lot of fun games, especially जो game Pragg का था, it was very very cool. I think Wesley का game भी बहुत interesting था आज. बहुत मजा आया. I think Pragg is basically on a roll. Like I don't think we have seen like Pragg being this dominant in a very very, like in classical में इतना dominance नहीं देखा Pragg से for a very long time. Right now Pragg is world number 14, and I don't know if it has actually updated, because it should have updated. Yeah, it has. Pragg is world number 12 now. Well, he just overtook Hans and Duda, and he's gaining plus 10 points, and he's only, let's say, 5 points away from hitting 2750, which I think is great, because Pragg very much deserves to be, way more than that, of course. But it's good to see him back to that rating, because it had been a while, chat. And इसी के साथ साथ chat, I think we'll take your leave, but from tomorrow we will have Tiku bhai, so we're going to be back to our normal routine. कल बड़ा मजा आएगा भाई. Do not miss it, because it's the final day of Norway chess. Of course, we're going to have the decider on who's going to win the tournament, and then we're going to have Gukesh versus Magnus as well. So something like this can never be skipped, and something like this might not ever happen again. A world champion playing against the GOAT of chess is always a treat to watch. Thank you so much, chat, for your energy. Thank you so much, Samay bhai, for the production. And of course, I want to thank Priyanka as well for joining and commentating. And I think it was a pleasure having her here. And see you, chat. Good night. Bye-bye.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better, and you can always improve. Total chess, can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.